Chapter 712. Xiao Chengfeng. The Moon Queen had a cold expression on her beautiful face. She was wearing a long palace dress that accentuated her beauty perfectly. Her otherworldly temperament made it seem like she was not an ordinary person. The current Moon Empress, Xiao Chengfeng's calm eyes were filled with a terrifying coldness. On the Moon Empress, he felt a sense of familiarity. This feeling caused a strong murderous intent to rise in his heart. There were no more words. Xiao Chengfeng took a step forward and attacked the Moon Empress with his palm. Since the other party wanted to stop him, then there was no room for reconciliation. Anyone who tried to stop him must die. The Moon Empress waved her hand, and the bright moonlight covered the battlefield. The temperature suddenly dropped a lot. Then, a crescent moon slashed out like a crescent blade, and the void instantly cracked. Boom! Xiao Chengfeng directly smashed the crescent moon, and then his attack did not stop. He turned his palm into a fist and attacked. A vast amount of power surged forth. It caused the space within the battlefield to shatter like a piece of porcelain. In the long river, the waves were surging. Facing such an attack, the Moon Empress's face also showed a serious expression. Her jade-like hand shot out and collided with his fist. Boom! The terrifying aftershock, with the two as the center, raged in all directions. In the next moment, the figures of the two overlapped and suddenly separated. A great battle. In an instant, it had started. The Moon Empress is the first to stop him. Xiao Chengfeng and the Moon Clan have a deep grudge. In the Qian Yuan realm, Qin Shujian's face showed a faint smile. He had long known that Xiao Chengfeng and the Moon Clan had something going on. Looking at it now, the Moon Empress was the first to stop him. Qin Shujian did not believe that there was no grudge at all. However, he did not want to find out too much about these gossips. Xiao Chengfeng's Dao validation. It was an opportunity for the human race. As long as he could succeed in his Dao validation, the human race could definitely break the current situation. At the same time, the various races would not sit and watch Xiao Chengfeng's Dao validation. The Moon Empress's action was just the beginning. As long as she showed signs of defeat, there would definitely be other emperors. When that time came, even the rulers of the neutral races would not stand idly by. Xiao Chengfeng's Dao affirmation. It was not only his own tribulation, but also the tribulation of the human race. The human race's tribulation is not as simple as just one. As long as we fail to survive even one tribulation, even if our race doesn't go extinct, our strength will be greatly reduced. Qin Shujian's heart sank. Tribulation. It was the greatest threat to all existences. No matter how strong one was, there was no possibility of escaping from the tribulation. At least, so far, Qin Shujian had not discovered anything. In the battlefield of rules, the battle continued. As the sovereign of the Moon Clan, the Moon Empress was naturally extremely powerful. But the problem was, the battlefield of laws was Xiao Chengfeng's home ground. Other cultivators had no chance of borrowing the power of laws here. On the contrary, Xiao Chengfeng, on the other hand, could control the power of the rules. Comparing the two, therefore, the Moon Queen was at a disadvantage. Not long after, the two figures suddenly separated. The Moon Empress was blown away, and she coughed up golden blood. Die. Xiao Chengfeng's eyes were indifferent as he punched out again. Seeing this, the Moon Queen's expression changed. She gathered celestial core power in her hands, and a vast moon suddenly descended. The moon descended. Endless moonlight burst out. The Moon Empress's originally battered appearance had become pure and holy. Her appearance was still the same as before. But the difference was, her temperament had completely changed. You are Shi Ling. After seeing the Moon Empress, Xiao Chengfeng's expression suddenly changed. The killing intent in his eyes had already condensed. In the next moment, the sky-breaking halberd had already appeared in his hand. Until now, Xiao Chengfeng finally knew. The ancient Moon Empress did not die at all, but was reborn as the current Moon Empress. Or rather, the current Moon Empress had already been possessed by the ancient Moon Empress. But no matter which one it was, Xiao Chengfeng was sure that the Moon Empress in front of him was the ancient Moon Empress, Xiling. Just this point alone. That was enough. I want you to die. Shocking halberd light burst out, and with lightning speed, it tore the moon apart. That terrifying aura. It made the Moon Empress's pure and holy face also change. I didn't expect that after so many years, you are still so cruel. The moonlight spread. It blocked the halberd light. Xiao Chengfeng sneered. Today, I will kill you here, and then destroy the Moon Clan, and let the Moon Clan completely disappear from the thousands of clans in the world. As he spoke, the sky-breaking halberd had already forced the Moon Empress to retreat. Xiao Chengfeng, who was attacking with all his might. His strength was not something that the Moon Empress could contend with. It was also at this moment. Another long river of laws broke through the Tao. The Wind Emperor of the Wind Clan, the Ice Emperor of the Ice Clan, the Sword Emperor of the Sword Clan, the three emperors of the true immortal realm stepped into the battlefield of laws. Without any words, they joined forces to attack Xiao Chengfeng. Instantly, the pressure on the Moon Empress suddenly decreased. Seeing this, Xiao Chengfeng was not afraid, and his aura became even more tyrannical. Come as many as you can, today, I will kill immortals to prove my Tao. Arrogant words. It made the Sword Emperor and the others furious. However, the power that Xiao Chengfeng unleashed caused their hearts to instantly turn heavy. On the other party's body, it was as if they had met Qin Shujian. To this, their hearts sank. Another Qin Emperor. Inside the Blood Eldar, Xueling Huang's face was filled with emotion. First, it was Zhao Emperor. Then, it was Qin Emperor. Now, there was another Xiao Chengfeng. He could not help but feel that the human clan was really full of powerhouses. Every powerhouse that was born was a top existence. If Xiao Chengfeng succeeded in proving his Tao, even Xueling Huang himself would not have the confidence to fight against him. On this point, he still saw it very clearly. Xiao Chengfeng's strength was too strong. If such an existence were to prove his Tao, his strength would definitely be terrifying. Looking at Xiao Chengfeng, who relied on his own strength to fight against the emperors of the four clans. At this moment, Xueling Huang also thought of Qin Shujian. Xiao Chengfeng was already so powerful when he proved his Tao. If the Qin Emperor proved his Tao, it would definitely be more troublesome. The human clan cannot have a second true immortal. Xueling Huang's expression was solemn. The current strength of the human clan. It was so strong that the various clans had to join forces to deal with it. If a second true immortal was to be born, he was afraid that even if the various clans joined forces, there would be no way to keep the human clan in check. Especially when an existence like Xiao Chengfeng proved his Tao, the human clan's strength would increase greatly. Plus, there was Qin Huang, who was not a true immortal but was stronger than one. Thinking of this, Xueling Huang's heart turned cold. The human clan, they were really too strong. At this moment, in the battlefield of rules, the killing was still going on. Even if the Sword Emperor and the other two true immortals intervened, Xiao Chengfeng still relied on his own strength to suppress the four true immortals. The sky-breaking halberd in his hand completely washed away, revealing the sharpness of the ancient times. Plus, Xiao Chengfeng's strength was already very strong. With a combat power of 500,000, it was enough to make the other true immortals change their expressions. Now, with the power of rules and Zubing's power, although he did not prove his Tao, but his strength, he also directly stepped into the level of a level 3 immortal. In comparison, the other emperors could not borrow the power of rules. Instead, their strength was weakened. One weakened while the other strengthened. The Sword Emperor and the others were also struggling. Boom! The long river of rules broke through the sky. After the 4 emperors blocked the path, another 5 emperors broke through the battlefield of rules and directly joined the battle. In an instant, Xiao Chengfeng's pressure increased greatly. Xiao Chengfeng, with us true immortals here today, you definitely have no chance of proving your Tao. Retreat obediently now, and you may still have a chance to live. The Sword Emperor sneered. Although he was bare-handed, Each of his attacks was like a heaven-shaking divine weapon, bursting with terrifying power. This was the strength of the Sword Clan. Not having a divine weapon in hand was better than having one in hand. Every move could tear the sky and earth apart. To this, Xiao Chengfeng did not bother to reply. Instead, his attacks became even more intense, shattering the surrounding void. In the long river of rules, under the vibration of power, the river water surged wildly. 9 true immortals. Qin Shujian looked at the battle in the battlefield of rules, but his expression did not change much. The emperors stopped him. This was a normal thing. It was just 9 true immortals. There would be more later. However, in his eyes, Xiao Chengfeng had almost reached his limit to fight against 9 true immortals. After all, no matter how strong the other party was, he had not become an immortal. His physical body was strong, but without transforming into an immortal body, it was still a shortcoming. However, just being able to reach this stage was already extremely powerful. After all, even if there were strong powerhouses with a deep foundation who could directly go against true immortals at the heavenly being level, they could only deal with one. Like Xiao Chengfeng, directly fighting against 9 was already terrifyingly powerful. At this moment, another emperor appeared. In an instant, Xiao Chengfeng's pressure increased greatly. Qin Shujian retracted his gaze from the battlefield of rules and looked in the direction of Zhengzhou. Zhengzhou Imperial City. Emperor Zhao felt something and also turned to look in the direction of the Liang Mountain Spirit Domain. 2 gazes. As if crossing the barrier of time and space, they directly looked at each other. In the next instant, the void collapsed. The luck of the human clan was vast. Emperor Zhao stepped on the human Dao law and directly stepped into the battlefield of rules. They finally made their move. Bloodling Huang looked at the vast human Dao law and a faint smile appeared on his face. Then, the rules shook. Bloodling Huang walked out of the blood spirit mystic realm and also walked towards the battlefield of rules in the sky. He had not made a move. He was waiting for Emperor Zhao. Bloodling Huang also attached great importance to this number 1 powerhouse of the myriad races. At the same time, the emperors in the 4 continents also immediately made their move. Instantly, nearly 10 more rivers of rules pierced through the sky and directly bombarded the battlefield of rules. Until now, there were already 23 emperors blocking the path. Apart from the battle of the fallen immortal realm and the battle of encircling demon Emperor Barkle, it was still a rare scene for so many true immortals to join forces. Even when Emperor Zhao attained the Dao, the true immortals sealed by the various races did not make a move as grand as this scene. 23 true immortals. Almost half of the true immortals in the 4 continents have been mobilized. Qin Shujian's expression was calm. At present, there were only 50 to 60 true immortals who had attained the Dao. A few of them were on the human clan's side. Now that 23 true immortals had appeared, half of the true immortals in the myriad races had been mobilized. If these true immortals are killed here, the myriad races in the 4 continents will not be able to stop the human clan. Qin Shujian thought of this. He directly took a step forward and instantly crashed into the battlefield of rules. In an instant, the battlefield of rules shook, and stormy waves rose. The emperors who were fighting could not help but stop at this moment. They all looked at Qin Shujian with a shocked expression. Emperor Qin, the Ice Emperor's expression changed drastically as if he had seen something unbelievable. How could Qin Shujian enter the battlefield of the myriad races? He did not break through to the true immortal realm. Without the power of the rivers of rules, it was impossible to enter the battlefield of the myriad races. However, and yet, Qin Shujian had appeared. Thinking of a certain possibility, the Ice Emperor's expression became even uglier. You have already become an immortal. This was the only explanation. But what puzzled him was how Qin Shujian became an immortal. When the other party became an immortal, how did he cover up the phenomenon of heaven and earth so that no one could detect it? The Ice Emperor's expression was ugly. The other emperors also had ugly expressions. Even Xueling Huang's heart sank. Qin Shujian became an immortal. This was something they had never expected, and it was also the biggest variable in Xiao Chengfeng's Dao. Not only the emperors of the various races. Even Emperor Zhao had a shocked and puzzled expression on his face. He didn't know when Qin Shujian had secretly confirmed his Dao and become an immortal. Only Xiao Chengfeng. His heart was filled with shock, but he also understood. If he guessed correctly, the other party was able to enter the battlefield of rules because of the new system he had taken. As for the shock of others, Qin Shujian did not care at all. With his hands behind his back, he said with a faint smile, "Didn't you all want to fight? Why did you all stop after Ben Huang came?" As soon as he finished speaking, the scene was still silent. No one said anything. For the emperors of the 10,000 races, the news of Qin Shujian becoming an immortal was too shocking. Especially when they thought of the other party's strength that could sweep away perfected immortals. Now that he had become an immortal, no one knew how strong he would be. Since you all are not attacking, Ben Huang will not be polite. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Shujian walked out as if he was taking a stroll in the park. Immediately after, then, he shattered the void with a palm and blasted towards the Ice Emperor. It was a simple palm. The Ice Emperor was alarmed. Without any pause, he took a few steps back. At the same time, he pressed his palm forward. His immortal core power condensed and frost covered the void, turning into a huge ice shield. His palm fell. The frost shield was destroyed. The remaining force did not stop and bombarded the Ice Emperor's body. Boom! A terrifying power erupted, causing the Ice Emperor's powerful immortal body to really shatter. His body flew out like weeds. Immediately after, Qin Shujian took another step forward and arrived in front of the Ice Emperor. His palm struck. The Ice Emperor's already shattered body was instantly torn apart. His body was torn apart. But it was quickly repaired by a powerful self-healing power. But not long after it was repaired, it was shattered by the remaining power of the body. It repeated like this. In just a breath's time, the Ice Emperor's body was destroyed and restored countless times. Finally, the power of the immortal body was exhausted. The Ice Emperor didn't even have the time to scream before he died. A perfected immortal had fallen. A rain of blood fell from the sky. The Ice Clan's hearts were filled with grief. Looking at the fallen Ice Emperor, their faces were filled with shock. The Ice Emperor has fallen. At this moment, whether it was the Almighties or the ordinary members of the Ice Race, they were all terrified. The Ice Emperor had fallen. That was equivalent to the sky collapsing for the Ice Clan. With the current situation of the myriad races, without a perfected immortal, the Ice Clan would definitely not be able to maintain their current status. It was hard to say if there would be any other way out. On the other side, the moment the Ice Emperor died, the hearts of the experts from the 4 great continents trembled violently. A perfected immortal had fallen. It was the first time this had happened in the 4 continents. Although there were perfected immortals who had fallen before, those were ancient perfected immortals who were sealed. They were completely different from the Ice Emperor. The Ice Emperor has fallen. The Dog Emperor was shocked. He knew the Ice Emperor's strength. He was already considered a powerful existence among the emperors. But even so, he was still casually killed by Qin Shujian. Such a difference in strength made the Dog Emperor's heart tremble. However, although the Dog Emperor was shocked, his expression also became excited. The stronger Qin Shujian was, the greater the benefits for the 9-headed dog clan. On the battlefield of rules, the Ice Emperor's death was only discovered in an instant. The emperors wanted to make a move, but it was already too late. Since you all stopped the perfected immortals of the human clan from achieving the Tao, then all of you can die. Qin Shujian's expression was indifferent. After killing the Ice Emperor, he looked at the other perfected immortals. Perfected immortals were inferior to the battlefield of rules. If he wanted to kill them, it would not be so easy. But in the battlefield of the 10,000 races, no perfected immortal could borrow the power of rules. On the contrary, Qin Shujian himself did not have any restrictions. The formation of his inner world allowed him to have peak combat strength anywhere. As a result, Killing a perfected immortal was a piece of cake. Qin Shujian did not plan to let the perfected immortals who entered the battlefield of rules retreat. As long as he killed all the perfected immortals here, the strength of the races of the 4 major continents would be weakened to the extreme. By then, with the strength of the human clan, it would not be a difficult thing to completely wipe out the 4 major continents. So, Xiao Chengfeng's Dao attainment was both a calamity and an opportunity for the human clan. Boom! Another perfected immortal's body collapsed. Just as Qin Shujian was about to kill him, the other perfected immortals did not hesitate any longer. Kill, either Xiao Chengfeng fails to attain the Dao attainment today, or our races will walk towards the end of the world. We have no way out. Xueling Huang shouted angrily. The sea of blood immediately surged. Things had come to this point. He naturally knew what Qin Shujian's goal was. He deliberately hid the fact that he had become an immortal. Then, Xiao Chengfeng attained the Dao attainment, causing the emperors to enter the battlefield of rules, and then attacked. Xueling Huang did not know. Why could Qin Shujian still have such powerful strength in the battlefield of rules? But he understood. The other party must have other trump cards. This was a trap. A trap to kill the emperors. Even if they retreated now, after Xiao Chengfeng attained the Dao attainment, the other races would not have the chance to stop the human clan. So, even if Xueling Huang understood that this was a trap, he could only fight to the death. Or else, then, he would wait for the human clan to rule the world, and the other races to bow down to them. Below, the remaining emperors who were watching from the sidelines did not dare to hold back at all. Qin Shujian's strength surprised them. The reason why those neutral races were neutral was that the powerful races all had opponents to contend with, and it was impossible for one race to dominate. But it was different now. If Xiao Chengfeng succeeded, the human clan would dominate the 4 major continents. So, no matter what, the other races had to stop them. One perfected immortal after another forced their way into the battlefield of rules. At this moment, Emperor Zhao and Xiao Chengfeng also directly attacked. Since they wanted to kill, then, they might as well kill. Master Xiao, can I borrow Zhu Bing for a moment? Emperor Zhao forced an emperor to retreat with a palm strike, then immediately shouted in a low voice. Hearing that, Xiao Chengfeng directly took out the stone spear that he had placed for a long time from his sea of consciousness and casually threw it over. Seeing that, Emperor Zhao, he directly reached out and grabbed the stone spear. Then, he smashed the body of a perfected immortal. Whether it was Emperor Zhao or Xiao Chengfeng. In the 10,000 tribe battlefield, they both had the strength to fight against many. On the other side, Qin Shujian used the lawful embodiment of heaven and earth, and the power of his inner world was continuously transmitted. With the Godslayer in his hand, he seemed to have transformed into a demon god of slaughter. No perfected immortal in front of him had a chance to resist. Boom, boom, boom. The battle suddenly erupted, and it had already reached a white-hot stage. The long river of rules surged wildly. The river water surged like a huge wave, but it was quickly extinguished by the aftermath of the battle. The waves that could devour perfected immortals in the past could not play any role in the aftermath of such a battle. The 4 continents. All the living beings had their eyes on the battlefield of rules at this moment. With Qin Shujian's entry and the death of the Ice Emperor, the emperors of the myriad races, they had all made their moves. It could be said that this was the first earth-shattering battle since the era of perfected immortals had begun. No one expected that the battle would come so suddenly, but everyone knew that this battle would officially determine the future of the myriad races. If the human race lost, then the 4 continents could still maintain the current situation. But if the human race won, the world would once again enter the ancient era, and the situation of the heavenly court suppressing the myriad races would reappear. At that time, the myriad races in the world would be respected by the human race. The world is about to change. In the demon race, Sai Hanhai sighed. He knew that Xiao Chengfeng's Dao attainment would definitely cause a huge change. But he did not expect that the battle would reach such an extent. The death of the Ice Emperor. Everything had become out of control. How many perfected immortals of the myriad races have not made their moves? Sai Hanhai's gaze fell on the battlefield of rules, but the thoughts in his mind had already drifted to another place. It was not difficult to know how many perfected immortals there were in the myriad races. This was because every time a perfected immortal attained the Tao, it would be accompanied by a phenomenon of heaven and earth. As long as one remembered the number of times the phenomenon of heaven and earth appeared, one would know how many perfected immortals there were in the myriad races. There are a total of 57 perfected immortals of the myriad races. At this moment, they have all entered the battlefield of the myriad races. In other words, there are no more perfected immortals of the myriad races in the 4 continents. Sai Hanhai's eyes lit up. There were no perfected immortals in the myriad races. This was his greatest opportunity. If he asked the human race for help and allowed him to successfully attain the Tao, he might as well take this opportunity to directly break through to the perfected immortal realm. Sai Hanhai could not think of anything. When else would he have a better chance of successfully attaining the Tao than now? Instantly, he was connected to the power of the rules. Then, the mother stream of rules shook. Sai Hanhai had already opened up the long river of rules and entered the stage of Tao attainment. But unlike other perfected immortals, the Fiend Emperor Law, no perfected immortal had ever set foot in it. Or rather, this law did not exist in the first place. It was only after Sai Hanhai established the demon race that the world gave birth to the Fiend Emperor Law. So, when Sai Hanhai walked onto the long river of rules, there were no shadows of powerhouses to stop him. Because he was the founder of the Fiend Emperor Law and the first to use the Fiend Emperor Law to attain the Tao. Another powerhouse had attained the Tao. It should have been a big deal. But now, among the myriad races, most of the cultivators' attention was on the battlefield of rules. No one had the time to pay attention to Sai Hanhai's Tao attainment. Zhongzhou Imperial City. Demon Emperor Sai Hanhai. Shi Yang looked at the person who walked out of the mother stream of rules and was slightly stunned. Immediately after, he shifted his gaze and looked at the battlefield of rules. All the emperors of the myriad races had entered the battlefield of rules. Right now, it was not as simple as stopping Xiao Chengfeng from attaining the Tao. It was possible. Many emperors would fall in this battle. Sai Hanhai took this opportunity to attain the Tao. Perhaps it's also my opportunity. Shi Yang's eyes flickered. From Xiao Chengfeng's Tao attainment, it could be seen that it would be extremely difficult for a perfected immortal of the human race to attain the Tao. But judging from the current situation, the emperors had already placed all their strength on Xiao Chengfeng's battlefield of rules. In this way, if he took this opportunity to attain the Tao, the various races should not have any extra strength to stop him. Moreover, Shi Yang was not sure if Emperor Zhao and the others would be defeated. If the human emperor of the human race was defeated, it would be impossible for him to attain the Tao again. So, Shi Yang only hesitated for a moment before making up his mind. Rumble. The mother stream of rules shook. A long stream of rules was opened up. After Sai Hanhai took the opportunity to attain the Tao, another powerhouse took the opportunity to attain the Tao. Crown Prince Shi Yang of Great Zhao. Many cultivators' pupils constricted when they saw Shi Yang. Another human had attained the Tao. It turned out that the powerhouses of the human race who could attain the Tao were not as simple as Emperor Qin. Xiao Chengfeng could attain the Tao. Crown Prince Shi Yang of Great Zhao could also attain the Tao. In just one day, the strength that the human race had revealed shocked all the races. Compared to the shocked races, the humans of the East Continent were excited. His Highness the Crown Prince is also going to attain the Tao and become an immortal. As long as the Crown Prince and Xiao Chengfeng succeed in attaining the Tao, the human race will have 4 perfected immortal powerhouses. By then, no one will be able to stop us. Many human cultivators were extremely excited. Could the human race truly rule the world? It all depended on the result in front of them. As long as Shi Yang and Xiao Chengfeng could succeed, no one in the world could stop the human race. But at the same time, if they were defeated, the situation of the human race would become difficult. Of course, With the current strength of the human race, even if they failed, there was no possibility of extinction. But it would be very difficult for them to produce another perfected immortal. Rumble. Heaven and earth wailed, and a rain of blood fell. In the West Continent, a small race let out a sorrowful cry. The appearance of the rain of blood meant that another perfected immortal had fallen. In the battlefield of rules, Qin Shujian held the Godslayer, and the strength that he exerted had exceeded the limit that all the emperors could withstand. Even if many perfected immortals joined forces to fight against him, there was still no possibility of resisting. Until now. Another perfected immortal had fallen in the hands of the other party. I said, "I am invincible." Qin Shujian shouted coldly. A mysterious force rose from his body, and all the forces that bombarded him were quietly annihilated. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Qin Shujian took a step and shattered the void. The Godslayer had already slashed towards the Wind Emperor. Not good. The Wind Emperor was shocked. Immediately, he burned his blood essence and erupted with an unprecedented power. His body also retreated frantically. He did not dare to block. Because no one could block Zhu Bing's sharpness. There were already perfected immortals who had fallen under the Godslayer. At this time, the Wind Emperor did not want to repeat the same mistake. It was just that he had just retreated. Qin Shujian opened his mouth again. I said, "My blade is unstoppable." As soon as his words fell, the power that the Wind Emperor had erupted with instantly disappeared. I said, "The Wind Emperor cannot retreat." Immediately, the Wind Emperor's explosively retreating body abruptly stopped. The surrounding space seemed to have stagnated, imprisoning him there. "No, don't!" The Wind Emperor's face was filled with shock. He did not know what had happened, but the scene in front of him made him smell the smell of death. Boom! The stone saber slashed down. This Wind Clan's emperor died on the spot. Zhu Bing's power completely obliterated his flesh and blood. Even the divine spirit was destroyed in an instant. The Wind Emperor's death was so fast. It exceeded everyone's expectations. Words of law, you know how to use words of law. The Moon Emperor's beautiful face had already lost all color. Looking at Qin Shujian's eyes, it was as if she had seen an inconceivable existence. Words of law. The legendary words of law. Even for her, she had only heard of such methods in rumors and had never seen one before. At this moment, seeing Qin Shujian use it, the shock that the Moon Emperor received could be imagined. At this moment, this Moon Clan's emperor was afraid. Fear arose in her heart. When she saw Qin Shujian's gaze again, her delicate body trembled slightly, and her body actually instinctively took a step back. As for the other perfected immortals, at this moment, they were all horrified. The Wind Emperor was dead. Another emperor of a large clan had fallen. At this moment, finally, an emperor's heart was filled with fear. Then, he wanted to break through the battlefield of rules and escape towards the 4 continents. I said, "The battlefield of rules cannot be broken." An indifferent voice sounded. The battlefield of rules became unbreakable. Then, the stone saber shattered the void and directly killed the emperor on the spot. Rumble. Another rain of blood, indicating the fall of a true immortal. Until now. For true immortals had already fallen at the hands of Qin Shujian. His inner world was trembling violently at this moment. After using the words of law several times, his inner world was about to enter a state of overload. Not only that, Qin Shujian also noticed that the great wide world had its own power, as if there would be a lightning tribulation at any time. For this, he understood in his heart, but he didn't care. The words of law couldn't be used wantonly. If he used it too much, the impact would be great, and heaven and earth would naturally counterattack. But for Qin Shujian, it was enough to use the words of law to this extent. The rest of the matter, with his own strength, it was enough to solve it. The battlefield of rules has been temporarily sealed. Today, either you kill all the true immortals of the human race, or you will all be buried here. A cruel smile appeared on Qin Shujian's face. He had endured for too long. Based on his character in the past, if the myriad races dared to take advantage of him, he would have long brought people to fight them. It was just that he had considered various factors. Qin Shujian had endured for so long and even opened up the battlefield of the myriad races to buffer the conflicts between the various races. But now, he didn't intend to endure any longer. At this point, there was nothing much to say. Either the emperors of the myriad races died, or the true immortals of the human race died. However, Qin Shujian had absolute confidence. Because the person who died wouldn't be him. Hearing this, the other emperor's expressions were also solemn. Ling Huang suppressed the boiling qi and blood in his body and looked at Qin Shujian in front of him with a calm expression. All right, it's time for our race and the human race to end this. As soon as he finished speaking, his blood essence burned, and a vast sea of blood surged, instantly devouring Qin Shujian. Things had come to this point. There was no way out for anyone. Because the battlefield of rules had been sealed by the other party. Just as he said, it was already a life-and-death situation. The sea of blood overturned the sky. The void was smashed to smithereens. It was also at this moment. The saber chi tore through the sea of blood, and a terrifying body walked out. In the next moment, the Godslayer slashed out again, and the biting cold blade cut through everything. The Moon Emperor's immortal essence erupted. The moonlight that was as vast as an abyss condensed into countless blades of frost that shot toward Qin Shujian. Facing such an attack, Qin Shujian slashed at the Moon Emperor with a backhand slash. Facing the attack, he turned a blind eye. Boom! The frost blades bombarded Qin Shujian's body, causing cracks to appear on it, but his injuries quickly healed. When he looked at the Moon Emperor again, his body had already been sent flying by the Godslayer. The terrifying saber chi did not dissipate. It almost cut the Moon Emperor's body in half. On the other side, Xiao Chengfeng held the sky-breaking halberd in one hand and steadily walked forward. Any true immortal's attack that tried to stop him was scattered by his Zhu Bing. The current Xiao Chengfeng. Although he had not completely become an immortal, he was already much more terrifying than ordinary true immortals. His strength had steadily stopped at the level of a third-level immortal. The sky-breaking halberd cut through the void. An arm was broken and directly shattered by the halberd light. The true immortal retreated. Flesh and blood had already grown out of the broken shoulder. In less than a breath, a complete arm appeared. In the next second, the true immortal had charged forward again. The battle continued. Terrifying power spilled out in the battlefield of rules, shaking the entire void violently. Fortunately, the battlefield of rules was enough to isolate all the aftermath of the power. Or else, if this power fell on the 4 continents, it would be enough to cause the death of many creatures. As for Sai Hanhai and Shi Yang, no one was paying attention to them now. The two of them had attained the Tao. Compared to the battle on the battlefield of rules, there was no comparison at all. Even if a new battlefield of rules was opened up, no true immortal blocked the Tao. Just like that, both Sai Hanhai and Shi Yang had easily reached the end of the rule stele and left their unique imprints on the rule stele. A true immortal was born. Golden flowers fell, and golden lotuses appeared. But when the golden flowers fell, there was a thunderous roar in the sky, followed by a rain of blood. The golden flowers mixed with the rain of blood. There was a hint of tragic killing intent. P.S. Please vote. Chapter 713. The 10,000 Races Battlefield. The emperors had fallen. This was the most tragic battle since the human race sealed off the eastern continent 200,000 years ago. In this battle, there were no extra living beings involved. The powerhouses who participated in the battle were all emperors and perfected immortals. However, compared to the battle 200,000 years ago, the number of perfected immortals who had fallen was several times more than that time. In the 4 continents, apart from the eastern continent, the other 3 continents were raining blood and could not stop for a moment. Every thunder and lightning trembled. It all indicated that perfected immortals had fallen and emperors had sacrificed themselves. The wails of the 10,000 races. There was a huge tremor. Even the 10,000 races battlefield that was covered by the formation could not block this fluctuation at this moment. The blood rain poured down. It made the 10,000 races battlefield, which was already filled with a murderous aura, even more terrifying. The dusk of the emperors. Qin Yuanbai looked at the blood rain in front of him and muttered subconsciously. The others heard this. Their expressions also became very complicated. The dusk of the emperors. Perhaps this was really the dusk of the emperors. Up until now, they did not know how many emperors and perfected immortals had fallen. Because of the formation, there was no way to see the situation on the battlefield. They only knew that the battlefield was raining blood non-stop. Only the news from the outside allowed Qin Yuanbai and the others to understand what was happening at this moment. This battle. Perhaps it was the battle that would determine the future. Boom, the Godslayer slashed out and shattered the body of an emperor. Then, the heaven list suppressed and swept all the flesh and blood into it. The battle had been going on for so long. Qin Shujian did not remember how long had passed. He was completely immersed in the slaughter. Any emperor who blocked his path was killed on the spot. Because of the law of the land. The battlefield of laws had already become a cage, an unbreakable cage. Unless Xiao Chengfeng attained the Tao and became an immortal, there was absolutely no chance of breaking the cage. More than 50 emperors. At this moment, there were more than 30 left. Among the 20 emperors, 90% of them had fallen in the hands of Qin Shujian. The rest were killed by Xiao Chengfeng and Emperor Zhao. Even if Ben Huang dies, I'll definitely make you suffer with me. An emperor's eyes were about to split open, and his body exploded with a bang. A terrifying power self-explosion. This caused the battlefield of rules to shake violently. Qin Shujian did not retreat at all. He took a step forward and faced the aftermath of the explosion. The destructive power struck him, causing his body to crumble. But very soon, a powerful regenerative force emerged from his body and healed his injuries. However, it was immediately shattered by the destructive force. The cycle continued. Towards the end, the destructive power completely disappeared. Qin Shujian did not have many injuries. He had only used up a lot of quintessential essence to repair his physical body. However, he had a dragon vein in his inner world that constantly replenished his quintessential essence. Why are you so strong? The Sword Emperor's face was filled with madness, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Why? How could someone be so strong? They were all emperors. Why was Qin Shujian so freakishly strong? Even the self-detonation of a true immortal's greatest trump card could not do anything to the other party. The Sword Emperor could barely accept it if Qin Shujian had used some other means to block it. However, Qin Shujian had used his body to block it. This was a huge blow to the Sword Emperor. It was not just the Sword Emperor. Even the other emperors were filled with a sense of powerlessness. How could they fight? How could they fight? Even self-detonation could not injure him much. Could the remaining emperors really contend against the humans? Some emperors suddenly realized. Entering the battlefield of rules to block the path was a wrong decision. If they were in the outside world and used the power of rules to resist, even if they were no match, they would not end up in such a situation. But now, in the battlefield of rules, the power of rules did not need to be borrowed. Even a true immortal could not perfectly display the strength of a true immortal, causing a large number of powerhouses to fall. However, some emperors understood. Whether they entered the battlefield of rules or not, the situation in front of them was only a matter of time. If a few more powerful true immortals were born in the human race, the myriad races would die sooner or later. Xueling Huang smiled bitterly. I didn't expect this. 200,000 years ago, we crippled the human race and forced them to retreat to the eastern continent. I thought that we could suppress the human race. In the end, 200,000 years later, the human race still has the strength to rule the world. Ben Huang hates today's result. He hated that he was not decisive enough in the past and gave the human race a chance. If he was decisive enough, he would have destroyed the entire human race the moment they walked out of the eastern continent. Then, there would not have been so many things happening. However, it was too late. The human race was already fully fledged and had the strength to rule the world. At this moment, the myriad races wanted to join forces again. There was no possibility of resisting. Xueling Huang already understood that he would not be able to escape today. However, although he regretted it, there was nothing worth saying. He took a step forward. A blood lotus bloomed under his feet. In the next moment, his body transformed into countless figures. Countless Xueling Huang figures charged toward Qin Shujian at the same time. Seeing this, Qin Shujian waved his hand and slashed out. The arc-shaped blade aura swept out in all directions like ripples. All the Xueling Huang figures were destroyed by this force and turned back into blood that merged into the sea of blood. It was also at this moment. The sea of blood flowed and arrived at Qin Shujian's feet at an unknown time. Xueling Huang suddenly emerged from below. In the blink of an eye, he was completely close to him. Boom! A destructive force erupted with a bang. With Xueling Huang and Qin Shujian as the center, it swept out and devoured the surroundings. Xueling Huang suddenly self-destructed. The expressions of all the emperors changed. In the face of the destructive aftermath, they all retreated to other places. Since the demon emperor was possessed by Barkle, Xueling Huang was the second emperor of a top clan to die. He was also the only one who died by self-destructing. Among the Blood Eldar, the originally surging providence suddenly declined. Sorrow welled up in the hearts of all the Blood Spirit clansmen. The emperor has fallen. An elder of the Blood Eldar had a sad expression on his face. As a top clan, the emperors of the Blood Eldar rarely fell by accident. Even in the battle 200,000 years ago, no emperor of the Blood Eldar had fallen. But now, Xueling Huang had fallen. In 200,000 years, the first true immortal of the Blood Eldar had fallen. The fall of the emperor. It also meant that the Blood Eldar would officially withdraw from the top clan and become an ordinary clan. Unless a second true immortal could be born. Or else, the Blood Eldar would never be able to regain its status as a top clan. However, it was extremely difficult to give birth to a second true immortal. Judging from the current situation of the 4 continents, Xueling Huang had fallen. The human race might not give the Blood Eldar a chance to develop. The emperor has fallen. What should we do now? Some mighty figures' faces were filled with grief and panic. For this, no one from the Blood Eldar gave an answer. Because no one knew what the Blood Eldar would do now. Inside the battlefield of rules, the aftermath of the destruction gradually subsided. All the emperor's gazes fell on the center of the explosion. The void there was chaotic and shattered. Even their gazes could not penetrate it. For a moment, they were not sure whether Qin Shujian had fallen or not. However, these emperors still had a glimmer of hope in their hearts. Because the powerhouse who had self-destructed was Xueling Huang, one of the top true immortals of the 4 continents. Such a powerhouse had self-destructed. Its power could be said to be destructive. It was not something an ordinary true immortal could compare to. At this moment, the cold saber aura shattered the destructive aftershock and directly bombarded one of the ruler's body. A terrifying power erupted. The emperor did not even have time to react before he was instantly destroyed by the saber energy. Then, the heaven list flew out and swept the flesh and blood into it. At the same time, a person slowly walked out of the chaotic void. With every step he took, the shattered void calmed down. Emperor Qin is not dead. An emperor moaned powerlessly. He was not dead. Could he still fight? However, they did not want to fight, but it did not mean that Qin Shujian would stop. It was just as he had said before. The battlefield of rules was sealed. Between the human race and the emperors of the 10,000 races, only one side could walk out. Qin Shujian licked his dry lips and coldly looked at the other emperors. Xueling Huang is dead. It's time for you to die. As soon as he finished, the Godslayer had already slashed out. Boom, Xiao Chengfeng was arrogant. The sky-breaking halberd shone brightly and destroyed the moonlight in the sky. The Moon Emperor coughed up blood and flew away. The Moon Emperor's original opponent was Qin Shujian. But later, Xiao Chengfeng directly attacked and blocked the Moon Emperor's attack. So, The Moon Emperor's opponent had changed from Qin Shujian to Xiao Chengfeng. Shi Ling, it's time for you to die. Xiao Chengfeng's expression was cold. The sky-breaking halberd was like the Grim Reaper's scythe, trying to harvest the Moon Emperor's character. Seeing this, the Moon Emperor's beautiful face also showed a panicked expression. Haotsang, you really don't care about old times. Benhuang left you in the past because I had no choice. I went back after that, but you had already left. Really, Haotsang, have you forgotten the days we used to spend together? The Moon Emperor could feel it. Xiao Chengfeng really wanted to kill her. So, the Moon Emperor couldn't care less about her face. Hearing this, Xiao Chengfeng was unmoved. Haotsang is dead. I am Xiao Chengfeng. Boom. The sky-breaking halberd shattered the vacuum and instantly pierced through the Moon Emperor's delicate body. The power of killing exploded. It made the Moon Emperor let out a scream, and her physical body instantly burst apart. Immediately, Xiao Chengfeng blasted out another palm, and instantly, the Moon Emperor's physical body was completely destroyed. Until the Moon Emperor completely died. His expression didn't change much. Just like what he said before, he was now Xiao Chengfeng. As for Haotsang, he had already died. Even if he got that memory, he was no longer the original Haotsang. Everything about Haotsang has already disappeared. The only one left in this world is Xiao Chengfeng. Xiao Chengfeng looked at the place where the Moon Emperor died and said softly. After saying this, he felt like something in his body had disappeared. His body suddenly relaxed, and his strength also increased. Then, Xiao Chengfeng walked forward. At this moment, he had already walked to the end of the law battlefield. There was a law monument standing there. Law monument. Xiao Chengfeng looked at the monument in front of him. He didn't leave his mark on it. Instead, he raised the sky-breaking halberd, and in the next second, he blasted the law monument. The law monument shook violently. A large number of cracks covered it. When the stele cracked, the entire battlefield was in a state of shock. Then, Xiao Chengfeng raised the sky-breaking halberd again, and the terrifying power blasted the law monument. Although the law monument was powerful, but it couldn't withstand such a powerful attack. The stone tablet, which was originally cracked, shattered with a loud bang. The law monument shattered. The entire law battlefield instantly collapsed. The law river trembled violently, and then, under everyone's shocked gaze, it directly broke into several pieces. Seeing this, Xiao Chengfeng instantly stretched out his hand and forcibly grabbed a piece of the broken law monument. Then, he opened his mouth and directly swallowed the broken law monument. Boom, devouring law monument. Heaven and earth shook. The dark red thunder calamity covered heaven and earth. Xiao Chengfeng, who fell out of the law battlefield, happened to be under the thunder calamity. Then, the thunder calamity fell. The destructive thunder calamity was mighty and mighty. Xiao Chengfeng was not afraid. He held the sky-breaking halberd and slashed at the thunder calamity. As the law battlefield shattered, the remaining emperors also instantly left the law battlefield. Leaving the law battlefield, those emperors could borrow the power of the law battlefield. In an instant, the law river surged. An emperor wrapped in endless law strength, and suppressed Qin Shujian. Facing such an attack, Qin Shujian's expression still did not change. The heavenly list blasted out in the air, forcefully shattering the power in front of him. Then, the Godslayer slashed out, splitting the emperor into two. So what if you can borrow the law battlefield? You're just an ant. The heavenly list swept out and took away the flesh and blood. Qin Shujian took a step forward and had already charged towards the other emperors. Seeing this, the other emperors did not retreat either. They all borrowed the law strength, and some even used the law monument to attack Qin Shujian. Although the law battlefield shattered, the battle was not over at all. Things had come to this point. It was no longer as simple as stopping Xiao Chengfeng from confirming the Tao. It was the last fight of the remaining powerhouses of the 10,000 races for themselves. If they succeeded, the possibility of the human race dominating the world would completely fail. If they failed, they would only die. Thousands of years had passed since they had cultivated to their current level, and they had seen through many things. Although they did not disregard life and death, they were definitely not afraid of death. Therefore, the battle was still ongoing. Terrifying power raged in the void, complementing the power of the thunder tribulation. Xiao Chengfeng was transcending the tribulation. Only Qin Shujian and Emperor Zhao were dealing with the true immortals of the 10,000 races. Although the human race also had allies to help, there were only a few true immortals. Boom, another emperor had fallen. The terrifying power spread out, causing the other emperors to pause for a moment. Qin Shujian swung his long saber and suddenly looked at the dog emperor and the others, saying, "It's enough that you can help. Leave the rest to the human race. When this matter is over, Ben Huang will reward you according to your merits." Reward according to their merit. Hearing this, the dog emperor and the others did not resist. Instead, they nodded and said, "Then we'll leave it to Emperor Qin." After that, the few true immortals immediately retreated. Looking at the true immortals in front of him, Qin Shujian said calmly, "How many can Emperor Zhao fight?" "What do you think, Emperor Qin?" "There are 13 emperors in front of us. Ben Huang will fight 10, and the rest will be left to Emperor Zhao." Qin Shujian smiled faintly. His words showed that he did not take the emperors seriously at all. After that, the energy saber slashed through the void and covered 10 of the emperors. The moment Qin Shujian attacked, Emperor Zhao held the nameless stone spear in his hand and charged toward the remaining 3 emperors. At this moment, more than 50 emperors, 2/3 of them had fallen. The remaining emperors had consumed a lot of energy. Although they could borrow the power of their own laws after leaving the battlefield, in terms of true strength, they were still far from Qin Shujian. The rule monument pressed down. Qin Shujian controlled the heaven list to suppress it. When the two collided, the void immediately collapsed. Under the heaven list, the human race's destiny was vast. Then, he stepped into the void, and the Godslayer revealed a shocking sharpness. The target of the attack. It was the Sword Emperor. After being targeted by the Godslayer, the Sword Emperor found that the surrounding space had become condensed. It was impossible for him to dodge. Seeing this, he simply stopped retreating. The rule of Sword Dao vibrated, and a vast power condensed in his hand. A shocking divine weapon suddenly appeared out of thin air. The moment the divine weapon appeared, the swords of the 4 great continents vibrated. Most of the cultivators found that the long swords in their hands were out of control and flew toward the sky. This scene, it was as if thousands of swords were paying homage to the sect. "I am the Sword Emperor, the Emperor of Swords." The Sword Emperor shouted angrily. Countless long swords gathered in the divine weapon in his hand. The next moment, the divine weapon suddenly slashed out. Countless sword cries gathered together and turned into a long cry that shook heaven and earth. A 10,000-foot-long energy sword shot out. Heaven and earth and the void were reduced to dust. Then, under the gaze of all the cultivators, the energy sword collided with the energy saber. The aftermath of the destruction spread. The energy sword shattered in the middle, and countless long sword fragments scattered in the sky. The energy saber did not stop. It directly swept past the Sword Emperor's body and split his body into 2. Terrifying power. It completely obliterated the Sword Emperor's physical body and spirit. The moment blood rained down. The 2 broken swords that had lost their divine light fell from the sky. Qin Shujian waved his hand, and a surge of energy swept out and put away the 2 broken swords. In the territory of the sword race, 10,000 swords cried sorrowfully. The fall of the Sword Emperor caused a much greater commotion than the fall of the other emperors. In the 10,000 race battlefield, Test Genfeng, who was breaking through, suddenly felt his aura shake. Then, he opened his tightly closed eyes. Just now, he suddenly came to a realization. The Sword Emperor has fallen. As a Sword Dao expert, Test Genfeng could feel the sorrowful cry of the Sword Dao. It was a symbol of the fall of a supreme expert. During this period of time, Test Genfeng had always set the Sword Emperor as his goal. In fact, he was even prepared to challenge the Sword Emperor personally when his cultivation level was high enough in the future. However, Test Jianfeng did not expect that the Sword Emperor would fall before he could grow to the point where he could challenge a perfected immortal. He felt a little regretful. However, this regret soon disappeared. Because the Sword Emperor had already fallen, there was no need to think too much. Although there was no one ahead, if he really wanted to climb to the peak, there was no need for someone to stop him. As early as when an emperor had fallen. In the 10,000 races battlefield, some forces immediately mobilized their troops and charged toward the human territory. To them, the emperor had already fallen, and it was unknown whether the race would still have hope in the future. Since that was the case, they might as well drag the human race down with them. It was not a loss to kill a human. It was a great profit to kill 2 humans. Of course, not all races dared to be so decisive. However, even if some of them joined forces and erupted with power, it was enough to make the human race fear them. Therefore, the reinforcements of the human race had also arrived. While the emperors were fighting, a great battle also broke out in the 10,000 races battlefield. In the 4 continents, Xiao Chengfeng was transcending the tribulation, and the lightning was vast. However, outside the lightning, it was raining blood. When the last emperor fell, Qin Shujian controlled the heaven list and swept the other party's flesh and blood into it. Then, he put away the heaven list and stood in the void with his saber. On the other side, Emperor Zhao had also killed the 3 emperors. He was already extremely powerful, and with the help of the nameless stone spear, his strength was even more terrifying. The 3 emperors were not weak. However, in front of Emperor Zhao, they were completely not enough. At this point, apart from a few Emperor Realm True Immortals, all the other Emperor Realm True Immortals of the myriad races had fallen. Blood rained down. It seemed to have dyed the entire ground red. At this moment, all living beings fell into silence. Only the thunder tribulation bombarded. It was the only sound that existed in the world. It's time to transcend the tribulation. Qin Shujian's gaze fell on Xiao Chengfeng. At this moment, the other party was already bathing in the sea of lightning. The dark red thunder tribulation was filled with a destructive aura. No one had ever done it before. When one attained the Tao and became an immortal, they would shatter their rule monument. No one had ever been attacked by the thunder tribulation when they attained the Tao. That was because of the Great Wide World's Tao attainment method. It was completely different from Xiao Chengfeng's Tao attainment method. However, only Qin Shujian knew. The thunder tribulation that Xiao Chengfeng was transcending now was called the Immortal Ascension Tribulation. It was a tribulation that the powerhouses of the first, second, and third eras would encounter when they attained the Immortal Ascension. When the mighty power returns to one's body, it's equivalent to depriving the world of its power. To achieve this step, the first test is whether the physical body can bear the laws. The thunder tribulation is the second test. If you can't transcend the thunder tribulation, you'll die. Qin Shujian's gaze did not move, nor did he have any intention of interfering. Because of the Immortal Ascension Tribulation, no one was allowed to interfere. Otherwise, the heavens and earth would send down the thunder tribulation of the laws, wiping out everyone involved. Strictly speaking, the physical body bearing the laws and the mighty power returning to one's body was equivalent to a thief stealing the power of the world. Facing such a cultivator, normally, the world would directly send down the thunder tribulation and turn him into ashes. However, all living beings had a chance of survival, even the thief of the world. Therefore, the Immortal Ascension Tribulation appeared. Qin Shujian was not sure now whether Xiao Chengfeng had a chance of transcending the Immortal Ascension Tribulation. However, in his opinion, Xiao Chengfeng was the last person who had the hope of transcending the Immortal Ascension Tribulation among all the cultivators in the Great Wide World. What if even the other party failed? That would prove that the path of the Third Era was completely unsuitable for the current era. On the other side, Emperor Zhao's face was also solemn. He did not know about the existence of the Immortal Ascension Tribulation, but he could understand how terrifying the Thunder Tribulation was. Emperor Qin, do you think Xiao Chengfeng can transcend the Thunder Tribulation? The Immortal Ascension Tribulation is a test of the world, so there's naturally a chance of survival. Brother Xiao is extremely powerful, so he should be able to transcend it. Qin Shujian shook his head and gave an ambiguous answer. Immortal Ascension Tribulation. Emperor Zhao's expression changed slightly. That name was very unfamiliar to him. However, it was surprising that Qin Shujian knew about it. In the void, Xiao Chengfeng was enduring the Thunder Tribulation. Qin Shujian and Emperor Zhao retreated a distance to avoid being affected by the Immortal Ascension Tribulation, but they did not leave either. At the same time, in the 4 continents, all the races were terrified. All the Emperor-level perfected immortals had fallen. In the world, no other race could compete with the human race. No one knew. What would the human race plan to do next? Would they completely destroy all the races, or would they absorb all the races and imitate the actions of the ancient demon emperor and the ancient emperor of heaven? If it was the former, there was absolutely no way out for all the races. If it was the latter, there was a chance of survival. Because of this uneasy feeling, all the races were shrouded in fear. All the emperor-level perfected immortals of all the races have fallen, and the human race is now the strongest race. If the human race wants to destroy all the races, what should we do? Inside the Gold Eldar, Ji Mang looked terrified. After all the Gold Eldar's powerful figures had fallen, he was the only Gold Eldar elder. In the main hall, other than him, only Gold Ling Huang was sitting on the main seat. Compared to Ji Mang's fear, Gold Ling Huang's expression was much calmer. However, when one looked at him seriously, one could still see the fear in his eyes. After a while, Gold Ling Huang said slowly, "The human race shouldn't completely destroy all the races since the emperor-level perfected immortals have fallen. In Ban Huang's opinion, the human race is most likely trying to imitate the ancient times. In the ancient times, the human race established the heavenly court and ruled all the races in the world. Now that the human race was the only one in the world, they already had the capital to establish the heavenly court. As for when they destroyed all the races, Gold Ling Huang was not too worried. Because the current 4 continents were already different from the previous 4 continents. Outside the world, there were void demons besieging them. They wanted to attack the world at all times and plunder the source of the upper-class world. And the mystic realms that the myriad races had were equivalent to controlling the lifeblood of the upper-class world. If the human race really wanted to exterminate them, then there would definitely be races who would shatter the mystic realms and let all the void demons in. When that time came, everyone would really die together. So, Gold Ling Huang was sure that the human race would not exterminate the myriad races. And as long as there was a glimmer of hope, the myriad races did not perish together with the human race. In this way, the greatest possibility for the human race was similar to establishing the ancient heavenly court to rule over the cultivators of the myriad races. Hearing this, Ji Mang's heart also relaxed a little. As long as they did not exterminate the myriad races. After all, no one wanted to die. It was naturally a good thing to have room for maneuver. The demon race. Sai Hanhai had already proven his Tao and become an immortal, but there was no joy on his face. There was a bitter taste in his mouth. He had never expected that the human race would kill all the perfected immortals. But it had already happened, and there was no way to undo it. At this point, Sai Hanhai finally understood what was going on. If the human race wants to rule the myriad races in the world, I'm afraid the demon race won't be able to stay out of it. He smiled bitterly in his heart. He had thought that after becoming an immortal, the demon race could officially participate in the competition of the world. In the end, before the competition even began, the myriad races in the world were wiped out by the human race. The current demon race. It was equivalent to a cultivator who had just cultivated and was preparing to go out and explore, but as soon as he went out, he met the top experts. That kind of sadness. Sai Hanhai was the only one who could understand it. However, he was also clear in his heart. With the current power of the human race, it was impossible for the demon race to resist. Even if he had become an immortal, the result would be the same. If the human race could kill all the emperor-level perfected immortals of the myriad races, then he, the demon race's emperor, would not be a problem. Sai Hanhai knew that he was not weak. But compared to the emperors of the human race, the difference was not ordinary. Boom boom boom. The lightning tribulation of heaven and earth continued. It had been 2 days since the immortal ascension tribulation descended. In these 2 days, Xiao Chengfeng was still fighting in the lightning tribulation. As strong as Xiao Chengfeng, who had not been injured much when facing the emperors in the battlefield, was now under the lightning tribulation. He was severely injured. But until now, there was no sign of the lightning tribulation weakening or stopping. The immortal ascension tribulation can last 3 days or 7 days if it is weak. It all depends on Xiao Chengfeng's luck. Qin Shujian shook his head secretly. For now, Xiao Chengfeng's situation was not good. But as the reincarnation of immortal Lord Haotsang, he should have other means. Soon, another 2 days passed. At this time, Xiao Chengfeng was severely injured, but the power of the lightning tribulation was slowly weakening. Another day passed. The lightning tribulation dispersed. Between heaven and earth, rays of light fell, covering Xiao Chengfeng. Bathed in the rays of light, his damaged body recovered in an instant, and it began to undergo a powerful transformation. Passing the immortal ascension tribulation, there is a gift from heaven and earth. It seems that this era can also walk the same path as before. Seeing this, Qin Shujian was relieved. The rays of light fell. It was to help Xiao Chengfeng transform his immortal body. In other words, he had succeeded in passing the tribulation. To Qin Shujian, the path of the third era could be walked in this era, which was a good thing. Because the system of the third era would be more powerful. If he could walk in this era, he wanted to cultivate a group of experts. But just as this thought came to his mind, Qin Shujian was not ready to implement it yet. The rays of light lasted for half a day, and soon disappeared. The moment the rays of light disappeared, a vast power spread out, and instantly swept across the 4 continents. Then, the golden flowers and golden lotuses that symbolized the success of the Tao validation had appeared again. At this moment, the human race officially had the 4th true immortal. Xiao Chengfeng flew to Qin Shujian and Zhao Zhao, and cupped his hands to thank them. Thank you for your help, human emperors, for allowing me to succeed in the Tao validation. After that, he bowed deeply. He had to thank them for their help in becoming an immortal. If Qin Shujian and Zhao Huang did not help him, Xiao Chengfeng knew that he would not have succeeded in the face of the other human emperors. After straightening up, Xiao Chengfeng bowed to Qin Shujian alone again. This bow was to thank him again for enlightening him. If Qin Shujian did not tell him the path he wanted to walk, Xiao Chengfeng would not have known that the path he wanted to walk was the path of the physical body bearing the laws. Only when the physical body could bear the laws. Xiao Chengfeng finally understood. How big was the gap between people who had achieved immortal ascension this way and those who had achieved immortal ascension through the traditional path? Although he had only taken a fragment of the laws and integrated it into his physical body. However, as long as he spent time, the broken laws could slowly open up a path for him. When that time came, his own strength would also become stronger as the rules became stronger. More importantly, after the great power returned to his body, the cultivator would not have any obvious shortcomings. Unlike other cultivators. If the law monument was damaged, his strength would also decline. If the law monument was broken, he would fall from the true immortal level. As for his current state, Xiao Chengfeng did not understand it very well. Right now, he needed some time to slowly familiarize himself with his own strength. Because it was a new path. Therefore, even if he had the memories of immortal Lord Haotsang, it would not be of much help to Xiao Chengfeng now. Facing his big bow, Qin Shujian and Zhao Huang accepted it calmly. However, Zhao Huang was curious about. Xiao Chengfeng bowed twice to Qin Shujian. Of course, he did not ask about this curiosity. Instead, he smiled and said, Patriarch Xiao has achieved immortal ascension. The human race now officially has 4 true immortals. Congratulations. In Zhao Huang's opinion, Qin Shujian must have achieved immortal ascension. However, the immortal ascension path he took should be different from the traditional path. At first, he did not think about this. However, after seeing Xiao Chengfeng's unique way of achieving immortal ascension, Zhao Huang naturally thought about it. There was no vision of heaven and earth. It was because Qin Shujian did not take the ordinary path to immortal ascension. It was also because of this that he was able to catch the other emperors off guard and let the human race win. After that, Emperor Zhao looked at Qin Shujian and said in a deep voice, "The emperors have all fallen. Emperor Qin, you must have expected this. What are you going to do next?" In Zhao Huang's opinion, what should the human race do? Qin Shujian did not answer but asked a question instead. Hearing this, Zhao Huang shook his head. Ben Huang is only the emperor of the human race. Just like the ancient Emperor Xia, I only want the human race to prosper forever. As long as what you do is beneficial to the human race, Ben Huang will not oppose it. In other words, it was already very obvious. Xiao Chengfeng, who was on the side, did not say anything at this moment. Because the people who were talking, they were the two emperors of the human race. What they said would also determine the future of the human race. Although he had achieved immortal ascension, he was still below the emperor in terms of status. Or rather, no one in the human race could be on equal footing with the emperor of the human race. His gaze fell on Zhao Huang. Qin Shujian did not reply. Zhao Huang followed the rules of the human race. Just like what the other party said, his purpose was for the human race to prosper forever. This was true. At this moment, his face was solemn and he seemed to be thinking about something. After a while, Qin Shujian said slowly, "A month later, Ben Huang will hold a meeting of the 10,000 races in the east city of the human race. At that time, all the emperors of the 10,000 races must come. Anyone who disobeys will be exterminated. P.S. I'm about to fall out of the top 3. Please vote for me." Support the original Chijian Chinese Network, app Chijian Book, I'm really decent. Chapter 714. A month later. East City of the Human Clan. The emperors of the various clans had to attend the meeting of the myriad clans. Otherwise, their clans would be exterminated. The news spread. The various clans received it immediately. Regarding this, many of the clans felt relieved for the time being. Since there was a meeting of the myriad clans, that proved that the humans would not directly destroy the myriad clans. In this way, the other clans would not be ruthless enough to perish together with the humans. After all, it was the inheritance of a clan. It had existed since the birth of heaven and earth. If they were really destroyed, not everyone could make up their minds. The meeting of the myriad clans. After receiving the news, Sai Hanhai's expression was complicated. He knew. The meeting of the myriad clans that Qin Shujian mentioned should be different from the previous two. In the previous two meetings of the myriad clans, the demons were not involved. But this time was different. Sai Hanhai knew that the myriad clans that Qin Shujian mentioned included the demons. If the demons did not participate, even if he had some old ties with the humans, he would probably be destroyed by the humans. More importantly, the demons did not have a secret realm now, nor did they have any means to protect themselves. As for after breaking through to the perfected immortal realm, Sai Hanhai already had the ability to open a secret realm, but he did not dare to do so now. Because the opening of a secret realm, it would definitely open a temporary gap in the barrier of heaven and earth. The demons of the void were now watching outside. If there was a problem with the barrier of heaven and earth, they would definitely be attracted in. Therefore, Sai Hanhai did not have a way to open a secret realm for the time being. The meeting of the myriad clans. It seems that the humans really want to imitate the ancient emperor of heaven and open a new heavenly court. No, maybe it's not the humans who want to build a heavenly court, but that Emperor Qin. Sai Hanhai's eyes were deep. Although he did not have much contact with Qin Shujian, he knew a lot about him. Soon, Sai Hanhai put away his thoughts. He had just broken through to the perfected immortal realm and still needed to consolidate his realm. A month's time. It was also a good opportunity for him to consolidate his realm. Eastern continent. In the courtyard, Qin Shujian and Xiao Chengfeng sat opposite each other. Brother Xiao has officially stepped into the true immortal realm. His strength is probably already comparable to a fourth heaven immortal. Qin Shujian's gaze fell on him as if he wanted to see through him. With the physical body bearing the laws, Brother Xiao can be considered to have opened up a path that you can take in the Great Thousand Realms. In the future, when you reach the peak, you have a high chance of breaking through the laws. Qin Shi Huang, you seem to be very familiar with the path that I am taking now. Xiao Chengfeng also had a curious look on his face. The path he had taken. No one should have walked through it before. However, looking at Qin Shujian's current situation, it seemed that Qin Shujian was very familiar with his path, even more familiar than himself. Qin Shujian said, Brother Xiao is not the only one who has walked the path of the physical body bearing the laws. There were people who walked it before Brother Xiao. However, most of those who walked this path failed. In other words, he had perished in the great calamity. After all, one would definitely encounter the immortal ascension tribulation once the physical body attained the Tao. How could the immortal ascension tribulation be so easy to overcome? You should know how powerful the immortal ascension tribulation is when you went through it, right? That thunder tribulation is called the immortal tribulation. Xiao Chengfeng understood in his heart. Originally, he did not know that he had to go through a tribulation to become an immortal, let alone that the tribulation that he was going through was called the immortal ascension tribulation. However, it was just as Qin Shujian had said. The immortal ascension tribulation was indeed powerful and terrifying. The power of that thunder tribulation was already comparable to that of a third heaven immortal. It was only because one's strength was strong enough that one could safely go through the thunder tribulation. If it were other heavenly beings, there would be no way for them to survive. Even in the ancient times, there were not many heavenly beings who could go through the immortal ascension tribulation. Among these heavenly beings, it was even more impossible to have the strength of a third heaven immortal while in the heavenly being stage. Therefore, Xiao Chengfeng was also somewhat skeptical about Qin Shujian's words. Perhaps there were people who had walked this path before him, but they had all perished in the immortal ascension tribulation. As for why Qin Shujian knew, it should have something to do with his opportunity. Everyone had secrets. Xiao Chengfeng was not too surprised by this. Since you know about it, then you should know about the path that I will walk in the future, right? I know a little. Qin Shujian nodded slightly, then picked up the teacup and took a sip. Then he said, actually, the path that you are walking now has a unified name. It is called the sanctification of the physical body. The sanctification of the physical body means that the physical body carries the rules, allowing the mortal body to undergo a perfect transformation. After going through the immortal ascension tribulation, it is only the beginning of the sanctification of the physical body. When your rules are stronger, your physical body will be stronger as well. When it reaches the extreme, your physical body will become a sanctification. At that time, you will be affected by karma but not be affected by it, and you will be immortal even after going through thousands of tribulations. If you can do this, then you are truly qualified. Be affected by karma but not be affected by it. Be immortal even after going through thousands of tribulations. Xiao Chengfeng's pupils suddenly shrank, and even his breathing slowed down by half a beat. 2 simple sentences. This caused him to be greatly shaken. Xiao Chengfeng suddenly realized that what Qin Shujian knew seemed to be different from what he had guessed. Even in the ancient times, there were people who walked the path of the sanctification of the physical body, but they were definitely not too strong. If there were really experts who had reached that step, it was impossible that there were no traces left behind. Similarly, if one had not reached that step, no one could say that one could be untainted by karma, or be immortal after going through thousands of tribulations. Because one had not reached that level. That was something that could never be understood. Sanctification of the physical body, is it really possible to reach that level? Xiao Chengfeng seemed to be asking himself, but also asking himself. He did not know if what Qin Shujian said was true or false, but he had a hunch. If it was really possible to reach that step, perhaps it would be above the rules that he had been searching for. Thinking of this, Xiao Chengfeng took a deep look at Qin Shujian. There were some things that did not need to be asked, it was enough for them to understand each other. Qin Shujian said with a faint smile, when your physical body becomes a sanctification, you will naturally understand. After that, he also added in his heart, sanctification of the physical body naturally exists, but whether you can reach that step depends on yourself. Even in the third era, there were only a few supreme beings who could achieve sanctification of the physical body. One era. More than hundreds of millions of years. There were countless experts, but those who could really reach that step were like sand being washed away by waves. These words, Qin Shujian did not tell Xiao Chengfeng, because sometimes, knowing too much was not necessarily a good thing. However, in his heart, he also had certain expectations for Xiao Chengfeng. After all, in the current era, the path of sanctification of the physical body had not appeared at all. The other party could comprehend it on his own. To a certain extent, his talent was already terrifyingly powerful. Such a person. It was very likely that he could reach the sanctification of the physical body. The topic stopped from the sanctification of the physical body. Xiao Chengfeng suddenly changed the topic. Now, except for the allies of the human clan, all the true immortals of the 10,000 races have fallen. In the 4 major continents, except for the Death Sea domain and Heavenly Abyss, there are no other forces that can stop the human clan. And those 2 places are equivalent to cages. Even if there are experts there, there is no way to get out. After that, Xiao Chengfeng took a sip of tea and moistened his throat. Then, he said seriously, after 1,000,000 years, the human clan has completely walked out of the haze of weakness. Emperor Qin must have a plan. Brother Xiao, what do you think Ben Huang should do? Establish the heavenly court and unify the 10,000 races. Xiao Chengfeng said word by word. In the current situation, the most appropriate thing for the human clan to do was to establish the heavenly court and unify the 10,000 races. In this way, the human clan would be able to integrate all the forces of the 10,000 races. In time, they would slowly erase the barriers and influence between the 10,000 races, and slowly make the human clan the leader. Under the subtle influence, the human clan would stand out from the 10,000 races and become a supreme being. It was not impossible for the 10,000 races in the world to belong to the human clan. However, Xiao Chengfeng also knew that to reach that step, it was not something that could be done in a short time. The Emperor of Heaven had spent so many tens of thousands of years, but in the end, he did not really succeed. Qin Shujian wanted to achieve this step, and the time he spent would not be much less than the Emperor of Heaven. But the problem was, there was not much time left for the Great Thousand World. Not to mention tens of thousands of years. Not even hundreds of thousands of years. From Xiao Chengfeng's point of view, the human tribe only had a few decades of time left. A few decades of time. It was impossible to dilute the existence of the 10,000 races and make the human clan the leader. Even if the heavenly court was established, they could only use the power of the heavenly court to forcefully integrate the 10,000 races. But even so, it was already a good thing to be able to integrate the forces of the 10,000 races. Establish the heavenly court and unify the 10,000 races, Qin Shujian whispered to himself, and then smiled. The 10,000 races in the world have been in civil war for too long. Even if the 10,000 races battlefield is opened, it is only a buffer. Now that there are external threats such as the void demons and the demon abyss, if there are internal problems, it is almost impossible to fight against the great calamity. Internal injustice. How to pacify the external chaos. Whether it was to deal with the void demons or the upcoming demon abyss, it was not something that could be done with scattered forces. Establish the heavenly court. Unify the 10,000 races. This was the only way out for the 4 continents. Xiao Chengfeng could understand. Qin Shujian naturally understood too. 1 month was a buffer period for both sides. After all, many emperors had fallen, and it would take some time for the various races to have another emperor to succeed the throne. After the 2 chatted for a while, Xiao Chengfeng got up and left. The main purpose of his visit this time was to have a good chat with Qin Shujian about the path he had taken. Short name, Dao discussion. From Qin Shujian's mouth. Xiao Chengfeng also got the information he wanted. To this, he had no other purpose. As for the heavenly court, Xiao Chengfeng did not want to interfere too much. Just like in the ancient times, he did not want to be the human emperor, nor did he want to be the emperor of heaven. He only wanted to find out where the peak of cultivation was. Embarking on the path of physical sanctification, Xiao Chengfeng already saw the opportunity to break through the limits of his previous life. After Xiao Chengfeng left, Qin Shujian transmitted a message, and then his mind entered the inner world. Outside the courtyard, Niu Dali, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly woke up from his deep sleep. Before he could react, a sentence sounded in his ears. Ben Huang is going to be in seclusion for a while, and do not let anyone disturb him. If Ben Huang does not come out in a month, you have to come in and wake Ben Huang up. After digesting the message, Niu Dali's bullface was filled with distress. Qin Shujian was in seclusion and did not let anyone disturb him. This was not a difficult thing. But what really troubled him was, if Ben Huang did not come out in a month, he had to go and wake him up. A month was not a short time, but it was not a long time either. Niu Dali was also worried that he would accidentally fall asleep when he was sleeping. If he really overslept, he was sure that Qin Shujian would skin him alive if he did that. Sigh, I can't sleep properly again. A certain green bull sighed. If he could not oversleep, the easiest way was to not sleep. But for Niu Dali, not sleeping was as uncomfortable as killing him. Of course, if he had to choose between life and sleep, Niu Dali would still choose the former. After all, sleep was precious, but life was more precious. In the inner world, at this time, the spiritual energy was much thinner. That was because most of the spiritual energy had been consumed in the previous battle. If it was not for the existence of the dragon vein, even the inner world would be damaged. However, and because of the existence of the dragon vein, although the spiritual energy in the inner world was severely damaged, it was recovering bit by bit. The moment he entered the inner world, Qin Shujian went to take a look at Zhenmu. Well, that giant tree had grown a little taller, but other than that, there were not many changes. He was not in a hurry. After all, it was not so easy to give birth to spiritual wisdom. Leaving Zhenmu's range, Qin Shujian came to the original place where the dragon vein was born. Now the dragon vein was vast and had crossed the entire inner world. But no matter how powerful the dragon vein was, it had its origin. Similarly, the spiritual energy at the origin of the dragon vein was the richest. It seemed to have sensed Qin Shujian's arrival. There was a faint dragon roar coming from the ground, cheering and jumping. Immediately, Qin Shujian's thoughts moved, and the heaven list appeared in his hands. Until now, he suddenly remembered that the supreme treasure that recognized its master could also enter the inner world. So, now Qin Shujian recalled the scene where he swallowed the spiritual vein, and there was an awkward look on his face. Fortunately, no one saw it at that time. He calmed himself down. Then, the heaven list shook, and the flesh and blood of many emperors fell from it. Rumble. Terrifying power was emitted from the flesh and blood. Then, there was an angry roar coming from the flesh and blood, as if there was an indestructible powerhouse roaring inside. In an instant, heaven and earth shook. Even the dragon vein below was emitting a sense of fear. The flesh and blood of a true immortal. It contained an endless amount of energy. Even though the true immortal had already fallen, the natural residual power was still incomparably terrifying. A drop of blood. Suppressing an ordinary celestial was not a joke. A piece of a true immortal's flesh and blood was enough to kill an ordinary almighty. Moreover, the heaven list gathered the flesh and blood of dozens of true immortals. With such a vast amount of power piled up together, it was naturally terrifying to the extreme. The dragon vein had not grown to a certain extent yet. In the face of such power, one would feel fear. Destroy. Qin Shujian's gaze turned cold, and he directly pressed out with his palm. Instantly, all the roars were forcefully extinguished by him. Even the power that spread out from the flesh and blood of a true immortal was suppressed. When you were alive, Ben Huang could kill all of you, let alone just some flesh and blood. How dare you try to overturn the heavens? Qin Shujian sneered. He could kill a living true immortal at will. What was there to be afraid of with some true immortal flesh and blood? After suppressing the flesh and blood, soon, his mind was integrated with the power of heaven and earth. Then, Qin Shujian transformed into the ruler of heaven and earth. A terrifying power came from the void, and then it included all the flesh and blood. Not long after, wisps of mysterious energy were being extracted from the flesh and blood that were being wrapped up. As the mysterious power was extracted, the mother river that spanned across the sky also trembled slightly. The river water rose and fell. It was as if something was being born. After an unknown amount of time, the river water shook and forked, and a small tributary appeared. Then, the tributary that was only 1 foot wide and 2 feet long grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a few breaths, it had already become 2 feet wide and 5 feet long. Moreover, it did not stop. Just as the tributary was growing, a new tributary was opened up in the mother river. Behind, tributary after tributary was opened up. The entire heaven and earth expanded crazily. And while Qin Shujian was refining the power of the flesh and blood, the blood that flowed down kept dripping onto the ground and was absorbed by the dragon vein below. Roar. The dragon roar that shook heaven and earth resounded. The dragon vein also expanded along with the heaven and earth on its original foundation. At this moment, new rules were being born. The heaven and earth were expanding. The dragon vein was extending. At the same time, Qin Shujian's own power was also steadily increasing. But he did not care so much now. All his attention was on the flesh and blood of the true immortals, constantly controlling the power of heaven and earth to refine it. If he wanted to increase the rules of his inner world, the fastest way was to seize the rule monument. But the problem was, he had killed so many true immortals before, but he did not see anyone leave behind the rule monument. Therefore, Qin Shujian could only find a compromise. The flesh and blood of a true immortal had been tempered by the power of the rules. Otherwise, there was no way to transform into an immortal body. Similarly, because of the power of the rules, all the flesh and blood of a true immortal contained the power of the rules. It was just a matter of how strong or weak it was. Although there was no way to be like a physical sage, where the body was equivalent to the rules, it was still contaminated with a lot of the power of the rules. So, as long as he refined the flesh and blood of a true immortal, Qin Shujian could extract the weak power of the rules from it. For the inner world, it did not need a complete set of rules. As long as there was enough power to breed a seed of rules, that would be enough. This was also why Qin Shujian would collect the flesh and blood of a true immortal. But unfortunately, there were more than 50 true immortals, and he only collected the flesh and blood of 40 true immortals. The remaining few true immortals basically died in the hands of Emperor Zhao and Xiao Chengfeng. In addition to the tragic battle at that time, Qin Shujian did not have extra time to snatch the flesh and blood of other true immortals. However, the flesh and blood of true immortals that he had collected was enough for him. The refining time passed very quickly. Qin Shujian was already completely immersed in it. Another long period of time passed. The mother stream of rules became even more vast, and the power that it emitted also became stronger. At the same time, many tributaries had been opened in the mother stream. Among them, the largest tributary was already 50 to 60 feet wide and hundreds of feet long, completely exceeding the original 5 rules. After the last bit of flesh and blood was refined, the expansion of heaven and earth gradually stopped. His mind left the core of heaven and earth and reappeared in the inner world. All of a sudden, the situation of the entire inner world poured into Qin Shujian's mind. Heaven and earth has expanded by 50 million miles. Although there is still no way to compare with the great wide world, it is already half the size of Baiyun Mansion. More importantly, the original 5 rules of heaven and earth have increased to 48. A smile appeared on Qin Shujian's face. The more rules of heaven and earth there were, the more perfect heaven and earth would be. The perfection of heaven and earth. It also proved that there would be fewer loopholes, and the operation would be more perfect. His power would also become stronger. When the inner world was just born, it was just a small world. Then, it should be at the middle stage of the small world now. In other words, his cultivation base had already advanced once again from its original level. Although it was just a step forward, Qin Shujian was already very satisfied. Because when the small world was just born, his strength had already reached the level of a 4th level immortal. Now that the small world had entered the middle stage, his strength had also reached the level of a 5th level immortal. As long as he broke through the medium world, his strength would naturally enter the ranks of the upper 3 levels of true immortals. As for what stage of strength he was at, Qin Shujian could only judge based on his inner world. Because the path he walked was a new path that he opened up himself, there was not much to learn about the limits of his strength and realm. It is said that there are 3,000 rules in heaven and earth. In fact, there are far more than that. If I want to rely on myself to comprehend them one by one, it will take too long. The best way is to give birth to living beings in heaven and earth. Then, the living beings of heaven and earth will have an epiphany on their own. From then on, suitable rules will be born from heaven and earth. Qin Shujian's thoughts were running wild. Swallowing more than 40 emperor's rules only allowed him to break through a small level in the end. Such an increase. In fact, it was not considered small. After all, the strongest emperor was only at the level of a 1st level immortal. The power of more than 40 1st level immortals was probably not comparable to that of a 5th level immortal. Therefore, to be able to transform from a 4th level immortal to a 5th level immortal, his strength had increased by a lot. However, the problem that the great wide world was facing now was not something that a 5th level immortal could solve. In fact, even a true immortal of the upper 3 levels could not do anything. Dao fruit. Even if I don't use the Dao fruit, I need to at least be at the half-step Dao fruit realm. Qin Shujian set a small goal for himself. Before the arrival of the demon abyss, his strength had to be at the half-step Dao fruit realm. When dealing with the void demons, his strength had to reach the level of an upper 3 levels true immortal. The former, he gave himself 30 years. As for the latter, he only gave himself 10 to 20 years. It could be said that this time was very tight. However, Qin Shujian had the memories of the 3rd era after all, so he had some confidence in his heart. Not long after, Qin Shujian retreated from his inner world. When his divine thought returned to his physical body, a powerful force surged out of his body. However, this force emerged. It only appeared in his physical body and did not cause any power to spread. Because after the development of his inner world, Qin Shujian's physical body had reached a perfect level. In other words, it was returning to his original state. At this level, as long as he did not deliberately reveal his strength, no one would be able to see through it. Unless, it was an existence on the same level as Qin Shujian's life source. In other words, it required at least a Dao fruit realm expert. He simply pinched his fingers. Qin Shujian knew how much time he had spent. There are still about 10 days before the meeting of the myriad races. That should be enough. Then, he took out the communication jade talisman that had been vibrating for a long time from the heaven list. Originally, the communication jade talisman had been ringing, but Qin Shujian was too lazy to pay attention to it. Now, the human race was the dominant race in the 4 continents. Even if something really happened, it would not be too big of a deal. With Emperor Zhao and the others, it was enough to completely deal with the matter. Until now, when his matter was almost settled, Qin Shujian had the time to care about other things. In an instant. Then, he read the information inside. The matter was similar to what Qin Shujian had guessed. It was all about the 10,000 races battlefield. Many races joined forces to attack the human race. As for what happened later, the other races wanted to take advantage of the human race. Some of the neutral races directly attacked and joined forces with the Human Race Alliance army to destroy all the enemy forces. The matter was not big. Qin Shujian did not pay too much attention to it. It was just that the communication jade talisman reminded him of the 10,000 races battlefield. The 10,000 races battlefield exists only to buffer the conflicts between the races. There is no need for it to exist now. The emperors had fallen. There was no need for the 10,000 races battlefield to exist. In just a few years, since the opening of the 10,000 races battlefield, countless creatures had fallen there. At this moment, Qin Shujian could already sense that the divine weapon he had personally forged had become extremely powerful. Even the current heaven list, compared to the 10,000 tribes battlefield, it was still inferior. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian sat in his original position without moving at all. 2 hours later, he finally snapped out of his thoughts. Ask Zheng Fang and the others to come and see Ben Huang. Qin Shujian turned his gaze towards the courtyard. There was a green ox standing there like a guard. Surprisingly, Niu Dali did not sleep. He was also curious. But he did not think too much and directly sent a message over. Outside the courtyard, Niu Dali's calm face froze for a moment. Then, he transformed into a human and walked down the mountain. Half a day later, there were already many people in the courtyard. Among them were Zheng Fang, Shu Yuanming, and other elders of the Yuan sect. There were also Zhong Ergu and other members of the Cold Mountain village. Something worth mentioning was, after awakening the memories of the Third Era, Qin Shujian already understood the existence of Zhong Ergu and the others. Just like other creatures that were born in heaven and earth. Zhong Ergu and the others. They were also creatures that were born in heaven and earth. But the difference was, because of the rules of heaven and earth, Zhong Ergu and the others had absolute loyalty to him. Such loyalty. As long as the great wide world was not destroyed, there would basically be no changes, let alone thoughts of betrayal. Although it seemed unreasonable, it was the rules of heaven and earth. The rules of the great wide world were like this. Everything had to operate according to the rules. Any existence that went against the rules, either they had surpassed the rules or they were destroyed by the rules. But there were only 8 people left in the original Cold Mountain village. The rest had all died in several battles. In addition to the elders of the various branches, there were a total of 37 people in the courtyard. Emperor Qin, 37 people bowed. Their voices were orderly and powerful. Dispense with the formalities. Thank you, Emperor Qin. Everyone stood up. Their expressions remained calm. They were puzzled as to why Qin Shujian had asked them to come here at this time. However, no one asked too much. Looking at the people in front of him, Qin Shujian said slowly, Benhuang began in Cold Mountain Village. Everyone here has paid a lot to be able to reach today's level. Strictly speaking, you are all Benhuang's trusted subordinates. As one of us, Benhuang will never treat you unfairly. As soon as he finished speaking, the scene was still quiet. Only a portion of the people had a hint of excitement on their faces. At this point, anyone who didn't know the purpose of this visit would be a fool. Qin Shujian said, in Benhuang's opinion, naturally, I hope that you can become immortals. In the future tribulation, only true immortals are qualified to have enough say. Now, there are 3 paths in front of you. The first is the traditional path, which is to cultivate the heaven and earth Tao-seeking scripture and break through to true immortal in the ordinary way. The second is the path of physical sanctification. Benhuang can teach you supreme techniques, so that you can break through to true immortal. The third is the path of heaven and earth. Which path do you want to take? You can tell me. Benhuang will fulfill your wishes. Hearing this, everyone took a deep breath. True immortal. For the people present, this was an extremely distant matter. Because until now, no heavenly being had been born among them. But what Qin Shujian said, it made them feel as if they were very close to true immortal. Everyone could understand that the choice they made next might determine their future. Immediately, Shu Yuanming cupped his hands and said, Emperor Qin, what are the differences between the 3 paths? The first path is the simplest, but after becoming immortal, one's strength is also the weakest. The second path is more difficult, but one's strength is also extremely strong. Xiao Chengfeng is walking the path of physical sanctification. When one becomes immortal on this path, there will be an immortal tribulation. Without the strength of a heavenly being, one will die under the thunder tribulation. As for the third path, that is the path Ben Huang is walking. Compared to the first two paths, it is more difficult, but it is also the most powerful. Qin Shujian explained. He was not modest at all, and directly classified the path he was walking as the most powerful. However, this was indeed the truth. In the same realm, Xiao Chengfeng was not his opponent at all. After the explanation, Qin Shujian paused and added, "Becoming an immortal is not child's play. Once you make a decision, it will be hard to go back on it. Although there are ways to become an immortal that will make you more powerful, the difficulty will also increase correspondingly. So, don't be greedy for the powerful way to break through. If you make the wrong choice and can't even become immortal, then you will be a laughingstock." Qin Shujian also did not want some people to deliberately pursue the impossible path for the sake of strength. If that was really the case, it was equivalent to harming oneself. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Qin Shujian's words were clear enough. And it was also an extremely important matter that concerned whether one could become immortal in the future. "Qin Emperor, I want to walk the path of becoming immortal with my physical body." Test Jianfeng, who had been silent, suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. Many people looked at him strangely. To this, Test Jianfeng's expression did not change. "I am confident that my talent is not weak, but it is still far from being comparable to Qin Emperor. I think the path of becoming immortal with my physical body might be suitable for me." He did not want the traditional path of becoming an immortal, because the fall of the emperors showed him the weakness of this path. But Test Jianfeng was not confident in the path Qin Shujian was walking. So, only the path of becoming immortal with his physical body was suitable for him. "Have you made your decision?" "I have made my decision." "Qin Emperor, please bestow the technique." Test Jianfeng bowed. Qin Shujian nodded slightly. Then, he raised his right hand. A dense light shot out from his index finger, and entered between Test Jianfeng's eyebrows. Instantly, Test Jianfeng's body trembled. He instinctively closed his eyes, and stood there without moving. Half an hour later, he opened his eyes again, digesting the extra memories in his mind. Qin Shujian said, "What Benhuang taught you is called the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder Scripture. Every breakthrough requires the body to be tempered by the thunder tribulation, which will transform the body into the Purple Heaven Divine Body. This divine body has endless mysteries, which will make the cultivator stronger. When you reach the complete celestial being realm, your body will be able to bear the rules, and step onto the path of becoming immortal with your physical body. And because you need to go through the tribulation at every stage, your chances of success will increase a lot when you go through the immortal tribulation." This technique. It came from Qin Shujian's memory of the Third Era. It was an extremely powerful technique. Hearing this, Test Jianfeng bowed again. "Thank you, Qin Emperor, for bestowing the technique. You can leave now." Qin Shujian waved his hand, then looked at the others who had not made their decision. He said, "Everyone who wants to take the first path can leave now." After that, many people looked at each other, then cupped their hands and left. These people, they did not have the confidence to walk the path of becoming immortal with their physical body. Because when Xiao Chengfeng went through the immortal tribulation, they also felt the terrifying power emanating from it. That kind of power. It had left an indelible shadow in their hearts. Seeing this, Qin Shujian did not stop them. Soon, the 30 or so people in the courtyard had been reduced to 13. P.S. Please vote. Chapter 7:15. Among the 13 people. Among them were Shu Yuanming and other elders, Zhong Ergu and other original members, and the last disciple, Nyingbo. When Qin Shujian looked at Nyingbo again, he found his fortune had grown even stronger. Seeing Nyingbo's luck, Qin Shujian also understood why he dared to stay. After all, he had only been cultivating for a few years, and he had already broken through to the god martial arts realm. In addition to the opportunity, talent was also very important. Is anyone willing to walk the path of deriving heaven and earth? Qin Shujian looked at the remaining 13 people and asked calmly. Hearing that, no one answered. Just as he was about to speak again, Zhong Ergu staggered and took a step forward. You want to walk the path of deriving heaven and earth? Qin Shujian raised his eyebrows slightly. Zhong Ergu felt a little tired. He wanted to say that he just accidentally took a step forward. But now, in front of so many people, it didn't seem good to back out. Suddenly, Zhong Ergu made up his mind and bowed. Emperor Qin, please bestow the method. Wasn't it just deriving heaven and earth? Who was afraid of who? His talent was not bad. He had broken through to the god martial arts realm so quickly, leaving 99.9% of the people in the human clan far behind. Thinking of that, Zhong Ergu felt a lot more confident. The more difficult it was. Brother Go was destined to become an expert. Qin Shujian didn't waste any time and directly injected the Guiyuan ancestral canon into Zhong Ergu's mind. It was different from the previous versions of the Guiyuan ancestral canon. This time, he imparted the complete version of the Guiyuan ancestral canon. In fact, any cultivation method, no matter how complete it was, stopped at the celestial being level. As long as the foundation was laid. As for how far he could go in the future, it would all depend on his own perception. After Zhong Ergu walked out, Nyingbo also took a step forward and bowed. I am also willing to practice the method of deriving heaven and earth. Master, please bestow the method. All right. With a wave of his hand, Qin Shujian passed the complete version of the ancestral scripture to him. Until then, the remaining 11 people all wanted to walk the path of sanctification through their physical bodies. Qin Shujian did not waste any time and directly imparted the purple heaven divine thunder scripture to him. After doing these things, he looked at the crowd and said calmly, the spells that Benhuang taught are not to be spread without permission. Otherwise, you will be executed. We understand. Everyone nodded. Naturally, such a powerful method could not be made known to everyone. Even if Qin Shujian didn't mention it. Without permission, they didn't dare to spread the news. Qin Shujian waved his hand and dismissed everyone. Not long after, he was the only one left in the courtyard. The two of them walk the path of heaven and earth derivation. Ningyu should have a chance to succeed. As for Ergu, it's hard to say. Qin Shujian had a strange look on his face. To be honest, he didn't think highly of Zhong Ergu. The other party came to join in the fun and wanted to walk the path of the evolution of heaven and earth. In fact, Qin Shujian wanted to refuse. However, the other party chose his own path, so he couldn't refuse anything. Excluding the two who walked the path of the evolution of heaven and earth, the remaining 12 people walked the path of sanctification through their physical bodies. 12 people. Qin Shujian thought highly of them. The other party dared to stay because he had the confidence. In addition, the purple heaven divine thunder scripture was a supreme technique. Although it was difficult to cultivate, the progress after mastering it was incomparable to other techniques. In his opinion, at least half of the 12 people had a chance of passing the immortal ascension tribulation. Such a success rate was already very high. Because the cultivators who walked the path of sanctification through their physical bodies were destined to be strong in the future. Now the emperors had fallen. There were no new true immortals born in the various clans. Qin Shujian could only cultivate a group of people himself. As for the fall of the emperors, Qin Shujian didn't care too much. If they died, then so be it. If they were so weak, they would probably become food for the demons of the void and the demon abyss in the future. Therefore, whether the emperors died or not, Qin Shujian didn't think it would be of much use. After obtaining the complete Guiyuan ancestral canon, Zhong Ergu walked toward his residence, cursing along the way, "Old Chen, did you push me just now? Otherwise, why would I take that step forward? Dog, you have to be honest. I didn't do anything. You moved yourself. Don't blame me." The bow of heaven and earth complained loudly, "You know, Emperor Qin is right there. How would I dare to do anything? Who in the world can do anything in front of Emperor Qin?" That was true. Zhong Ergu nodded to himself. Emperor Qin was the most powerful person in the world. Who could do anything in front of him? Was I really absent-minded just now? He couldn't help but doubt himself. Soon, Zhong Ergu wailed again. I took a look at the cultivation method of the Guiyuan ancestral canon. I need to devour a lot of treasures to open up powerful acupoints in my body. I don't have so many treasures now. Are you stupid? If you don't have them, can't you find them? The 4 continents are so big. Although resources aren't everywhere, there are definitely a lot. Moreover, the East continent is growing rapidly. Almost every once in a while, a new area will be born. Those new areas are full of treasures. As long as you're willing to work hard, it won't be a problem to find treasures. The bow of heaven and earth encouraged him. Zhong Ergu felt a little better when he heard that. Although he hadn't really started to cultivate the complete version of the Guiyuan ancestral canon, he could tell from the memories in his mind that the mysteries of the Guiyuan ancestral canon were not something that the Heaven and Earth Tao-Seeking Sutra could compare to. Time passed slowly. Soon, the 1 month that Qin Shujian had given him had passed. In the human territory, Huazhon once again became the receptionist. However, the difference was that other than Huazhon, there were still other cultivators who came this time. As for the emperors of the various races, at this moment, when they entered the human territory, they all consciously descended from the void and walked to the East City. Today was different from the past. Everyone could understand that this meeting of the 10,000 races would decide the situation of the 10,000 races. And the decision-maker was the human race. Or to be more direct, the human race's Emperor Qin. In the past, the 10,000 races were on equal footing. But now, everyone understood that the various races had already lowered their heads in front of the human race. Under the eaves, one had to lower their heads. Even if it was an alien race. It was the same. A person walked forward slowly. Every step he took seemed small, but thousands of mountains were compressed under his feet. Not long after, he arrived in front of the East City Gate. When Huazhon saw this, he immediately went forward and said with a smile, "Dog Emperor, you're here. Sorry for not welcoming you. East City Lord, you're too kind." The Dog Emperor smiled and also cupped his hands. Although he was a perfected immortal, he did not ignore Huazhon's existence. There was no other reason. Just because the other party was a human cultivator and was in charge of such an important position in the East City, it was already enough to show that his status was not low. Soon, Huazhon asked someone to lead the Dog Emperor in. Not long after, other emperors arrived. In the venue in the city, the seats of the emperors did not change. But it was different from last time. Most of the emperors who came this time had solemn expressions. No one spoke. Only the Dog Emperor and the other human allies were more relaxed. I made the right bet. The Dog Emperor could only sigh in his heart. A few years ago, when Qin Shujian went to the 9-headed dog clan to seek an alliance, he hesitated, but in the end, he chose to take a gamble. Now that the human race had destroyed the emperors of the 10,000 races and officially ruled the 4 great continents, and judging from the power in front of him, there was a high chance that the heavenly court would be established like the ancient times. The 9-headed dog clan was an ally of the human race. And it was an ally from the beginning. The Dog Emperor believed that the 9-headed dog clan would definitely have a lot of benefits. Even if there were no benefits. But if he wanted to continue the legacy and give birth to experts in the future, it would not be difficult. Compared to the uncertain fate of the other races, the Dog Emperor was already very satisfied. At this moment, he saw a figure in the corner of his eyes. He immediately turned his head and smiled while cupping his hands. "Demon Emperor, you came a little late. Haha, I was not as fast as you." The Demon Emperor laughed heartily. Then he cupped his hands from afar and sat down in his seat. After sitting down, the Demon Emperor's smile faded a little. The situation in the 4 great continents changed so quickly that he was caught off guard. The originally stable situation suddenly became dominated by the human race, while the other races gradually declined. Although the demon race was now an ally of the human race. But in his heart, The demon emperor did not want to see the current situation. However, whether he wanted to or not was one thing, but how he did it was another. Even now, he, the demon emperor, was only a half-immortal. He had not even stepped into the true immortal realm. Not to mention, even if he was a true immortal, facing the two human emperors of the human race, he could not do much. The current demon race could only go with the flow. Not to mention, in the demon emperor's opinion, the other races were the same. The strength of the human race had reached an uncontrollable point. Unless a race was ruthless enough to break the barrier of heaven and earth. But then, everyone would really die together. They had not really reached a dead end. No one dared to make such a decision. Therefore, the direction of the demon race in the future would have to depend on the mood of the human race. Soon. Then, another ruler arrived. After the death of the previous bloodling Huang, the Blood Eldar this time was a 9th-level celestial being who took over the position of emperor. From this, it could be seen that the Blood Eldar was indeed terrifyingly weak. Not to mention the Nirvana realm and the half-immortal realm. Even a 10th-level celestial being expert could not take it out. In the end, they had no choice but to let a 9th-level celestial being take over the position of emperor. It was also at this moment. A young man who seemed to be in the darkness slowly walked in from outside. All the emperors present turned their heads to look at the young man. Immediately after, many emperors' pupils contracted. Blood demon. Sai Hanhai. If it was in the past, when they saw Sai Hanhai appear, the emperors of the various races would have already attacked. But now, many emperors looked at Sai Hanhai coldly, but no one dared to say anything. It was very simple. Because the blood demon in front of them was already a true immortal expert. As for the emperors of the other races, those who had a grudge against the demon race did not have a true immortal overseeing them. In other words, if they really fought, the one who would die might not be Sai Hanhai, but them. Besides, now that the East City was the territory of the human race, no one dared to act recklessly without the permission of the human emperor. Sai Hanhai glanced at the other emperors indifferently, then sat down in the seat that belonged to the demon race. From the beginning to the end, he did not take the emperors present seriously. After breaking through to the true immortal realm, the only ones who could be taken seriously by this demon emperor were the few true immortals of the human race. Besides that, the other races, even the true immortals of the Dog Emperor and the other big races, were not taken seriously by Sai Hanhai. After the arrival of the demon race, the atmosphere in the venue became even more solemn. Half a day later, almost all the emperors of the various races had arrived. It was also at this moment. Another person stepped in from outside. After seeing his appearance, all the emperors were stunned, and then they could not help but stand up. Emperor Zhao. Everyone, there's no need to be so polite. Ben Huang is only participating in the meeting this time. Emperor Zhao smiled slightly and then sat down in the seat of the human race. After sitting down, he just closed his eyes and rested, as if he did not care about everything around him. As for the other emperors, their eyes were flickering. Emperor Zhao was here. It had to be said that this was a big deal. In the past 2 meetings of the myriad races, Emperor Zhao did not personally appear. They were all presided over by Emperor Qin. But now, the other party had suddenly arrived and sat at the side of the table. Instantly, someone's gaze fell on the main seat of the venue. He already understood in his heart. Even Emperor Zhao could only sit on the side. Then, who could sit on the main seat? The answer was obvious. It was also at this moment. The destiny of the human race was vast and mighty. Qin Shujian stepped on the air and arrived. When he appeared in the venue, a terrifying aura spread out invisibly and covered the entire East City. In front of this aura, the hearts of the emperors of the myriad races trembled. Immediately, all the emperors stood up at the same time. Greetings, Emperor Qin. Everyone, please sit down. Thank you, Emperor Qin. The emperors took their seats. Qin Shujian sat upright on the main seat. His expression was as calm as before. However, the difference was that there was a faint pressure spreading from his body at this moment, causing the hearts of the emperors present to tighten. Qin Shujian did not say anything. Instead, he swept his gaze across the emperors one by one. After a moment, he said calmly, Ben Huang said that the emperors of the various races must come to the East City to participate in the meeting of the myriad races. However, no emperor from the ancient Buddha clan has come. This is already a provocation to Ben Huang. How do you think we should deal with this matter? When the emperors heard this, their expressions changed slightly, but no one dared to answer without permission. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. The ancient Buddha clan disobeyed the Qin emperor's order. They should be destroyed. The person who spoke was Sai Hanhai. Qin Shujian nodded slightly and said calmly, the demon emperor is right. The ancient Buddha clan should be destroyed. As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his mouth again. I said that the ancient Buddha clan should be destroyed. His voice was not loud. However, it contained an endless amount of power. Suddenly, the ancient Buddha clan members in a certain mountain range were instantly crushed into powder by an invisible force. Immediately afterward, the ancient Buddha clan's luck dissipated. The emperors of the various races also received the feedback of the luck immediately. Boom! Knowing that the ancient Buddha clan was really destroyed by Qin Shujian's words, the emperors looked at Qin Shujian with horror in their eyes. Destroyed. The ancient Buddha clan was really destroyed. The other party only said a few words, and the entire ancient Buddha clan was destroyed. Compared to the human clan's large-scale attack on the ancient Buddha clan and then directly destroying the ancient Buddha clan with tyrannical means, the means used by Qin Shujian in front of them were even more terrifying. The more mysterious and strange the means were, the more terrifying it was. Especially someone like Qin Shujian, who could destroy a clan with just a few words. Did that not mean that as long as he wanted, the other clans could be destroyed without any effort? Words are the law. Although Emperor Zhao's face was calm, there was also a faint solemnity. Such a method. He had already seen it in the battlefield of rules. Even so, he was still shocked when he saw it again this time. To a certain extent, words were the law. It was really unreasonable. The Zhao Emperor had only heard of the verbal law, but he had never truly comprehended it. The destruction of the ancient Buddha clan. It directly raised the atmosphere of the venue to an extremely solemn level. Qin Shujian's expression did not change much. Then, he said in a clear voice, I believe that everyone knows very well that not long ago, a demon emperor was reborn in the great wide world. In the end, he fell in heavenly abyss. Then, the evil demon clan attacked the barrier of heaven and earth. In addition, the demon abyss is approaching. Perhaps in another 30 to 50 years, it will collide with the great wide world. Although the great wide world seems to be calm, it is actually full of danger. If we are not careful, we will be completely destroyed. In ancient times, when the great tribulation of the demon abyss came, the heavenly court resisted it, and many true immortals of the upper 3 levels took action. In the end, the Emperor of Heaven sacrificed himself to shatter heaven and earth, cutting off the possibility of the demon abyss destroying the great wide world. However, it has been 1,000,000 years since the Emperor of Heaven shattered heaven and earth and saved all living beings in heaven and earth. For 1,000,000 years, the demon abyss has been approaching heaven and earth step by step. The great tribulation that ended the ancient times is about to descend in front of us. In the venue, the emperors were silent. Only Qin Shujian's voice reverberated. The other party's words were different from each other's view. There was no need to debate whether the Emperor of Heaven had saved the great wide world in the past. If Qin Shujian wanted to clear the name of the Emperor of Heaven, then he would clear the name of the Emperor of Heaven. After all, the matter of the heavenly court. It was just an excuse for the myriad races to attack the human race in the past. Now that the human race was powerful, it was impossible for the myriad races to attack the human race again. Therefore, there was no need for this excuse to exist. In other words, if the 10,000 races had the strength to attack the human clan, they could easily come up with hundreds of excuses to attack the human clan. To put it bluntly, any excuse was built on the basis of strength. In the great wide world, strength was the most important. Or else, the person who was speaking there now would not be a human. Qin Shujian said, if you want to resist foreign forces, you have to settle internal affairs. This has existed since ancient times. The reason for the glory of the ancient times was that there was the heavenly court controlling it. The myriad races worked together to resist foreign enemies and did not have too many internal disputes. Now that the myriad races are facing a calamity, if the great wide world wants to survive the calamity, we can only work together to have a chance. Therefore, at this point, Qin Shujian deliberately paused and looked at the emperors. Under everyone's solemn expressions, he said the latter half of his sentence. Benhuang has decided to establish the heavenly court again to rule the myriad races of the world. Only by integrating the power of the great wide world can we have a chance to deal with the great calamity. However, Benhuang also understands that the establishment of the heavenly court is not decided by me alone. The main purpose of this meeting of the myriad races is because of this matter. As he spoke, Qin Shujian suddenly smiled and said, I wonder who among you is in favor of the establishment of the heavenly court, and who is against it? Who agrees? Who opposes? Many rulers looked at each other and saw the gloomy expression in each other's eyes. Establishing the heavenly court and ruling the myriad races. This was not good news for the myriad races. Nevertheless, no matter how dissatisfied they were, no one would jump out to object at this moment. Just as the other rulers were silent, Emperor Zhao smiled and said, it's naturally a good thing to establish the heavenly court. Only by working together can we resist the great calamity. The human race agrees to establish the heavenly court. F*CKU. The other rulers cursed in their hearts. What do you mean by the human race agreeing to establish the heavenly court? So the one who will be the emperor of heaven won't be the human race, right? If the human race didn't establish the heavenly court, they were almost certain that the Zhao emperor would be the first to object. However, although the rulers of the various races were cursing in their hearts, they didn't show it on their faces. They couldn't afford to offend the human race now. However, they didn't want the heavenly court to be established, so they could only remain silent. As soon as Emperor Zhao finished speaking, the dog emperor also smiled. Emperor Zhao is right. The nine-headed dog clan agrees to establish the heavenly court. Establishing the heavenly court. It was also a good thing for him. Perhaps after the heavenly court was established, he would be able to obtain a good position. After all, the heavenly court wasn't just an emperor of heaven. Other than the emperor of heaven, there were also other positions in the heavenly court. As soon as the dog emperor finished speaking, the black emperor and the soul protection emperor also nodded in agreement. While the emperors of the various races were silent, the allies and vassal races of the human race had already taken the lead to respond. The indifference on Sai Hanhai's face disappeared, and he said with a faint smile, as one of the 10,000 races, the demon race naturally hopes that the great wide world can survive this great calamity. The establishment of the heavenly court is indeed more beneficial than harmful. Therefore, the demon race also agrees to establish the heavenly court. Very good. Qin Shujian nodded in satisfaction, then looked at the demon emperor and asked calmly, do you have any different ideas, demon emperor? Or do the demon race not agree to establish the heavenly court? You're exaggerating, Emperor Qin. The demon emperor forced a smile. Among the many allies of the human race, the demon race was probably the most fragile. Before he became the demon emperor, he had to rely on the human race to have a chance to seize the position of the demon emperor. However, after becoming the demon emperor and looking at the problem from the perspective of the demon race, the human race also became the target of suppression. It was just that the demon race was weak and there was no possibility of suppressing the human race. In addition to the original alliance agreement, the demon emperor had no choice but to agree to the alliance with the human race. Now that Qin Shujian's gaze was on him, he also felt a great deal of pressure. In the end, the demon emperor could only bite the bullet and reply, the demon race agrees to establish the heavenly court. After saying that, only then did he realize that Qin Shujian had shifted his gaze away from him. Instantly, the demon emperor felt regretful again. He had miscalculated. His hesitation just now had already offended the human race. Since he could not stop the human race no matter what, why didn't he agree to it faster just now? Why did he have to wait until Qin Shujian questioned him before he reluctantly spoke? Thinking of this, the demon emperor felt even more regretful. However, what was done could not be undone. No matter how much he regretted it, there was no possibility of turning it back. Now, he could only hope that the demon race would agree to establish the heavenly court, as well as the original alliance agreement. Qin Shujian would not hold a grudge against the demon race. Otherwise, the demon race's future would be difficult. After the demon emperor agreed, some of the clans who had originally wanted to join the human race also spoke up at this moment. Things had come to this point. Half of the emperors of the various clans in the venue had already agreed. The rest. They also understood that the establishment of the heavenly court was the general trend, and there was no way to object. At this point, the emperors of the various clans had already agreed to establish the heavenly court. After the last emperor nodded in agreement, Qin Shujian smiled completely. Since everyone has agreed to establish the heavenly court, Ben Huang will officially create the god list. 3 months later, the emperors of the various clans will come again. At that time, the heavenly court will be established, and the emperors will be conferred as gods. At the end, Qin Shujian's expression had already turned solemn. The establishment of the heavenly court, the emperors will be conferred as gods. The moment he finished speaking, the world rumbled as if it was responding to his words. At the same time, the emperors of the various clans were all shocked. From Qin Shujian's words, they felt endless pressure. That kind of pressure. It was not just the pressure of the aura, but the pressure that came from the world. In front of this pressure, the emperor's expressions could not help but become solemn. Yes, sir. The emperors stood up and bowed. When they straightened up again, Qin Shujian had already disappeared from the main seat. Seeing this, the emperors did not say anything else. They turned around and left the East City. The establishment of the heavenly court, the emperor's investiture. Emperor Zhao recalled what Qin Shujian had said just now, and there was some doubt on his face. He naturally knew about the heavenly court. After all, he had received the legacy of the heavenly court, so how could he not know about the ancient heavenly court? However, Emperor Zhao knew about the existence of the heavenly court, but he had never heard of the words investiture. He had a premonition. When the emperors were investiture, there would probably be some changes that they did not know about. The secrets of Emperor Qin are much more powerful than I imagined, Emperor Zhao thought to himself. He could no longer see through Qin Shujian. Fortunately, the other party was concerned about the human race. Otherwise, it would not only be a disaster for the myriad clans, but also for the human race. He shook his head. Emperor Zhao left in the sky. In the imperial city of Zhengzhou, Shi Yang was already waiting there. After breaking through to the true immortal realm. Although he was still the crown prince, he had gradually taken over the power and had the aura of the human emperor. Unfortunately, Shi Yang was still not the real human emperor, and he was not qualified to participate in the meeting of the myriad clans. Now that Emperor Zhao had returned, he immediately asked, "Father, what's the result of the meeting of the myriad clans?" In 3 months, the heavenly court will be established, and the emperors will be investiture. The emperors will be investiture. Shi Yang had a stunned expression on his face. He knew about the establishment of the heavenly court. After all, although this matter was not publicized, anyone with a normal brain could guess the purpose of the meeting of the myriad clans. However, the words "the emperors will be investiture" confused Shi Yang. Emperor Zhao shook his head. "Don't ask me. I don't know what the emperors will be investiture. In 3 months, some things will naturally become clear. Even father doesn't know what the emperors will be investiture." Shi Yang was really shocked this time. In his eyes, nothing could be hidden from Emperor Zhao. But even so, the other party did not know about the emperors will be investiture. After suppressing the shock in his heart, Shi Yang asked, "If the heavenly court is established and Qin Huang becomes the emperor of heaven, won't he have to give up his identity as the human emperor?" The human emperor is a position, and so is the Emperor of Heaven. Emperor Zhao nodded slightly and explained, only one of the two positions can exist. Once he becomes the Emperor of Heaven, he will no longer be the human emperor of the human race. Just like the ancient celestial the Arch, he was originally the emperor of the human race. But after becoming the Emperor of Heaven, he will naturally give up his position as the human emperor. I see. Shi Yang suddenly understood. But soon, he realized that this was a good thing. Because once Qin Shujian gave up his position as the human emperor, the fate of the human race would no longer need to be separated. When that time came, the fate of the human race would be completely enjoyed by Emperor Zhao. Seeing his expression, Emperor Zhao knew what he was thinking, but he did not say anything. He just shook his head and turned to leave. Under the Imperial Astronomer, inside a huge stone cave, the few remaining elders of the Imperial Astronomer were all here. In front of them, there was a huge array, and in the center of the array, there was a stone spear suppressing it. At this moment, the dim light that was suppressing the array had become extremely powerful. All of a sudden, the strong dim light suddenly weakened. At the same time that the dim light weakened, a person suddenly appeared. After seeing the person appear, the few elders hurriedly stood up and bowed. Greetings, Your Majesty. Rise. Thank you, Your Majesty. The few elders of the Imperial Astronomer stood up. Emperor Zhao's gaze fell on the array and said, "The demonic aura in the crack of the demon abyss is getting stronger and stronger." Yes. Su Zhon nodded and sighed. The demon abyss is getting closer and closer, and the demonic aura in the crack is getting stronger and stronger. If not for Zhu Bing suppressing it, the demonic aura would have exploded. The demonic aura exploded. The entire Imperial City would be doomed. Not only the Imperial City, but with the current level of demonic aura, once it spread out, all the living beings in the Central State Prefecture would be assimilated by the demonic aura and become part of the demon disaster. The crack of the demon abyss. Emperor Zhao's expression was cold. If not for the crack of the demon abyss, and Zhu Bing from the Great Zhao Empire suppressing the demonic aura, he would not have to borrow Zhu Bing from Xiao Chengfeng every day. But there was no other way. The demonic aura could not be leaked. Although all the humans in the Central State Prefecture were involved in cultivation, not all of them were successful. With the current level of demonic aura, if it were to explode directly, all the cultivators below the God Martial Arts realm would become part of the demon disaster. So, Zhu Bing, who was suppressing the seal, could not be used at all. Unless there was a way to completely seal the demonic aura. Or rather, to completely remove the crack of the demon abyss. All of a sudden, Zhao Emperor stretched out his hand. His jade-like index finger cracked open, and a drop of golden blood dripped down from it. The golden blood appeared. An aura that could suppress the heavens and the earth filled the air. Su Zhon and the other elders could not help but retreat in the face of this aura. Someone as strong as them. It was difficult for them to resist the power of the blood. Then, under everyone's gaze, the golden blood directly merged into the stone spear. Boom! A terrifying aura suddenly burst out. The stone spear, which was originally a little dim, now seemed to have been washed clean of lead, and multicolored light overflowed from within. The stone spear became stronger. The power of the array also increased greatly. The dim light that was already weakened was completely suppressed at this time. Senior, you have suppressed this place for thousands of years. It has been hard on you. I am already satisfied to be able to suppress the crack of the demon abyss here. Even if I have to be suppressed here forever, I am still willing. A low voice came from the stone spear. Hearing that, Emperor Zhao bowed deeply to the stone spear. When Su Zhon and the others saw this, they also bowed. Since the establishment of the Great Zhao Empire, this Zhu Bing that belonged to the Great Zhao Empire had been suppressing the crack of the demon abyss here. If it was not for the other party suppressing it, the current Central State Prefecture had long been reduced to a demon domain. The stone spear said, "Human Emperor hasn't come for a long time. I feel that the destiny of the human race is flourishing now. How is the situation now?" Emperor Zhao straightened up and nodded. The human race already has 4 true immortals. A few days ago, They killed all the true immortal sovereigns of the 10,000 races. At this time, the 10,000 races have already submitted. 3 months later, the heavenly court will be officially established. Establish the heavenly court. The stone spear trembled. He was also shocked by this news. Human Emperor, are you saying that the human race is going to establish the heavenly court again? His voice was filled with uncontrollable excitement. The heavenly court. The stone spear had already forgotten how long it had been since he heard this name. Ever since the ancient times were destroyed, the heavenly court had been buried with the ancient times. He had also thought that one day, there would be a powerhouse who would re-establish the heavenly court, but he also knew that the possibility was not high. Therefore, after hearing Emperor Zhao's words, that was why the stone spear was so excited. Emperor Zhao smiled and said, "Senior, don't worry. The heavenly court will be established, and the human Dao will prosper forever." The human Dao will prosper forever, the stone spear muttered to himself, and finally a comforting voice sounded. That's right. The heavenly court will be established, and the human emperor will prosper forever. In the Qian Yuan realm, Qin Shujian sat alone in the courtyard with a complicated look on his face. It was like a memory. It was also like a sigh. The heavenly court will be established, and the emperors will be conferred as gods. I thought that everything was over, but it turns out that it has come to this step again. Qin Shujian's expression was a little absent-minded. All of a sudden, he felt that he had appeared in a huge heavenly palace, and there were gods standing below. Then, the gods bowed and shouted in unison, "We pay our respects to the Emperor of Heaven. My beloved subjects, please rise." "Thank you, Emperor of Heaven." Qin Shujian, who was sitting on the throne, looked at the gods below with a faint smile on his face. Soon, the scene changed again. The heavenly court collapsed. The gods died in battle. The entire heavenly court, and even the entire world, was heading towards the end. Then, all the images disappeared. The scene that he had seen before had turned into everything in the courtyard. Qin Shujian's gaze was deep, and no one knew what he was thinking. After a long time, a smile appeared on his face. 3 months later, the heavenly court will be established, and the emperors will be conferred as gods. When the time comes, I will be the Emperor of Heaven. P.S. Support the original subscription, I can't afford to eat anymore. Chijian Chinese Network, app Chijian Book, I'm really decent. Finally, I'm asking for monthly votes. Chapter 716. Establishing the Heavenly Court. Investiture of the Emperors. I will be the Emperor of Heaven. Qin Shujian became calmer as he thought of this. Establishing the Heavenly Court. This was just the first step. There were many more things to do after that. There is a problem with the investiture of the emperors, which is the creation of the investiture of the gods. Qin Shujian thought of an important matter. That was, the investiture of the gods. The investiture of the emperors was not just a verbal investiture. There must be a treasure to carry it in order to complete the investiture of the gods. When the heavenly court collapsed in the Third Era, the investiture of the gods was also gone. It was a treasure that was naturally nurtured by heaven and earth. Even Zhu Bing could not compare to it now. But I don't know which era it is now. The investiture of the gods of the Third Era is out of the question. It seems that I can only use my own methods to create the investiture of the gods. Qin Shujian shook his head secretly. In the end, he could only think of a way to create the investiture of the gods himself. But to create such a treasure, it was not an easy task. Fortunately, after obtaining the memories of the Third Era, his own forging methods had reached a very terrifying level. Now that I have developed my inner world, it is impossible to use the origin of heaven and earth here to improve myself. Qin Shujian's finger placed on the stone table subconsciously tapped gently. The so-called origin of heaven and earth. It was the existence of the source of life. Any living creature carried the origin of heaven and earth. After killing a living creature, one could plunder the origin of heaven and earth from the other party and turn it into one's own power. The original attribute panel. This was the principle. Killing a living creature could plunder the origin of heaven and earth. But the difference was, living creatures of the same world could not obtain the origin of heaven and earth if they killed each other. Only living creatures of different worlds could obtain the origin of heaven and earth from each other and improve themselves. There are 4-player worlds in the 4 continents. Although the 4-player worlds are different worlds, they are essentially the same to a certain extent. Therefore, there is no way for players to level up by killing each other. On the contrary, the boundless world was different from the player's world. Therefore, players could obtain experience points by killing creatures in the boundless world. The so-called experience points were also a kind of origin of the world. However, at the same time, killing players in the Great Thousand Worlds could also plunder the heaven and earth origins. Therefore, they could also increase their strength. However, the origin on players was very little to begin with. Moreover, the lower the level of the player, the less origin they have. Therefore, there is a level limit for the creatures of the boundless world to kill players. Qin Shujian thought of many things. There was something. He might have known about it long ago, or he might have just found out. However, there were simply too many memories contained within the endless years. Therefore, Qin Shujian needed to sort it out bit by bit through some sort of connection. However, regardless of whether it's the players or the living beings of the great wide world, although they can plunder the origin of the heavens and the earth, there's no way for them to actively use it. In other words, the players have a certain degree of autonomy, but they're not too powerful. The reason why I can fully control the world's quintessence is because of the means left behind by the Third Era. Experts who surpass the true immortal realm are able to leave behind trump cards even at the end of an era. However, the world's quintessence is not omnipotent. If it's used in the world, it's naturally limited by the world. If I keep using the world's quintessence to improve myself, I'll stop at the 9th level of the true immortal realm, and there'll be no possibility for me to improve. Therefore, the evolution of my inner world has raised my life level to the same level as that of the great wide world. Although I don't have the ability to use the world's quintessence, the path ahead has been opened. There were gains and losses. In Qin Shujian's opinion, it wasn't difficult to make a choice between the two sides. As for why he didn't use the world's quintessence now, it was also because his life level was already the same as that of the great wide world. A weak quintessence that was born in a great wide world. How could it increase the strength of a great wide world of the same level? Unless he could devour the core quintessence of the great wide world. However, it was very difficult to do that. The great wide world is equivalent to an expert with a Dao fruit. Only an expert with a Dao fruit can devour a Dao fruit. Qin Shujian immediately dismissed the thought that had just arisen in his mind. The great wide world. How could it be devoured so easily? Immediately after, he took out the heavenly list from his sea of consciousness. After a few years, the human race's destiny had gathered. This 8-seal Dao artifact had grown to a very powerful level, and its spirituality had also increased greatly in a short period of time. Although it didn't have spiritual intelligence like the Godslayer, it wasn't far off. Qin Shujian was basically certain. In another 8 to 10 years, the heavenly list should have a great transformation. The 10,000 tribes battlefield. Retracting his gaze from the heavenly list, Qin Shujian looked outside the Chen Yuan realm. 2 beams of light. It was as if they had crossed the barrier of time and space and landed directly on the 10,000 tribes battlefield. The 10,000 tribes battlefield is already a perfect embryo. In the past few years, more than hundreds of millions of cultivators have died there. Under the nourishment of the blood of living beings, it has already completed a transformation. If I were to refine the god role, the 10,000 tribes battlefield would be a good choice. Qin Shujian naturally knew what level the divine weapon that he had personally refined had reached. The 10,000 tribes battlefield. When he was forging it, he had the idea of taking this opportunity to nurture a supreme divine weapon. The current 10,000 tribes battlefield could be both a divine weapon and an embryo. Since the meeting of the 10,000 tribes, there were no more wars in the 10,000 tribes battlefield. The original reason for the war was that the various tribes were competing for the general trend of heaven and earth. But now, Qin Shujian wanted to establish the heavenly court and unify the 10,000 tribes. In this way, there was no need to compete for the general trend of heaven and earth again. No longer competing for the general trend of heaven and earth. Now, the human race was the ruler. Naturally, the killing of the various tribes would no longer exist. Then, Qin Shujian retracted his attention from the heavenly list. With a thought, the human race's destiny immediately flew out. In an instant, the vast destiny appeared in front of everyone. Qin Shujian's silhouette appeared in the sky above the Providence. Most of the humans in the eastern continent raised their heads at this moment and looked at the vast destiny above their heads. Then, under everyone's horrified gazes, Qin Shujian's illusory figure suddenly collapsed. From today onwards, Qin Shujian of the human race is no longer the human emperor. As soon as he finished speaking, another human's destiny shook. That was the destiny of the human race that belonged to the great Zhao dynasty. After Qin Shujian gave up the position of the human emperor, the destiny of the cultivation world immediately gathered towards the destiny of the great Zhao dynasty. Then, Emperor Zhao's shadow stepped out in the air without any expression on his face. Okay. At this point, the destiny of the human race was unified again. After losing the destiny of the human race, the heavenly list became an ordinary 8-seal Dao artifact. The cultivators who were originally on the heavenly ranking also realized that the aura on their bodies had dropped. The blessing from the unseen fate had already completely disappeared. Regarding this, many people were shocked, but some people maintained their composure. The news of the establishment of the heavenly court was no longer a secret. At this moment, Qin Shujian suddenly gave up the position of the human emperor. These people could vaguely guess some things in their hearts. Emperor Qin has given up the position of the human emperor. Qin Yuanbai's expression was a little emotional. Although the other party was no longer the human emperor, he still called him Emperor Qin. Since the conference of the 10,000 races, there were no wars in the human race's territory. Qin Yuanbai sat here and felt that he had nothing to do. Yin Bancheng said, Emperor Qin has given up the position of the human emperor. It should be in preparation to establish the heavenly court and become the emperor of heaven. I'm afraid that the current myriad race battlefield will not last long. If the various races did not fight, there was not much meaning for the existence of the myriad race battlefield. Regarding this, Yin Bancheng also felt that his tensed heart suddenly relaxed. The myriad race battlefield was established. Up until now, only a few years had passed. However, he had already grown from the first level of the celestial being to the third level of the celestial being. As long as he found some more opportunities, he could directly break through to the fourth level of the celestial being. It was simply unimaginable for Yin Bancheng to break through two small realms in just a few years. If it was in the past, it would take at least a few hundred years to break through from the first level of the celestial being to the third level of the celestial being. Now, the time spent was more than 100 times shorter. It could be done to this extent. Of course, it was due to the general trend of heaven and earth. But in fact, the biggest reason was still because he often fought with existences of the same level in the myriad race battlefield and gained a lot of insights from it. It was not just Yin Bancheng. Since the opening of the myriad race battlefield, the human race who entered here, as long as they did not die, had their realms improved rapidly. In addition, their combat experience had also become very rich. It could be said that, now the Chenyuan sacred ground had a lot more experts than before. The original thousands of people in the divine martial arts realm had evolved to more than 100,000 now. As for the celestial being, it had also increased by more than several times. The changes that the myriad race battlefield had brought to the human race were not ordinary. If it was possible, Yin Bancheng also did not want the myriad race battlefield to withdraw from the stage so soon. But the problem was, judging from the current situation, the withdrawal of the myriad race battlefield was already 100% certain. All of a sudden, there was one more person in the city lord's mansion. The voices of several people suddenly stopped talking and then hurriedly got up. Greetings, Emperor Qin. No need for formalities. Qin Shujian waved his hand. Seeing this, Qin Yuanbai tactfully gave up the main seat. Emperor Qin, please take a seat. Okay. Qin Shujian nodded slightly and then sat down in the main seat. As for Qin Yuanbai, he casually found a seat to sit down. At this moment, in the city lord's mansion, many people's expressions became strange. If they remembered correctly, the emperors had made a rule oath. Powerful figures could not enter the myriad race battlefield. Emperors could not enter the myriad race battlefield. True immortals could not enter the myriad race battlefield. It could be said that the three rules had blocked all experts above the 7th level of the celestial being realm outside the myriad race battlefield. If anyone dared to appear here without permission, there would be a rule thunder tribulation descending. But now, Qin Shujian openly entered the city lord's mansion, which was why they felt so strange. After all, even if he gave up the position of the human emperor, he was still a true immortal expert. Even if he did not become an immortal, he must be a powerful expert. It was impossible. Qin Shujian had not broken through to the realm of a powerful expert yet. However, the other party had really appeared. Qin Shujian did not explain too much to everyone's doubts. Strictly speaking, it was a loophole in the rule oath. Because the new system that he took was not considered a true immortal at all. As for Xiao Chengfeng and the others who took the path of physical sanctification, they were considered true immortals. Although it was a new system for this era. But the problem was, after the other party succeeded in transcending the tribulation, heaven and earth would congratulate him. In that case, cultivators who took the path of physical sanctification were the same as true immortals. Only Qin Shujian himself took the path of deriving heaven and earth, which was completely beyond the scope of the great wide world. Naturally, there were not so many restrictions. These things, Qin Shujian did not want to explain too much. He looked at Qin Yuanbai and the others and said, "From now on, all humans will leave the myriad race battlefield. Take away all that you can within 3 days. If you can't, stay here. However, you all need to understand that it won't be long before the 10,000 races battlefield completely disappears. Anything left here will disappear along with the battlefield." Indeed. Hearing this, everyone secretly said in their hearts. It was just as they had guessed. The myriad race battlefield was about to leave the stage of heaven and earth. Although they had already guessed it, Qin Yuanbai and the others were still not used to receiving this news all of a sudden. However, they were not used to it. Since Qin Shujian had already spoken, they were not in a position to refuse. Qin Yuanbai nodded. "I'll spread the news. All humans will leave the myriad race battlefield within 3 days. Do it as soon as possible," Qin Shujian said, and in the next moment, he disappeared on the spot. Outside, Qin Shujian's shadow appeared and occupied most of the sky of the myriad race battlefield. The cultivators of the various races could not help but look up at the shadow in the sky. From now on, all the shadows of the various races will leave the myriad race battlefield within 3 days. Anyone who doesn't leave within 3 days will die. His voice was loud. It spread throughout the entire myriad race battlefield. After saying that, Qin Shujian put away the shadow, took a step forward, and left the myriad race battlefield. At this moment, after receiving the news, the various races looked at each other. "We're leaving the myriad race battlefield? Who knows if the human race will take advantage of this opportunity to attack and occupy all the territories if we retreat? That's right. This is a serious matter. We must let my emperor make the decision." One by one, the various races sent the news back to their respective clans. Leaving the myriad race battlefield. This was not a small matter. If this was a conspiracy of the humans, they would fall right into their trap if they left. Because of this, not many people were confused as to why Qin Shujian could enter the myriad race battlefield. However, there were also some people who had doubts. However, although they were confused, they could not make any difference. Soon, the various races of the 4 continents received the news. The monster emperor crushed the communication jade token and said coldly, Send a message to all the monsters in the myriad race battlefield to return to the territory of the monster race immediately. Yes. Immediately, some elders left. The remaining elders all had different expressions on their faces. Tian Yu said in a deep voice, "If we leave the myriad race battlefield now and the humans take this opportunity to occupy the territories of the monster race, according to the rules, we can only give them the power of heaven and earth." Retreating just like that. In his opinion, it was too risky. The monster emperor shook his head. The goal of the humans is to establish heaven and earth. So what if they occupy the territories of the monster race? Besides, although the humans are powerful now, they do not dare to go too far. Otherwise, no one will benefit from a life and death struggle. The monster emperor did not know. Why was Qin Shujian able to enter the myriad race battlefield, and why did he order the myriad race to leave? However, he was sure of one thing. The other party's goal. It was definitely not just to occupy the territories of the various races. It seems that when Emperor Qin made the rules, he was already prepared. Otherwise, he would have been able to enter the myriad race battlefield through the loophole of the rules. What the monster emperor really cared about was the fact that the other party appeared in the myriad race battlefield. The rules were bound by the rules. It had always been unsolvable. However, he did not understand what method Qin Shujian used to enter the myriad race battlefield. It was a loophole of the rules. Or a method to shield the rules of thunder. If it was the former, the monster emperor thought for a while and did not find any loopholes in the original rules. If it was like this, the most likely possibility was that the other party had a method to shield the rules of thunder. Thinking of this, the pressure in the monster emperor's heart increased. The more Qin Shujian had means, the more he understood his powerlessness. Ben Huang is about to go into seclusion to break through to the true immortal realm. If he does not come out in 3 months, go and wake Ben Huang up, the monster emperor said slowly. Hearing this, the elders of the monster race bowed and accepted the order. Then, the monster emperor waved his hand and asked all the elders to leave. There were not many places in the monster race that were suitable for the emperor to cultivate in seclusion. The dragon transformation pool in the hands of the dragons was a good choice. After expelling the dragons, the monster emperor specially left the dragon transformation pool behind. After all, how could he allow the Flood Dragon clan to take away such a supreme treasure from the ancient times? However, when the monster emperor really used the dragon transformation pool, he realized that the dragon transformation pool had already become an empty shell. It did not match the legendary supreme treasure at all. Besides that, the only Zhu Bing heavenly demon temple had also been shattered. Although the monster emperor had asked many monster clans to take action and search for the fragments of the heavenly demon temple, but Zhu Bing had been shattered. All the mystical powers had disappeared. They were scattered on the ground, no different from ordinary stones. Even if they were found, it would be useless. It could be said that the monster race's assets had all been squandered by the previous monster emperor. The hall they were in now was still the original hall of the Golden Rock clan. It could be considered a treasure that had the effect of gathering spirit energy. So, if the monster emperor wanted to go into seclusion, he could only do it here. I've been a half-immortal for a long time. I'm walking the path of the Golden Rock Emperor's rules. Compared to the monster emperor's rules, it's a little inferior. It's just that it's impossible to change paths halfway. The previous monster emperor had fallen. The monster emperor's rules that he had originally occupied had naturally become ownerless. But he was walking the path of the Golden Rock Emperor's rules. If he abandoned his own rules and walked the path of the monster emperor's rules, he would definitely not be able to retain his half-immortal realm and would directly fall to the 4th level of the celestial being realm. To this, the monster emperor could not accept it at all. Therefore, he could only walk this path to the end. When Ben Huang reaches the level of the ancient emperors, even the Golden Rock Emperor's rules will be stronger than the monster emperor's. 3 days later, the various clans withdrew from the 10,000 race battlefield. The emperors had no room to resist Qin Shujian's orders. Unless they were already prepared to perish together with the human race. Or else, They could only take it one step at a time. In the sky above the Nanming Fire territory, the array formation retreated. A continent that was tens of millions of miles in size loomed over the void, shrouding the land below in darkness. It was covered by the array formation. The 10,000 race battlefield that had disappeared for a few years once again appeared in the sight of all living beings. Qin Shujian stood in the void. He looked at the 10,000 race battlefield in front of him. Suddenly, his power surged and pushed the power of the Nanming Fire territory to the extreme. In an instant, in the Nanming Fire territory, there was a raging flame soaring into the sky. It burned the void into a sea of fire. The soaring flame. It caused the surrounding temperature to rise sharply. The Nanming Fire territory originally thought that it had been severely exhausted, and its power had weakened a lot. Now, after being pushed by Qin Shujian's power, it immediately recovered to its previous peak. That terrifying temperature. It burned the space into nothingness. Fire riding art, go. Qin Shujian made a seal with both hands. The fire spirit power between heaven and earth gathered and then merged into the Nanming Fire territory. This was a method of the Third Era. At that time, he was heaven and earth, and he was familiar with all the methods in the world. Fire riding art. It was one of the good methods. Although the name was ordinary, it could control all the fire in heaven and earth. The innate divine fire of the Vermilion Bird Clan and the true sun fire could be controlled by the fire-riding art. Immediately, the power of the Nanming Fire territory became stronger. The flames that soared into the sky seemed to have turned into a huge fire lotus, occupying tens of millions of miles of the sky and enveloping the entire battlefield. Rumble. There was a rumbling sound between heaven and earth. The temperature of the entire South continent had risen sharply at this moment. Fortunately, the spiritual energy in the South continent was rich. Even the ordinary flowers and plants had a lot of spiritual energy in them, so they could withstand the increased temperature. As for the things close to the Nanming Fire territory, they were not so lucky. A large number of cultivators fled. They did not dare to get close to the Nanming Fire territory. At this moment, Qin Shujian controlled the flame, enveloping the entire battlefield. The temperature was enough to incinerate the void. Everything in the 10,000 tribes battlefield was gradually burned to ashes. The rivers dried up. The mountains and the earth cracked. All the trees and flowers withered and turned into ashes. After a few breaths, the mountains dissipated. The earth disappeared completely. This caused the 10,000 races battlefield to reveal its original appearance. A huge black iron piece that was tens of millions of miles in size appeared in the flaming lotus. At the same time, a powerful aura erupted from the metal piece, almost forcefully suppressing the fire lotus. A tyrannical intent. It appeared from the battlefield. Qin Shujian sneered when he saw this. So you've already gained sentience. You've hidden yourself well. After absorbing the blood of the 10,000 races, the 10,000 tribe battlefield gave birth to its own intelligence. However, the other party had been hiding and did not reveal any clues. There was no doubt. The purpose of the 10,000 tribe battlefield was to conceal itself and secretly accumulate enough strength. When he felt that the time was right, it would naturally be revealed. Unfortunately, even if you have gained sentience, so what? The time is too short after all. If you had hundreds or thousands of years, it would be a tricky problem. Qin Shujian struck out a palm print, directly bombarding the battlefield. Boom, the battlefield trembled violently. The sentience that was born let out a shrill scream and weakened a lot. Without the suppression of sentience, the flaming lotus suddenly became stronger. Qin Shujian stood silently in the void with his hands behind his back, watching the flaming lotus forge the battlefield. He had no intention of interfering for the time being, because it was just the beginning to forge the god role. Only by melting the battlefield could he enter the next step. As for the sentience that was born in it, Qin Shujian had no intention of keeping it. Because of that sentience, it was born from the blood of the 10,000 races in the world. Not only was it brutal, but it was also extremely chaotic. Even if he recognized the battlefield as its master, it would not be easy to control it. He could not use it for himself. Naturally, it was best to destroy it. At this moment, the sentience that was born in the battlefield had been severely injured by Qin Shujian's palm just now. It could no longer resist the burning of the flames. Under the power of the Nanming fire territory, other than a series of shrill screams, there was no other movement. As time went by, the miserable screams gradually died down. Half a month passed. The battlefield had changed from the original black iron piece to a red color. At this moment, the sentience that existed in it had already dissipated. Right now, the 10,000 tribe battlefield was an extremely pure embryo. Another 10 days passed. Qin Shujian performed lawful embodiment of heaven and earth. Then, he gathered power in his hands and a substantial sledgehammer appeared in his hands. Next, he swung the sledgehammer and smashed it heavily on the iron piece. Bang! A heavy buzzing sound resounded throughout the world. The entire iron piece shook violently. The original size of tens of millions of miles seemed to have become smaller. Qin Shujian's expression did not change. He recalled the memories of the Third Era in his mind. Then, he swung the sledgehammer and forged. In the inner world, the forging rule also shook. Then, it grew at a rapid speed. As the forging rule grew, the power of the mother stream also became stronger. Rumble. The inner world shook and a new area was born again. As for the changes in his body, Qin Shujian did not care at all. Right now, he was completely immersed in the forging process. Forging a rule. It was also a very mysterious method. In the Third Era, there was someone who used forging as a foundation and was only one step away from the Dao fruit realm. When he was the Emperor of Heaven, Qin Shujian had also consulted him before. Therefore, although his forging method had not reached the peak, it was definitely much more powerful than before. As the forging deepened, many familiar feelings surged in his heart. Gradually, Qin Shujian became even more adept at it. Heaven and earth buzzed. Thousands of rays of light appeared. Vaguely, a long river of laws appeared. However, because Qin Shujian had already opened up his inner world, the forging rule of the vast thousand world did not directly appear on his body. It was only mighty in the sky. Rumble. Qin Shujian forged the 10,000 tribe battlefield. Therefore, there was naturally no need to explain the commotion. At this moment, the experts of the various races all looked at the South Continent. They also wanted to know what Qin Shujian's purpose was. Driving all the races out of the 10,000 tribe battlefield and then reforging it. Although the various races had doubts in their hearts, no one dared to go over and disturb him. Time passed bit by bit. The power of the Nanming fire territory was even more terrifying. The 10,000 tribe battlefield, which was originally tens of millions of miles in size, had been completely tempered to only 100 miles in size. The more condensed it was, the more powerful the aura emitted by the 10,000 tribe battlefield was. At this moment, Qin Shujian's expression also became solemn. The 10,000 tribe battlefield was indeed a supreme embryo. Even with his current strength, he still had not reached a limit after forging for so long. Seeing this, Qin Shujian was also a little excited. The stronger the embryo, the stronger the divine weapon forged will be. Even if there's no way to compare with the investiture of the gods in my previous life, at least it won't be too far away. There was an idea in his mind. Qin Shujian's hands did not stop moving. In his inner world, a large amount of spirit energy was consumed. After absorbing the flesh and blood of many perfected immortals, the dragon vein had become very powerful. Although it was still in the category of a large spirit vein. However, it had almost reached a limit. Although the dragon vein was a large spirit vein now, the spirit energy it provided was comparable to 8 or 10 large spirit veins. Qin Shujian's consumption was huge. But the dragon vein could also completely support it. Banger, another hammer fell, and the red iron piece had already shrunk to the size of about 10 feet. And vaguely, it was about to liquefy again. Seeing this, Qin Shujian took out the heaven list and then threw it into the fire lotus. But the difference was, when he threw the heaven list in, he left a hand of power to protect the spirituality born in the heaven list. Suddenly, the originally vast fire lotus was also forcibly suppressed by a terrifying power, and it was more than 1,000,000 times smaller. The power of the entire Nanming fire territory. At this moment, it was all absorbed and completely integrated into the fire lotus. It was reduced by 1,000,000 times. The power of the fire lotus also became terrifying. The original red fire lotus had turned into a strange green-red at this time. Under the burning of the fire lotus, the heaven leaderboard and the 10,000 tribe battlefield melted away rapidly. The fallen fire tribe powerhouse is not simple. Qin Shujian's expression was extremely solemn. After absorbing the power of the Nanming fire territory and completely condensing it, he understood that the fallen fire tribe powerhouse was definitely not weak. The fire lotus in front of him. It had already transformed to a terrifying extent. Even the ordinary true fire of the sun would be inferior in front of it. Even if there was a true immortal here, the fire lotus would also completely devour and incinerate it. Although it had the power of the fire spirit of heaven and earth, it could not erase the power of the fire lotus itself. Qin Shujian calmed his mind. This time, he did not use the hammer to temper, but used his own power to control the fusion of the two. Nearly 2 months later, the flames of the Nanming fire territory dissipated. Only a fire lotus existed in the void. Since the beginning of the forging, Qin Shujian had devoted himself to it and did not pay any attention to the passage of time. Now, in the sky, many strange phenomena had appeared. There were also forging rules that turned into a long river that spanned across the void. The human territory. East City. Shi Yang looked at the south continent in front of him. There was a destructive force rising there. In front of that force, even he, who had broken through to the true immortal realm, felt a fatal threat. What kind of magic weapon is Emperor Qin forging? It's so powerful that it has never been before. Shi Yang's face was filled with shock and doubt. There was not much time left to establish the heavenly court. But Qin Shujian was still forging magic weapons. He wasn't sure how much more time the other party would need. More importantly, Shi Yang did not know the purpose of Qin Shujian forging magic weapons. Could it be the forging heavenly palace? A thought arose in his mind, but then he suppressed it. It should not be possible. There was no need to forge the heavenly palace at all. The original palace of the human emperor in the Qianyuan sacred ground could be used as the foundation of the heavenly palace. And even the forging heavenly palace could not have such a powerful power. After all, no matter how powerful the heavenly palace was, it was just a palace. The power in front of him was more like forging a terrifying magic weapon. How much time is left in 3 months? Shi Yang retracted his gaze and turned to look at Huazhan. Huazhan said, "Your Highness, there are only 13 days left." 13 days. Shi Yang nodded and looked at the south continent again. Do you think Emperor Qin can successfully forge the magic weapon in 13 days? Once the time was set, it would not be a good thing to change it again. Especially when it was a major event like the establishment of the heavenly court. Although there would not be any specific impact, it would still be bad. All the cultivators in the world. Although strength was the most important factor, luck was also the most important factor. Huazhan shook his head. I don't know much about forging, so I can't see much. But since Emperor Qin dares to do this, he should be confident. Yes. Shi Yang nodded and did not say anything else. The East City, which had become an empty city, was silent again. One day, there was a sudden thunderous explosion between heaven and earth. Then, the monstrous thunder tribulation struck down. The power of the thunder tribulation was more terrifying than that of a perfected immortal. All the strong cultivators paled in the face of the thunder tribulation. The thunder tribulation existed for a full 7 days. 7 days later, the thunder tribulation dissipated. Endless colorful light shone from the sky above the south continent, completely dyeing the sky of the 4 continents. A jade-like list. It was quietly suspended in the void. On the list, there were 9 Dao seals condensed, showing the level of this supreme treasure. Then, the 9 Daoist seals began to twist and distort, eventually transforming into 3 large characters. Investiture of the Gods. P.S. Monthly votes. Chapter 717. In the Human Territory. In the East City. At this moment, all the buildings in the city had disappeared. At the original location of the venue, an altar that was 99 feet tall had been built. The altar was mainly made of bluestone. However, an expert had carved runes on it, turning it into a powerful divine weapon. On the altar, there was a list placed horizontally on it. In front of the altar, there was an empty space. The heavenly patrol guards were guarding the surroundings to prevent anyone from causing trouble. In front of the East City Gate, above the city wall, there was a table with green plums and wine. 2 people sat opposite each other. Since the ancient times, we haven't seen the heavenly court for millions of years, Xiao Chengfeng said with a smile as he picked up the wine in front of him. I heard that there were 365 perfected immortals in the ancient heavenly court. In comparison, there are much fewer experts in the world now. Shi Yang smiled. As for Xiao Chengfeng's background, he was fully aware of it. The reincarnation of immortal Lord Haotsang. He was also a top expert in his previous life. However, when Shi Yang first received the news, he was a little shocked, but he had already calmed down. Talking about his previous status, he was the crown prince of the Great Zhao, and the other party was the Marquis of the Great Zhao. Strictly speaking, they were just subordinates. Looking at the present, he was a perfected immortal, and so was Xiao Chengfeng. Therefore, facing the reincarnation of immortal Lord Haotsang, Shi Yang did not feel any pressure. At most, they were equals. Xiao Chengfeng said, when the heavenly court was first established, there were number 365 perfected immortals. However, after the establishment of the heavenly court, there were fewer disputes between the races, and 365 perfected immortals were born. Now that there is a great battle, it is easier for perfected immortals to be born. In a few years, even if the strength of the Great Thousand World cannot be compared to the ancient times, it will not be much weaker. Xiao Chengfeng. He was also very confident. In his opinion, Qin Shujian was not simple. The ancient Emperor of Heaven, Qin Kang, was a shocking talent, but so was the current Emperor Qin. Shi Yang nodded when he heard that. Brother Xiao, do you know what it means to be a god? I have never heard of it. Xiao Chengfeng shook his head slightly. He knew what Shi Yang was asking. The other party was confused, and so was Xiao Chengfeng. Investiture. He had never heard of this name before. However, Xiao Chengfeng was certain that becoming a god was not that simple. This was because the investiture of the gods on the altar was already a supreme Dao artifact with 9 seals. Throughout the ages, there were only a handful of Dao artifacts that could reach the 9 seals level. Even the ancient heavenly court. In the past, there were only 2 9-seal Dao artifacts. Among them, the immortal ranking of the myriad races recorded the experts in the world. The heavenly mirror observed the world. Nothing in the world could hide from it. It could be said that, although the 2 treasures of the ancient celestial court were not offensive treasures, they were still very useful. Hence, Xiao Chengfeng was very curious about the heaven roll on the altar. As for Shi Yang's question about becoming a god, he had asked the sky-breaking halberd and nameless before, but he didn't get an answer in the end. It's time. Xiao Chengfeng suddenly put down the wine glass in his hand, then stood up from his seat and looked outside the city wall. At this moment, a ruler had arrived. However, both Xiao Chengfeng and Shi Yang did not move easily. Only Huazhon, Qin Yuanbai, and the others were responsible for leading the rulers in. Will someone make a move at this time? Shi Yang looked at the incoming rulers with a dangerous glint in his eyes. Ever since he broke through to the true immortal realm, he hadn't really made a move yet. Shi Yang also wanted to know how strong he was after breaking through to the true immortal realm. Xiao Chengfeng glanced at him and shook his head. Those who dare to make a move now are the kind with water in their heads. Who can become an emperor is a fool. Making a move now was no different from committing suicide. Hearing that, Shiyong didn't say anything. He just smiled faintly and collected his thoughts. Not long ago, the demon emperor of the demon clan proved his Tao. Now, the demon clan once again has a true immortal. A month ago, the demon emperor successfully proved his Tao. It also allowed the demon clan's weakened strength to recover a lot. After all, there was a huge difference between having a true immortal and not having one. Xiao Chengfeng said, "The Golden Rock clan's Tao is narrow and not as strong as the original demon emperor's. Even if he succeeds, his strength won't be too strong." The two of them had a simple conversation. However, their gazes were fixed outside the city, and they did not move at all. Although it was impossible for anyone to make a move now, they still could not relax for even a moment. It was best if nothing happened. If something happened, they had to make sure that they would suppress it immediately. Establishing the Heavenly Court was a big deal. It was very important to Qin Shujian, and it was also very important to the human clan. Once the Heavenly Court was established, it would be used to rule the myriad clans. Then the human clan. They would be able to truly restore the glory of the ancient times. This was a supreme honor and also the greatest opportunity for the human clan after 1,000,000 years of silence. In front of the altar, a ruler had already appeared there. Unlike the last meeting of the myriad clans, this time, there were no seats. They were just standing there. No matter which race's ruler you were from, you could only stand now. Regarding this, no one dared to say anything. So be it. Anyway, with their cultivation, even if they stood for 1,000 or 100 years, they would not lose a piece of flesh. Moreover, they were just standing there for a while. Naturally, there was no problem. Soon, the other emperors also came one after another. In front of the altar, the emperors stood there in an orderly manner. Behind the emperors, there were many powerhouses of the human clan. Whether it was the Great Jiao or the Qianyuan sacred ground, all the cultivators who had broken through to the celestial realm had already appeared here. The investiture of the gods. The demon emperor looked at the altar, where a list was placed horizontally. Just by looking at it, he could feel a strong threat from it. It could be seen. The supreme treasure that Qin Shujian had spent 2 months refining was definitely extraordinary. It was also a 9-seal Tao artifact. It was also divided into strong and weak. The weak 9-seal Tao artifact was only comparable to a level 1 immortal. But if it was a powerful 9-seal Tao artifact, it could even suppress a level 2 or 3 immortal. The demon emperor also knew a lot about the materials of the investiture of the gods. After all, refining the 10,000 races battlefield would cause a huge commotion. He never expected that Qin Shujian had been preparing since he started refining the 10,000 races battlefield. The so-called 10,000 races battlefield was actually a backup plan left behind by the other party. Until now. Only then did he use this backup plan. The birth of a 9-seal Tao artifact made the demon emperor very jealous. The demon clan wanted to have a 9-seal Tao artifact. Everything else aside, it wouldn't be a problem for them to return to their peak state from 200,000 years ago. Not long after, Emperor Zhao had also arrived. This time, Emperor Zhao didn't wear a yellow robe. Instead, he wore plain clothes. But no matter how plain his clothes were, there was no way to hide his power. When they saw Emperor Zhao, the other emperors couldn't help but look away. Even the demon emperor, who had broken through to the true immortal realm, didn't dare to have too many thoughts at this moment. Most of them were true immortals. But sometimes, the gap was so big that it made people despair. Half a day later, all the emperors had arrived. Rumble, suddenly, the world trembled. Purple chi rose from the east continent and spread toward the human clan territory. Finally, the purple chi stopped above the east city. Then, a person stepped on the long river of purple chi and landed in the east city. After he appeared, all the heavenly patrol guards and the human clan cultivators bowed in unison. Only the emperors. They didn't move at all. Landing in front of the altar, Qin Shujian, who was dressed in a green robe, looked at the emperors with his hands behind his back and said calmly, "In ancient times, the heavenly court ruled over the myriad clans and led the experts to resist the great calamity. However, the heavenly court collapsed and the emperors fell. Today, Qin Shujian of the human clan has gathered the fate of the myriad clans and established the heavenly court in the great wide world." As soon as Qin Shujian finished speaking, the sky shook violently. Endless rays of light spread out between heaven and earth, as if covering the entire great wide world. And what he said, it was also under the effect of the power of heaven and earth that it reached the ears of all living beings. Instantly, a crazy roar came from heavenly abyss. That shocking roar caused the entire western continent to shake crazily. Then, in the depths of the Sea of Death, stormy waves rose. Many fierce beasts that had calmed down were frantically fleeing outside at this moment. In heavenly Pattern Island, all of the living beings were rooted to the spot, dumbfounded. Established the heavenly court? Did an expert establish the heavenly court? Qin Shujian of the human clan is an expert of the human clan. After everyone heard the voice in their minds, their faces revealed ecstasy. As the foundation inheritance of the three clans, the living beings of heavenly Pattern Island naturally knew what the heavenly court was. Or rather, they had been instilled with the glory of the ancient times since they were young, so they were very familiar with the heavenly court. But everyone also knew, as early as 1,000,000 years ago, the heavenly court had already been destroyed. At this moment, an expert had established the heavenly court again. In the Fantasy Sea sect, Xia Chao's body also seemed to have been struck by lightning, completely stunned on the spot. In his mind, only the words he heard just now echoed endlessly. The heavenly court. An expert has established the heavenly court again. Qin Shujian of the human clan. Could it really be him? Xia Chao's face was filled with indescribable excitement. As the descendant of the ancient Emperor Xia, he constantly recalled the glory of the human clan and the heavenly court in the ancient times. However, Xia Chao also knew one thing. If the heavenly court was destroyed, the human clan would definitely suffer heavy losses. Restoring the glory of the ancient times would not be an easy task. Until now. Only now did he know that another human expert had established the heavenly court. Moreover, to be able to transmit his voice to heavenly Pattern Island, there was only one possibility. The other party had already subdued the myriad races and obtained the recognition of the heavens and earth. Only then could such a phenomenon occur. Qin Shujian. Xia Chao would not be unfamiliar with this name no matter what. As early as a few years ago, a human cultivator had coincidentally entered heavenly Pattern Island. For this reason, he had even sent the human clan's godslayer Zhu Bing. As early as that time, Xia Chao had already seen through Qin Shujian's extraordinariness. However, he had never thought that the other party would be able to grow to such an extent in just a few years. To be able to establish the heavenly court, he had to subdue the myriad races and obtain the recognition of the heavens and earth. If he wanted to achieve this step, he had to be at least a true immortal, and an extremely powerful existence among true immortals. Otherwise, how could he have the qualifications to establish the heavenly court? However, in just a few years, he had broken through from the third level of the heaven-human realm to the true immortal realm. Moreover, he was not an ordinary true immortal. Xia Chao had never heard of such talent. In his memories, even someone as strong as the Emperor of Heaven did not seem to have such a godly speed of advancement. With the establishment of the heavenly court, the human race will definitely prosper. Perhaps we can take advantage of this opportunity to completely restore the glory of the ancient times. Perhaps we, the living beings of heavenly Pattern Island, will truly have a chance to leave. Xia Chao took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed his trembling heart. His current state. It no longer mattered whether he left heavenly Pattern Island or not. However, there were still new cultivators born on heavenly Pattern Island, and there was no lack of talented ones. Originally, it was because of various reasons. As a result, the cultivators of heavenly Pattern Island would not easily leave the island. But if there was a chance, How could Xia Chao not hope to be able to return to his former land? When he was excited. In the Jade Wave sect and the Saint God sect, Ancestor Tongtian and Saint Star's expressions were somewhat complicated. The establishment of the heavenly court. Of course, this was something worthy of celebration. However, it was still the human race who established the heavenly court, so they felt somewhat powerless in their hearts. 1,000,000 years ago, the human race was at its peak, and there was no one who could resist it. 1,000,000 years later, it was still the human race who established the heavenly court. The other races simply did not have the qualifications to compare. It was also at this moment. Xia Chao once again used his original method to meet Ancestor Tongtian and Saint Star. There is another tremor in the depths of the Sea of Death. It should be caused by the establishment of the heavenly court. Now that the ferocious beasts are about to arrive, we can only activate the restrictions left behind by the emperors. Xia Chao went straight to the point. It was different from the previous time when the Sea of Death shook for no reason. This time, he clearly knew the reason. Because Qin Shujian's voice covered the great wide world, it would naturally awaken the existence in the depths of the Sea of Death. Therefore, the tremor was something that was inevitable. Hearing this, Saint Star's expression was complicated. In that case, we can only activate the Emperor's restriction. However, we have already consumed a lot of energy previously. If we activate it again this time, then the Emperor's restriction won't have much energy left. There's nothing we can do about it. If we can hold on for a while, then so be it. Xia Chao shook his head. If they couldn't even survive the current calamity, how could they have the qualifications to talk about anything else? Last time, the emperors killed a lot of true immortal ferocious beasts. The flesh and blood fell on heavenly Pattern Island. We can use this opportunity to try to repair the emperor's restriction. Seeing this, the two of them stopped talking. Not long after, the emperor's restriction was activated once again. They saw a huge formation covering the entire heavenly Rune Island. This time, the emperors of the three races appeared in the sky once again. But unlike last time, there was a faint smile on Emperor Xia's face this time. A true immortal ferocious beast pounced over. With a punch, he killed the ferocious beast on the spot. Then, the demon emperor and Ling Huang also attacked at the same time, killing all the ferocious beasts that approached heavenly Pattern Island. Whether it was a true immortal ferocious beast, or a heavenly human ferocious beast, as long as it was close to heavenly Pattern Island, it was killed by them. The originally clear sea surface was already dyed red with blood. The strength of the emperors was extremely tyrannical. Even if it was only the power imprint left behind, it was not something that ordinary true immortals could compare to. No matter how ferocious the ferocious beasts were, they did not fear death. At this moment, without any power to fight back, they were being wantonly slaughtered. An instinctive fear rose in their hearts. Coupled with the tremors of the Sea of Death, they quickly disappeared. Therefore, these ferocious beasts also consciously retreated. The ferocious beasts retreated. The emperors naturally stopped. Unlike last time, when Emperor Xia stopped, he tilted his head and looked in a certain direction. The smile on his face became more and more obvious. He slowly opened his mouth and said a sentence. Then, he disappeared from where he stood. As for the demon emperor and Ling Huang, their expressions were complicated. After looking in the same direction as Emperor Xia, they also disappeared. Eternal human Tao. This sentence rang in the ears of all the humans on heavenly Pattern Island. When Xia Chao heard this familiar voice, his face trembled. Farther, in the depths of heaven abyss, there was endless darkness. In the darkness, the universal heavenly lock entered, as if it was sealing something. Heavenly Court, the Emperor of Heaven, Qin Kang. A slow voice came from the darkness. It was hoarse and low, but it was also filled with murderous and tyrannical intent. At this moment, the darkness retreated a little, revealing the face of a terrifying ferocious beast. The two words, Heavenly Court. It reminded the ferocious beast of a sealed memory. A person named Qin Kang entered Heaven Abyss and fought with him. Thinking of this, the ferocious beast turned his scarlet and tyrannical gaze to his right arm. There was still an indelible scar there. Even if the wound had healed, the scar was still there. Chin, Kang. The ferocious beast let out a crazy roar. His scarlet eyes suddenly became even more terrifying. However, his words were imprisoned in heaven abyss. Only his voice came out, shaking heaven and earth and the void. Don't let me out. Otherwise, I will destroy your heavenly court and tear you to pieces. The ferocious beast roared again and again. The universal heavenly lock trembled crazily, as if it would break at any moment. After a long time, the commotion in heaven abyss gradually calmed down. The darkness covered again and swallowed the ferocious beast. Only the slightly trembling universal heavenly lock proved what had happened just now. In the human territory, East City, when heaven abyss and the sea of death were rioting, Qin Shujian's expression was normal. He was not affected at all. As for the emperors, their hearts were shaken. However, they did not care too much. After Qin Shujian finished speaking, they bowed in unison and shouted in unison, "We pay our respects to the Emperor of Heaven." As soon as they finished speaking, the fate of the myriad clans shook crazily. Long rivers of fate flowed towards the east city of the human territory. Then, countless fate condensed in the sky above the east city. Then, it turned into a jade seal and slowly fell from the sky. Qin Shujian stretched out his hand. He held the jade seal in his hand. Boom! Heaven and earth rumbled. All the creatures of the myriad clans felt something. They bowed in unison towards the east city and shouted in unison, "We pay our respects to the Emperor of Heaven." Their voices were not loud. However, when they condensed, they broke through the clouds. At this point, the fate of the myriad clans in the world had condensed into the jade seal and landed in Qin Shujian's hands. An invisible fluctuation spread out from his body. It was supposed to be a simple green robe. At this moment, it set off Qin Shujian's might. Then, he held the jade seal in his hand and said loudly, "Everyone, please rise." "Thank you, Emperor of Heaven." The emperors stood up. At this moment, every emperor had a complicated expression. Looking at Qin Shujian in front of them, they already understood that the establishment of the heavenly court was officially completed. After all, establishing the heavenly court. It had never been a complicated matter. As long as the myriad clans submitted, they would naturally have the qualifications to establish the heavenly court that ruled the myriad clans. Of course, things did not sound complicated, but it was actually very difficult to achieve this step. How many powerhouses did the myriad clans have? It was not so easy to suppress the myriad clans. Even Emperor Zhao, who was known as the #1 powerhouse in the 4 great continents, did not have the qualifications to suppress the myriad clans. After all, he was as strong as the #1. He might not be able to suppress the myriad clans. Unless he was really too strong, it was only possible. So, Qin Shujian had done it, so he naturally had the qualifications to become the Emperor of Heaven. With the establishment of the heavenly court, it is time for the emperors to confer gods. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Shujian turned around and walked up the stairs to the altar. The altar was not high, but he was just like an ordinary person, walking up steadily. About half a quarter of an hour later, Qin Shujian walked up to the altar and arrived in front of the god roll. Looking at the god roll in front of him, Qin Shujian said loudly, "Today, I will set up the heavenly list and the god roll to confer titles to all living beings in the world." As soon as he finished speaking, the jade seal was imprinted on it. In an instant, the power of heaven and earth rolled over like a wave and immediately poured into the god roll. Immediately, the god roll slowly rose from the altar. A vast and powerful aura was emitted from the altar. With the altar as the center, it spread out in all directions. Everyone's hearts trembled. If the original god roll was already a top-notch 9-seal Dao artifact, now that it had absorbed the power of heaven and earth, it had directly completed a transformation. Although the god roll was still a 9-seal Dao artifact due to the rules of heaven and earth, its power had far surpassed the limit of a 9-seal Dao artifact. Standing in front of the god role, Qin Shujian also had a faint smile on his face. In the world of great battles, it was because of the surging power of heaven and earth that the various clans would compete with each other. But now, the myriad clans had submitted. The power of heaven and earth that the various clans possessed naturally fell into the hands of the heavenly court. It could be said that the scene in front of him was already within Qin Shujian's expectations. Half a day later, the aura emitted by the god role gradually diminished. But even so, it still made the emperors of the myriad clans feel great pressure. What a powerful divine weapon! Standing in the ranks of the humans, Xiao Chengfeng's pupils suddenly constricted. He had the memories of his previous life. He naturally knew how powerful the immortal ranking of the myriad clans of the ancient heavenly court and the heavenly mirror were. However, the god role in front of him had already surpassed the two heavenly court treasures. But one thing to know was, up until now, the god role had not been infused with the power of the rules of heaven and earth. If this divine weapon was infused with the power of the rules of heaven and earth like the two divine weapons of the ancient heavenly court, then it would definitely become even more terrifying. In his sea of consciousness, the sky-breaking halberd also vibrated slightly. Immortal Lord, the god role in the Emperor of Heaven's hands is so powerful. I feel that the divine weapon is no weaker than the four-tribulation Zhu Bing. In time, it might be even more terrifying. As Zhu Bing, the sky-breaking halberd had seen countless Taoist artifacts and divine weapons. But no matter how powerful the divine weapon was, it was at most comparable to the second or third tribulation Zhu Bing. Once Zhu Bing reached the fourth tribulation, his power would increase greatly. He was not comparable to Zhu Bing at all. A divine weapon that was comparable to the fourth tribulation Zhu Bing. This was the first time the sky-breaking halberd had seen it. And he was sure that the god role did not carry the power of the rules. In this way, it was even more terrifying. John Doe, who had been silent, also slowly said, "This is the first time I've seen the power of the god role. Throughout the ancient times, there was no such powerful divine weapon. I've also never heard of the means to carry the power of heaven and earth. The Emperor of Heaven has a big secret that is beyond our imagination." While speaking, Nameless had already automatically replaced the honorific title of Heavenly Emperor. The Heavenly Court was established. Then Qin Shujian was already the Emperor of Heaven. This was recognized by all clans and heaven and earth. To some extent, the Emperor of Heaven was equivalent to the ruler of heaven and earth. All living beings of heaven and earth had to respect him. On the altar, Qin Shujian held the god role in one hand and the imperial jade seal in the other. Then he turned to look at the emperors below. The heavenly court is established, and the emperors are conferred as gods. Under the title of Emperor of Heaven, there are 5 emperors. Under the 5 emperors, there are 4 war gods. Under the 4 war gods, there are 365 Ju Tian constellations. Anyone who leaves their name on the god roll will be blessed by the luck of the heavenly court and the power of heaven and earth. At the same time, a little true spirit will be left on the roll. Even if you die in the future, you can use the true spirit to be reborn. Boom. Qin Shujian's words made everyone's expression change drastically. Originally, the emperors of the various clans only had a lot of thoughts about the god roll because of its power. But now, after hearing what Qin Shujian said, the emperors of the various clans were really excited. Blessed by the luck of the heavenly court. Blessed by the power of heaven and earth. There was no need to mention the benefits of just these 2 points. Why did the various clans start a war? It was to fight for the power of heaven and earth so that they could reach a higher realm. Now, leaving their name on the god roll directly gave them such benefits, which was already beyond the expectations of the emperors. But what really shocked them was Qin Shujian's last sentence. Leaving a little true spirit on the god roll would give them a chance to be reborn in the future. In other words, any powerhouse who left their name on the god roll could be reborn with the help of the true spirit on the god roll if they accidentally died in other places. In this way, it was already equivalent to being immortal in disguise. Of course, This method was far from being truly immortal and indestructible. But even so, the effect of the god roll was enough to make everyone scramble like a flock of ducks. 5 emperors, 4 war gods, the 365 heavenly constellation mansions. Adding up all the positions, there were only 374 spots. Among the various clans present, there were already more than 1,000 emperors. In other words, at least 2/3 of the emperors were not qualified to enter the god roll. At this moment, the others also finally understood a little about what the so-called apotheosized god was. On the altar, Qin Shujian held the god roll and shouted in a deep voice, "Shi Yingtian, come forward and listen to the roll." As soon as he finished speaking, Emperor Zhao took a step forward, cupped his hands and lowered his head. "Here, I confer upon you the title of Emperor Zhong Yuan, the leader of the 5 emperors," Qin Shujian said in a clear voice. Then, a mysterious power was emitted from the god roll and directly landed on Emperor Zhao's body. Then, Emperor Zhao's aura became much stronger. Originally, he was only 1 step away from the 2nd level immortal, but now, he had officially broken through the original shackles. At the same time, the 3 words Emperor Zhao also officially appeared on the god roll. Seeing this, everyone cupped their hands and bowed. "Greetings, Emperor Zhong Yuan, you're too polite." Emperor Zhao nodded slightly and then stood to the side. At this moment, everyone's eyes were on Qin Shujian, and their hearts were still burning with passion. Receiving the title of Emperor Zhong Yuan, he directly broke through to the 2nd level immortal realm. The power of the god roll. It was much more terrifying than they had expected. However, the emperors were not surprised that Emperor Zhao could obtain the position of Emperor Zhong Yuan. No matter what, Qin Shujian was also a human. If there were benefits, he would definitely think of the human race first. The position of the leader of the 5 emperors naturally fell on Emperor Zhao. As for the remaining positions of the 4 emperors, it made people envious. Qin Shujian said again, "Xiao Zhouge, come forward and receive the title." Yes. The dog emperor stepped forward. Xiao Zhouge was his name, but not many experts really knew about it. So when the emperors heard Xiao Zhouge's name, they had a puzzled look in their eyes. Until the dog emperor stepped forward. Only then did they know who Xiao Zhouge was. "I confer upon you the title of Emperor Dongyang, one of the 5 emperors." As Qin Shujian finished speaking, suddenly, a powerful force landed on the dog emperor's body. Boom! The dog emperor's aura became much stronger, but it was still far from breaking through to the 2nd level immortal realm like Emperor Zhao. After receiving the title of Emperor Dongyang, a bright smile appeared on the dog emperor's face. He knew. He had made the right bet this time, and he had made a huge profit. When Qin Shujian wanted to establish the heavenly court, he had already guessed that he would gain a lot of benefits. But he had never thought that he had a chance to become one of the 5 emperors. Moreover, from the current order of conferring titles and titles, Emperor Dongyang's title was only below Emperor Zhong Yuan's. He was ranked 2nd among the 5 emperors. After that, Qin Shujian said, "Sai Hanhai, come forward and receive the title." "Yes. I confer upon you the title of Emperor Shi Ling, one of the 5 emperors," Qin Shujian announced. After that, Sai Hanhai's name appeared on the investiture of the gods. At the same time, his aura increased greatly. If Sai Hanhai, who had just broken through to the true immortal realm, was only at the stage of consolidation. Now that he had the support of the investiture of the gods, his strength, he had at least reached the mid-stage or late stage of the 1st level immortal realm. Although he had not broken through, he was still much stronger than the other immortals. At this moment, 3 of the 5 emperors' positions had already been taken. Many emperors were expressionless, but their hearts had already become heavy. They were all very clear. The remaining 2 positions were probably not fated to be with them. The demon emperor stood still, but his hands in his sleeves had unknowingly clenched into fists. If Emperor Zhao had received the title of Emperor Zhong Yuan, he would not be dissatisfied. But the Dog Emperor and Sai Hanhai had received the titles of Emperor Dongyang and Emperor Shi Ling respectively. The demon emperor was very unhappy. In his opinion, what right did the two of them have to be ranked ahead of him? And now, there were only 2 positions left among the 5 emperors. The demon emperor's confidence that victory was within his grasp began to waver. He was not sure. Would he be able to get the title of emperor of the 5 emperors in the last 2 positions? If Qin Shujian really did not give it to him, there was nothing he could do. Just as the demon emperor was feeling apprehensive, beside his ear, a calm voice rang out. Yang Ding, come forward and receive the title. The demon emperor forcefully suppressed the agitation in his heart, then took a step forward. Here. I title you as Emperor Nan Yang, one of the 5 emperors. Qin Shujian's expression was calm as he conferred the title of Emperor of the 5 emperors. To be honest, he actually did not want to give the demon emperor the position of Emperor of the 5 emperors. But among the emperors, no one was more suitable than the demon emperor. If he were to insert a human true immortal into the ranks of the 5 imperial emperors, his table manners would be too unsightly. So, Qin Shujian might as well confer this position to the demon emperor. After the demon emperor was conferred the title, on the investiture of the gods, similarly, his name appeared. At that moment, the demon emperor discovered that his originally complete spiritual god had uncontrollably split a trace of its origin and entered the investiture of the gods. This discovery, immediately, he was greatly shocked. Losing a trace of the spiritual god's origin did not affect a perfected immortal. But, after leaving his name on the investiture of the gods, the demon emperor had a kind of understanding in his heart. The investiture of the gods had given them powerful benefits, but it was also a disguised form of imprisoning the people on the list. As long as Qin Shujian was willing, he could kill the people on the list at any time through the investiture of the gods. Unknowingly, his little life was already in the hands of the other party. This fact made the demon emperor's heart sink. However, his own strength had increased a lot, which made him feel much better. The main reason was that what was done could not be undone. It was impossible to resist. Besides, with Qin Shujian's strength, even without the investiture of the gods, it would not be difficult for him to kill him. After figuring out the key points, the demon emperor's heart had been lifted. Finally, under everyone's gaze, Qin Shujian once again said a name, Anhun, come forward and listen to the conferment. Yes. The Soul Protection Emperor immediately reacted and then stepped forward with an excited expression. Qin Shujian said, I confer you the title of Emperor of the North Sea, one of the 5 emperors. After saying that, he left his name on the investiture of the gods. At the same time, a powerful force rose from the Soul Protection Emperor's body. Rumble, the broken long river of rules suddenly appeared. Immediately after, a mysterious power was seen acting on the long river of rules, causing the broken long river of rules to be restored bit by bit. Immediately after, then, he saw a rule monument appear from within. Unknowingly, the originally cracked rule stele was already completely undamaged. The rules were complete. The rule monument was completely repaired. The aura on the Soul Protection Emperor's body suddenly became tyrannical, not weaker than the Dog Emperor and the Demon Emperor. P.S. I recommend a new book. My senior sister is a pit. Cough cough, there is absolutely no PY transaction chapter. Also, I ask for monthly votes. Chapter 718. The rules were incomplete. The rule monument was cracked. Both had always been the pain in the Soul Protection Emperor's heart. Especially after the Void Demon attacked the Soul Protection Secret Realm, the rule monument was severely damaged, and its strength fell to not much stronger than a half-immortal. During this period of time, the Soul Protection Emperor was wondering if he should abandon his original path and reaffirm the Tao again. In the end, this time, the Emperor's investiture directly healed his hidden danger. Regarding this, the soul-protecting sovereign was more excited than all the other sovereigns. At this moment, the positions of the 5 emperors had been completely established. Although the remaining emperors were dissatisfied, they couldn't say anything. It was very simple. Emperor Zhao Shi Yingtian was the strongest, and no one dared to object when he took the position of Emperor Zhongyuan. The remaining 4 positions. They were all true immortal powerhouses. It could be said that now, the true immortals of the myriad clans were almost wiped out. It was not easy to fill the positions of the 5 emperors with one from each clan. If Qin Shujian gave all the positions of the 5 emperors to the human clan, no matter how afraid they would express their dissatisfaction. But now, the human clan only occupied one of the positions of the 5 emperors. So, the dissatisfaction in the hearts of the emperors decreased a lot. The positions of the 5 emperors were gone. The positions of the 4 war gods. Naturally, they fell into their sights. Qin Shujian continued to investiture and said in a deep voice, "Xiao Chengfeng, come forward and listen to the investiture." Yes. Among the human clan, Xiao Chengfeng stepped forward. Qin Shujian said, "I confer you the title of Eastern War God, the leader of the 4 war gods." Suddenly, Xiao Chengfeng's name appeared in the investiture of the gods. Immediately after, a powerful force surged out from the investiture of the gods and landed on Xiao Chengfeng's body. Boom! A powerful aura suddenly erupted, causing all the emperor's expressions to change. Even the demon emperor and the other emperors who had already become gods looked at Xiao Chengfeng with a completely different gaze. The Xiao Chengfeng before the Tao affirmation. His strength was already shockingly powerful. After the Tao affirmation, although the other party did not make a move, his strength was already among the top. Now, he had obtained the title of Eastern God of War. Xiao Chengfeng's strength had become even more terrifying. In the eyes of the demon emperor, there was a faint look of fear on his face. Momentum of heaven and earth. The providence of the heavenly court. As Xiao Chengfeng felt the changes in his body, he was somewhat shocked. He didn't leave his name on the investiture of the gods. No matter what, there was no way he could comprehend how powerful it was. At this moment, Xiao Chengfeng finally understood why Qin Shujian became a god. Let's not talk about other things. Just those that left their names on the divine seal decree would have their strength forcefully increased by a level. It was the same as forcefully giving birth to a group of powerhouses. Other than that, leaving his name on the investiture of the gods. The subsequent benefits were also endless. Xiao Chengfeng even had a premonition that it would not be long before he broke through to the second heaven immortal realm. With his strength. After breaking through to the second heaven celestial realm, the terrifying battle prowess that he possessed was self-evident. Even now, Xiao Chengfeng had a premonition that with the support of the investiture of the gods, he could already fight against the stronger level 4 immortals. The head of the 5 great imperial emperors fell on Zhao Emperor. The head of the 4 great imperial war gods fell on Xiao Chengfeng. The 2 most important positions. They were all taken by the human clan. The various clans were even more dissatisfied. However, even if they were dissatisfied, they could not say anything at this moment. Because just like Zhao Emperor, Xiao Chengfeng's strength was also terrifyingly powerful. If one were to rank the powerhouses of the 4 continents, Xiao Chengfeng's strength would at least be in the top 3. The scene of him attaining the Tao in the past. Everyone saw it with their own eyes. With his own strength, he dominated nearly 10 true immortals. That kind of strength. It was enough to shock everyone. After conferring the title on Xiao Chengfeng, Qin Shujian continued with the investiture of the gods. West Pole War God Dark Emperor. South Pole War God Earth Emperor. North Pole War God Earth Emperor. The positions of the 4 great imperial war gods were either occupied by the human clan or by their allies. There was no other way. The true immortals who could be conferred titles had already been conferred. The only true immortal left was probably the human clan's crown prince Shi Yang. At this moment, even Shi Yang did not get the position of the 4 great imperial war gods. The other sovereigns who had not attained the Tao had nothing to say even if they were dissatisfied. Not long after, the conferment of the 4 great imperial war gods was completed. After that, Qin Shujian began to confer the position of the Ju Tian constellation. Just like the previous 2, The human clan's Xiyang was ranked first in the Jutian constellation. The remaining ones were the positions left for the others. As the positions were conferred one by one, many sovereigns who had obtained the power of the investiture of the gods directly stepped into the ranks of the Tao. Rumble. The mother stream of laws appeared between heaven and earth. One of the sovereigns laughed out loud and entered the mother stream. Instantly, many people raised their heads to look at the sky with envy in their eyes. Becoming an immortal. It was the biggest threshold to stop all living beings. Only by breaking through to the true immortal realm could one enjoy a lifespan of 129,600 years and truly break free from the shackles of the lifespan of a clan. Or else, even the longest clan would at most pass away in a few tens of thousands of years. For a full 3 days. 365 The position of the Jutian constellation was officially conferred. All the sovereigns who had been conferred the title. Their strength had increased greatly. 1/3 of the sovereigns had directly become immortals after being conferred the title. In other words, the situation where the true immortals of the myriad clans had been reduced to single digits because of Qin Shujian's massacre had completely disappeared. At this moment, the number of true immortals in the upper-class world. It had completely broken through 3 digits. Regarding this, Xiao Chengfeng was also shocked. He thought that it would take a lot of time for the heavenly court to have the power of the ancient times. But he had never thought about it. Just one investiture of the gods had allowed the heavenly court to produce more than 100 true immortals. Although there was still a certain gap compared to the 365 true immortals of the ancient times. But looking at the current momentum, it would not be difficult for the other sovereigns who had the investiture of the gods to become immortals. One investiture of the gods. It greatly increased the strength of the myriad clans. However, the investiture of the gods had the effect of sealing the true spirit. The lives of all the cultivators on the list were in the hands of Qin Shujian. As a result, the other party did not have to worry at all. Because the strength of the myriad clans was too strong, it would affect the foundation of the heavenly court. As long as the investiture of the gods was in their hands, all the cultivators on the list had no chance of resisting the heavenly court. At this moment, the experts who had obtained the deity position had smiles on their faces, while the sovereigns who had not obtained the deity position looked disappointed. It was also at this moment. Qin Shujian once again imprinted the imperial seal on the investiture of the gods. Then, the investiture of the gods shook. It flew up into the air, and countless streams of light shot out from it, disappearing into the void of heaven and earth. Then, in the upper-class world, unfamiliar memories and information appeared in the minds of all the living beings of the myriad clans. I have conferred titles to my true body in the investiture of the gods. Apart from the 5 imperial emperors, the 4 extreme war gods, and the 365 heavenly cycle constellations, I have also conferred 720 heavenly cycle generals. Apart from those who have the deity position, anyone who obtains the general divine talisman can leave their name on the Jutian war general list. Those who are on the list can obtain the blessing of providence. In addition, if the heavenly court adds another deity position in the future, they can choose a new deity from the Jutian war general list. Qin Shujian's words. Not only did it reach the ears of the people present, but it also reached the ears of all the living beings of the myriad clans through the investiture of the gods. 720 Jutian War General. The eyes of many cultivators glowed. Although the Jutian War General list could not be compared to the deity position, it could still obtain the blessing of providence. In addition to that, most importantly, those who were on the list were equivalent to future candidates for the deity position. Everyone could understand. The deity position that they had now would definitely not be all the deity positions in the future. After all, the heavenly court had just been established. Everything had not been perfected yet. In the future, more deity positions would definitely be born. When that time came, those who left their names on the war general list would have a chance to obtain the true deity position. At this moment, everyone's hearts trembled again. Soon, they found that in their minds, the originally blank Zhu Tian War General list had an unfamiliar name. Someone has obtained the War General Divine Talisman. Some emperors had complicated expressions. Right now, 720 War General Divine Talismans were scattered all over the world. It was completely up to luck to obtain the War General Divine Talisman. They really wanted to snatch it. This was because the War General Divine Talisman was not fixed. As long as the owner of the War General Divine Talisman was defeated, the War General Divine Talisman would automatically leave and fall into the hands of the victor. This news. It was also covered by the unfamiliar memories in their minds. But now that things were not over, no one dared to leave without permission. Qin Shujian said in a deep voice, "The heavenly court has been established. The emperors have completed their investiture and can leave now. You all have the deity position, so you can naturally find the location of the heavenly court." After saying that, he simply waved his hand. All the experts present did not have any way to resist and were directly swept out of the East City. And after they left the East City, all of a sudden, the Eastern City rose from the ground and disappeared into the sky. Inside the East City, Qin Shujian suddenly blasted the Imperial Jade Seal in his hand into the void. In an instant, a huge hole seemed to have been torn open in the sky. Then, the East City directly entered it and disappeared from everyone's sight, entering the heaven and earth hole. At this moment, the East City seemed to have entered a completely different world. The ground was white. The wind was also white. Except for the sky above, which was illuminated by Zhu Tian's stars, the rest of the place was white. The white wind blew past. It caused the East City to tremble violently as if it would shatter at any moment. The nine heavens astral wind of this era is still so powerful. Qin Shujian had a faint smile on his face. He was now driving the East City into the heaven and earth astral wind layer. This was the place where the sun and the moon had to pass through. It was also the place where the nine heavens astral wind wreaked havoc. Any expert who was not a true immortal, as long as they barged into the nine heavens astral wind without permission, they would instantly be annihilated. Even if they were ordinary true immortals. If they were here, there was also the possibility of dying. Because this place was not only threatened by the nine heavens astral wind, but also by the sun and the moon. The sun had the true fire. It was enough to burn and devour a true immortal. The moon had the power of extreme cold, which could also destroy the flesh and bones of a true immortal. In the third era, the heavenly court existed above the nine heavens. So, Qin Shujian was now going to place the heavenly court in the heaven and earth astral wind layer. The sun rose from the Dead Sea domain and slowly entered the heaven and earth astral wind layer. Immediately, the surrounding temperature rose sharply. The violent astral wind surged crazily, as if it was also avoiding the heat of the true fire of the sun. Although the East City was a top divine weapon, but it was not an easy task to resist the true fire of the sun. The array formation on the city shattered inch by inch. Then, cracks appeared on the green city wall, as if it would shatter at any moment. True fire of the sun. Qin Shujian stood on the altar with his hands behind his back. That terrifying temperature was so hot that even he could feel it. However, with his current strength, unless he really entered the depths of the sun, the true fire of the sun would not be able to do anything. The East City had already entered a state of collapse. The burning of the true fire of the sun, and the heaven and earth astral wind raging. This divine weapon, which had stood guard in the human territory for many years and had killed many experts, had reached its limit. Boom! The East City shattered with a loud bang. The entire city turned into countless fragments in front of the heaven and earth astral wind, scattering in all directions. It was also at this time, Qin Shujian reached out, as if holding the universe in his hand, and directly grabbed all the fragments of the East City. Then, with another thought, he had already used the fire controlling art, and drew the true fire of the sun over. The true fire of the sun, known as the strongest divine fire in the world, rushed over like a long dragon. Wherever it passed, even the heaven and earth astral wind was burned and annihilated by the true fire. under the control of the fire controlling art. The true fire of the sun swept through the heaven and earth astral wind layer, wrapping all the fragments of the East City inside and melting them without much effort. The melting speed. It was simply astonishingly fast. The true fire of the sun is indeed the most powerful divine fire in the world. If I can successfully cultivate the vermilion bird clan's innate divine fire, it would be a good thing. Qin Shujian felt the temperature of the true fire of the sun and had already associated it with holy fire. Now that he was getting stronger and stronger. Holy fire of the 8th level of the celestial realm. To be honest, it was already not very useful. The divine fire that the other party controlled was not as useful as Qin Shujian's fire-controlling art. However, the innate divine fire was indeed powerful to be on par with the true fire of the sun. If there was a chance. Qin Shujian also wanted to cultivate holy fire, and it would be best if he could completely cultivate the innate true fire. However, it was not easy to cultivate the innate divine fire. If holy fire wanted to have a real innate divine fire, he had to at least break through to the true immortal realm. To personally cultivate a true immortal. It was not an easy task. Even with Qin Shujian's current means, it was very difficult to personally raise a cultivator to the true immortal realm. The best way. It was to use the god role to become a god. The reason why the god role can become a god is because it contains the destiny of the myriad races and the power of the world. If there are too many deity positions, the effect of becoming a god will be reduced greatly. In this way, the effect of becoming a god will not be achieved. If I want to increase the number of deity positions, I have to at least wait until the myriad races become stronger and increase the destiny of the entire great wide world. The current heavenly courts are far inferior to the heavenly courts of the third era. Qin Shujian shook his head slightly. The heavenly courts of the third era had more than one Dao fruit realm expert. As for the half-step Dao fruit realm, there were many. Apart from that, there were many true immortals in the upper 3 levels. As for the true immortals in the middle 3 levels, they were only qualified to obtain the weakest deity position. Some of them did not even have a deity position. The true immortals in the lower 3 levels. Not to mention becoming a god, they did not even have the right to step into the heavenly courts. It could be said that the third era was very powerful. In fact, there was a time when every era was very powerful. It was the same in the first era. It was the same in the second era. In Qin Shujian's opinion, if there was no great calamity of the demon abyss in the ancient times, the ancient heavenly courts would not be much weaker than the heavenly courts of the third era. Unfortunately, the heavenly courts collapsed. Therefore, the current era was very weak, very weak. At this moment, the true sun flame had completely melted the fragments of the East City. Then, Qin Shujian shattered a few more storage rings that he carried with him. A large number of materials were thrown into them. In an instant, they fused with the materials of the East City. The true sun flame burned. Qin Shujian spread out his spiritual will and began to forge. Since the heavenly courts had been established, naturally, the heavenly palace could not be lost. What he needed to do now was to personally forge the heavenly palace. Qin Shujian forged the heavenly palace in the astral wind layer. As for the other emperors, they had already left. The establishment of the heavenly courts. The emperors became gods. It could be said that this was something that was enough to change the situation of the great wide world. Especially the matter of the emperors becoming gods. It even allowed many emperors to break through their original boundaries and break through to the true immortal realm. If the myriad races were said to be very weak, then now, the strength of the myriad races could be said to be the strongest after the ancient times were destroyed. However, not everyone was satisfied with this god bestowment. There were also some emperors who did not obtain the deity position and were very dissatisfied with this. The blood spirit secret realm. The current bloodling Huang's face was gloomy. Among the emperors who did not obtain the deity position, he was one of them. The Blood Eldar was a top clan. There had never been such a situation. However, Bloodling Huang was also very clear that his strength was the weakest among the emperors. Ninth level of the heaven realm. It was not presentable at all. It was not that the ninth level of the heaven realm was very weak, but it was the weakest among the emperors. As for the deity position of the heavenly courts, Bloodling Huang was also very envious. All the powerhouses who had obtained the deity position had their strength increased to different degrees. Some even broke through to the true immortal realm on the spot. If he could obtain the deity position, it was not impossible for him to break through to the 10th level of the heaven realm or even the half-immortal realm. When that time came, although his strength was still not very strong, it was much better than the current situation. An elder said in a deep voice, "Emperor, this time, Qin Shujian, crack." As soon as he finished speaking, a lightning tribulation struck down from the sky, directly tearing apart the blood spirit secret realm and bombarding the elder's body. The powerful lightning tribulation power. The elder with the strength of the 8th level of the heaven realm was directly split open, and he almost died on the spot. It was a sudden change. The expressions of Bloodling Huang and the others changed drastically. Quick, bring the spiritual medicine over immediately to heal the elder's injuries, Bloodling Huang shouted. There were not many Blood Eldar mighty figures now, so no one could die. Otherwise, the strength of the Blood Eldar would be weakened again. Soon, some clansmen came in and carried the elder out. Bloodling Huang's expression calmed down a little, and he said coldly, "The name of the heavenly court is not to be casually called out. This lightning tribulation is a warning. All of you should be more careful in the future." After saying that, he was also sad in his heart. They could not even call out his name. But there was nothing they could do about it, because the Emperor of Heaven was a position recognized by heaven and earth, which was equivalent to the ruler of heaven and earth. The boundless world. Billions of living beings. They were all under the control of the heavenly court. In this way, the name of the Emperor of Heaven was naturally supreme. Anyone who dared to disrespect the Emperor of Heaven and called him by his name would be punished by the lightning tribulation. Unless he had a deity position. At this moment, in the Blood Spirit Hall, the other elders did not dare to speak carelessly. Bloodling Huang said, "The heavenly court's deity positions have been sealed. We, the Blood Eldar, don't have a single powerhouse on the god roll. If this continues, it won't be easy for our clan to recover our former strength. At present, apart from the deity positions on the god roll, the heavenly court still has 720 positions for Ju Tian's generals. Although obtaining this position can't make one a god, there are still many benefits. Now that the War General Talisman is scattered all over the world, you must find it and bring it back. There can't be any mistakes. We understand." A few elders bowed and replied. They then left. When there was no one in the hall, Bloodling Huang no longer hid his emotions. His expression was extremely ugly. He was no longer qualified to be a deity of the heavenly court. The only thing he could fight for now was the position of the heavenly court's war general. No matter how small a mosquito's leg was, it was still meat. No matter how unconventional the position of a war general was, it could still be supported by the providence of the heavenly court, which was of great help to cultivation. Bloodling Huang knew. The most important thing for him now was to break through to the 10th level of the heaven being realm. Only by breaking through to the 10th level of the heaven being realm would he have the hope of becoming a perfected immortal. Just as Blood Eldar was searching for the War General Talisman, the other races were also searching for the whereabouts of the War General Talisman. After all, when East City became a god, those top powerhouses already knew what kind of power the investiture of the gods possessed. Although the War General position was not the same as the deity position. However, that was a position given by the god role after all. If they could obtain it, there would definitely be great benefits. Therefore, those emperors who did not obtain the deity position were all searching for the War General Talisman. Apart from the experts of the myriad races, the other cultivators, they were also searching for the War General Talisman. East Continent. In a canyon surrounded by mountains, there was a jade-green jade talisman floating there quietly. And around the jade talisman, many cultivators had already gathered. The War General Talisman can leave your name on the War General Talisman. Some experts saw the jade-green jade talisman, and their eyes lit up. Because of the god role. Now, everyone knew how important the War General Talisman was. There were 4 continents in the world. There were countless living beings and cultivators in the 4 continents. Among so many experts, only 720 people were qualified to enter the War General ranking. From this, it could be seen how useful the War General ranking was. Entering the ranking. Not only was it beneficial for cultivation, but it could also give the cultivators on the ranking a great reputation. Because the ranking had already appeared in the minds of all living beings. As long as someone was on the ranking, that person's name would be known by others. Even if it was only for an instant, it was enough to become famous. Therefore, being on the War General ranking was not only beneficial, but also famous. In this way, how many people in the world did not want to be on the ranking? At this moment, the War General Talisman was right in front of them, but no one dared to approach it. It was not that they did not want to. It was that they could not. Although the War General Talisman was only a dead object, it was still a power that was separated from the god role and had endless power. Within the range of the divine talisman. Within a radius of 100 feet. Ordinary cultivators had no chance of approaching it. As for the area outside the range of the divine talisman, no power was revealed. War General Talisman. Liu Qinghong looked at the divine talisman in front of him with a burning gaze. If he could obtain the War General Talisman, the benefits would be extraordinary. Not to mention whether the players could use it. Even if the players could not use it, he could sell it to the NPCs who needed it and obtain great benefits from it. It could be said that, in Liu Qinghong's eyes, the War General Talisman was already equivalent to a supreme treasure. But the problem was, the War General Talisman was right in front of him, but it was not so easy to obtain. He had seen many people get close to the War General Talisman. They were either seriously injured or died on the spot. From this, it could be seen. The War General Talisman was not something that anyone was qualified to obtain. To this, Liu Qinghong was vexed, but he also understood. No matter what. Obtaining the War General Talisman would also allow one to leave a name on the War General ranking. If a random true martial realm cultivator obtained it and left his name on the War General ranking, wouldn't that make the other cultivators who were not on the list a laughingstock? Therefore, obtaining the War General Talisman depended on opportunity and also required equivalent strength. It was also at this moment. The void shook, and an expert flew over. War General Talisman. A smile appeared on Qin Yuanbai's face, and then he reached out to grab the War General Talisman. That coercion. It had no effect on him at all. Just as Qin Yuanbai was about to grab the War General Talisman, a long sword suddenly slashed at him, forcing him to stop halfway. Then, there were other experts who flew over. Elder Qin, I'm also very interested in the War General Talisman. Why don't you give it to me? City Lord Nan smiled slightly and appeared in front of Qin Yuanbai. After receiving the news about the War General Talisman. Thus, he rushed over without stopping to rest. As soon as he arrived, he saw that Qin Yuanbai was one step ahead of him, so he immediately took action to intercept him. In terms of friendship, City Lord Nan and Qin Yuanbai had only met a few times. Although he knew that the other party was an elder of the Chenyuan Sacred Ground, the problem was that there were many elders in the Chenyuan Sacred Ground, and he was also a subject of the Great Zhao. His status was not lower than his. Therefore, City Lord Nan was also determined to get the War General Talisman. Qin Yuanbai frowned slightly and said calmly, there are only more than 100 people on the War General list. There are still many War General Talismans scattered around the world. Why do you want to compete with me for this one? Treasures are rare. Elder Qin should understand. City Lord Nan shook his head slightly. Seeing this, Qin Yuanbai stopped trying to persuade him. A green long sword appeared in his hand. Even without activating it, sword chi emanated from it. With the treasure in front of us, it's meaningless for us to argue. Let's do it. Those who are stronger can naturally take the War General Talisman. Okay, please enlighten me. City Lord Nan had already taken out his own magic weapon. Qin Yuanbai took a step forward. The long sword slashed in the air, and a vast sword energy burst out. As soon as he made his move, he had already used all his strength. Because Qin Yuanbai knew very well how big the gap between him and City Lord Nan was. The other party was a cultivator in the 5th level of the celestial being, close to the 6th level. In comparison, he was only a cultivator in the 4th level of the celestial being. It would still take some time to reach the 5th level of the celestial being. So, in terms of realm, Qin Yuanbai was already a level lower. Of course, this was not a reason for him to back down. The gap of one small realm. It was not a big problem at all. When he was in the 10,000 tribe battlefield, Qin Yuanbai had relied on his own strength to personally kill a peak saint expert in the 6th level of the celestial being. City Lord Nan was strong, but he was also confident that he could win. The battle had already begun. The cultivators surrounding the War General Talisman could not help but retreat at this moment. Then, they shifted their gaze from the War General Talisman to the two people who were fighting. Everyone knew. If one's realm was not at the 4th level of the celestial being, there was no possibility of getting close to the War General Talisman. Right now, Qin Yuanbai and City Lord Nan had appeared. In other words, the War General Talisman would only belong to the two of them. The main premise was. However, there were no other experts that appeared. Half a day later, the two of them suddenly separated. City Lord Nan's expression did not look too good. There was a sword wound on his chest. He lowered his head to look at the wound on his body. Finally, he looked up at Qin Yuanbai, who was standing with a sword, and sighed. I'm convinced of my defeat in this battle. I'll give the General War General Talisman to Elder Qin. Goodbye. After saying that, City Lord Nan left directly. There was nothing to say. A 5th level of the celestial being lost to a 4th level of the celestial being. Moreover, he was almost completely suppressed throughout the battle. Such a gap. It made his mood very bad. Thank you. Qin Yuanbai revealed a smile on his face. Then, he put away the green long sword and reached out to take the General War General Talisman again. This time, no one stopped him. The General War General Talisman was easily caught in his hand. The War General Talisman was in his hand. Qin Yuanbai felt something in his heart. He cut his fingertip and smeared a drop of blood on the War General Talisman. Instantly, after the blood stained the War General Talisman, the War General Talisman melted in his hand bit by bit. At the same time, a surge of power came from the underworld. Qin Yuanbai only felt his body tremble slightly. In the next moment, he had already broken through to the 5th level of the celestial being. Immediately after, his name had already appeared on the War General ranking. Ha ha ha. Qin Yuanbai was in a good mood. Then, he looked at a player in the crowd, casually threw a divine weapon over, and immediately flew away. This is your reward. That player saw this. He hurriedly grabbed the divine weapon and then directly left the place without any hesitation. A message was delivered. He received a divine weapon that was not weaker than a Taoist artifact. For this player, it was equivalent to giving him a free reward. Seeing this scene, many players felt sour in their hearts, but there was nothing they could do. Not everyone could immediately notify others after receiving the news of the War General Talisman. After all, it was not so easy to send a message to the elders of the Chenyuan sacred ground. One needed to find a way. Elder Qin has entered the War General ranking. In the Chenyuan sacred ground, all the elders received the news immediately. Now that he has entered the War General ranking, I'm afraid that everyone in the 4 continents knows Qin Yuanbai. Fang Xinglan said with some jealousy. He also wanted to leave his name on the War General ranking. But some things could not be done just because one wanted to. There were many General War General Talismans. However, the 4 continents were vast and boundless. More than 700 general talismans were scattered between heaven and earth. It was extremely difficult to find one of them. Fang Xinglan could not figure it out. Why was Qin Yuanbai so lucky to get the general talisman? In the astral wind layer, Qin Shujian was still forging the heavenly palace. But compared with forging the investiture of the gods, the requirements of the heavenly palace were much lower. Therefore, in just a month, the heavenly palace had begun to take shape. In the sky, naturally, there was a thunder tribulation. In fact, not only did the lightning tribulation exist beneath the heaven and earth squall, it could also condense above the heaven and earth squall. Because the thunder tribulation was the embodiment of the laws of heaven and earth. Even if there were cultivators hiding underground, the thunder tribulation could find them. Rumble. The thunder tribulation roared. It constantly draped over the heavenly palace. At this time, Qin Shujian had already dispersed the true sunfire. He stood silently to the side, watching the heavenly palace withstand the thunder tribulation. He did not help. He allowed the heavenly palace to bear the power of the thunder tribulation. 7 days. The thunder tribulation suddenly disappeared. A palace had already appeared in the astral wind. Then, Qin Shujian formed hand seals with both hands and inlaid array patterns into the heavenly palace, making it steadily stay in the astral wind layer and not fall to the ground below. At this moment, no matter how the astral wind blew, it could not do anything to the heavenly palace. Next, Qin Shujian took out the rest of the materials and used the fire-controlling art to draw the sun's primordial fire to start a new round of forging. The heavenly palace was not a simple palace. In fact, the heavenly palace was a whole. It was only when many palaces were combined together that it was considered a complete heavenly palace. According to the memories of the Third Era, Qin Shujian condensed the palaces one by one and then added array patterns, making them steadily stay in the astral wind layer. 2 months. In the astral wind layer, dozens of palaces had already appeared. Every palace stayed within the astral winds, moving slowly as the astral winds blew. But the flow trajectory of the palaces was fixed. At the center of all the palaces, it was the main palace of the heavenly palace that Qin Shujian had originally built. At this moment, all the palaces had been condensed. The array that was added on top of the palaces was finally completely activated. Boom! A vast array was formed with all the palaces as its foundation. Its mighty aura spread out completely, with the heavenly palace as the center. It had a radius of 10,000 miles. All the astral wind that blew over was suppressed. The astral wind that was enough to dissipate the flesh and bones of a half-immortal expert was useless in front of the heavenly palace. At this point, the heavenly palace was officially formed. When the heavenly palace was formed, all the experts who had obtained the deity position felt something at this time and raised their heads to look at the sky at the same time. There was clearly nothing there, but they knew very well. The heavenly palace. Where did it exist? P.S. Support the original version, Chijian Chinese Network, app Chijian Book, SIM Decent. Chapter 719. Qianyuan Sacred Ground. After leaving the heavenly palace, Qin Shujian returned here. Ever since the opening of the 10,000 clan battlefield, all the elders, they all gathered in Qianyuan Hall once again. At this moment, there were still a large number of cultivators gathered in front of the human emperor's palace. Although Qin Shujian had already given up the throne of the human emperor, the palace in front of them no longer lived up to its name. However, this was still the sacred ground in everyone's mind. Although Qin Shujian was not the human emperor, he had been promoted to the emperor of heaven. Here, it was even more significant. In Qianyuan Hall, many elders took their seats. Although many celestials had been born in the Qianyuan sacred ground, only the original elders were really qualified to participate in the meeting in Qianyuan Hall. Apart from that, the remaining elders were not qualified to enter here. The void shook slightly. On the main seat, a person appeared out of thin air. When Qin Yuanbai and the others saw this, they immediately stood up and saluted, "Greetings, Emperor of Heaven. Sit down." Qin Shujian said lightly. Qin Yuanbai and the others said in unison, "Thank you, Emperor of Heaven." After that, they sat down again. Starting from Qin Yuanbai, Qin Shujian's gaze swept over all the elders present. The opening of the 10,000 clan battlefield. It also allowed the elders of the Chenyuan sacred ground to gain a lot of benefits. Qin Yuanbai was strong. At this time, he was already in the 5th tier of the celestial being realm. The weaker ones, like Fang Xinglan and the others, were already in the 3rd tier of the celestial being realm. Among them, Fang Xinglan was an array master in the 2nd realm. In comparison, he was much stronger than when the Chenyuan sacred ground was first established. You should be very clear about the establishment of the heavenly court and the investiture of the emperors, Qin Shujian said slowly. At this moment, his body was faintly emitting a powerful aura. In front of him, Qin Yuanbai and the others did not dare to be presumptuous. Reporting to the heavenly emperor, "We already know about this matter. I am now the emperor of heaven. It is no longer appropriate for me to be the sacred lord of the Chenyuan sacred ground," Qin Shujian said. Hearing this, everyone else's body trembled slightly. They naturally understood the meaning behind Qin Shujian's words. He was no longer suitable for the position of sacred master. In other words, perhaps there would be a new sacred lord in the Chenyuan sacred ground. Thinking of this, Qin Yuanbai and the others were secretly excited. If Qin Shujian was no longer the sacred lord of the Chenyuan sacred ground, the sacred ground would not be able to compete with the Great Zhao sacred ground. But even so, the Chenyuan sacred ground was also the most powerful force in the human race after the Great Zhao Empire. Even if it was the Great Zhao, they did not dare to be too presumptuous in front of the Chenyuan sacred ground. Because no matter what, the Emperor of Heaven in front of him was still the founder of the Chenyuan sacred ground. They didn't give the Holy Land any face. This was equivalent to disrespecting the Emperor of Heaven. Therefore, if they could become the sacred lord of the sacred ground, they would at least have a supreme status. No one responded, but quietly waited for the follow-up. Qin Shujian said, "However, the position of the sacred lord of the Chenyuan sacred ground is not something that ordinary people can hold. To hold the position of sacred lord, one must at least be in the 10th level of the celestial being realm. In the sacred ground, the strongest person is only in the 4th level of the celestial being realm, which is far from being qualified to hold the position of sacred lord. Therefore, I have decided to set up 2 more deputy positions under the sacred lord." Speaking of this, Qin Shujian looked down and said lightly, "Qin Yuanbai, Fang Xinglan, you two are the strongest people in the sacred ground. In the past, you also made a lot of contributions in the myriad clan battlefield. Today, the 2 of you will be the deputy sacred lord of the Chenyuan sacred ground and maintain the order of the sacred ground. Don't ruin my efforts. We will obey the orders of the Emperor of Heaven." Qin Yuanbai and Fang Xinglan both stood up and saluted at the same time. Although they could not hold the position of sacred lord, they were already satisfied to be able to become deputy sacred lords. The only regret was, there was not only one deputy sacred lord, but there were 2. However, the 2 of them knew in their hearts. The 2 deputy sacred lords were only there to check and balance each other, so that no one could dominate. Qin Shujian said, "All the internal and external affairs of the sacred ground can be handled by the deputy sacred lords. In the future, if anyone can break through the 10th level of the celestial being realm and has both talent and integrity, he can become the new sacred lord of the sacred ground. In addition, the elders also have the right to impeach. If more than 80% of the elders in the sacred ground impeach one person, he can be removed from the position of deputy sacred lord." The elders that Qin Shujian mentioned, not only the elders in the Chenyuan Hall, but also those who had the title of elder but could not enter the Chenyuan Hall. These people, they were also counted as elders. Hearing this, Qin Yuanbai and Fang Xinglan's faces were also solemn, and the joy in their hearts decreased a little. The elders had the right to impeach. That proved that the position of deputy sacred lord was not really stable. Unless one day, If they could sit in the position of Sacred Lord, there would be less trouble. But before that, the authority of a deputy Sacred Lord was much less than that of a real Sacred Lord. We will do our best to maintain the order in the sacred ground. We will not let the Emperor of Heaven down, Qin Yuanbai replied in a deep voice. That would be best. Qin Shujian nodded slightly and then said, you guys should be mentally prepared. It won't be long before the great wide world will no longer be peaceful. The strength of the celestial being is indeed top-notch in the past. But in the future, it won't be of much use. In the future calamity, not to mention the celestial being, even the weaker true immortals will find it difficult to survive. So for the time being, I hope you all take care of yourselves and don't slack off on the path of cultivation. Qin Shujian's words were a little heavy. The atmosphere in the Chenyuan Hall also became solemn. The celestial being could not help. Ordinary true immortals would also find it difficult to survive. In this way, Qin Yuanbai and the others felt great pressure. Fang Xinglan said, what does the Emperor of Heaven mean by what he said? The demons of the void and the demon abyss are all calamities that the great wide world is about to face. Instead of being beaten passively, it's better to take the initiative to attack. You guys just have to be prepared. Qin Shujian shook his head. After saying that, he had already disappeared from the Chenyuan Hall. In the hall, only the crowd was left in deep thought. Qin Shujian's words made them realize something. That was, the war was not far away. Qin Yuanbai's expression was solemn. The Emperor of Heaven has already made his intentions clear. Perhaps it won't be long before the Heavenly Court launches a large-scale attack on the demons of the void. Only by solving the hidden dangers of the void can we face the demon abyss with peace of mind. Now, the demons of the void were attacking the great wide world all the time. It was understandable that the Heavenly Court wanted to attack the demons of the void. If they did not deal with them, when the demon abyss attacked, the Heavenly Court might have to face a pincer attack from both sides. Therefore, attacking the nefarious devil clan in the void was inevitable. Qin Yuanbai did not think much about these things at first. However, since Qin Shujian had already said it out loud, he naturally understood what was going on. The world is not peaceful. Kui Hui sighed. The only peaceful time in the world was probably the time when the great Zhao established the eastern continent. The mutants descended, and the vassals rebelled. There were already signs of chaos in the world. Later, from the moment the human race walked out of the eastern continent, there was no longer much peace. The world of great battles. The beginning of the great calamity, that was probably it. The others also had solemn expressions. No one was sure that they could safely survive the great calamity. Even if the great calamity had not officially begun, the number of experts who had fallen was already innumerable. The 10,000 races battlefield opened. Tens of thousands of celestial beings had fallen there. Even perfected immortals, dozens of them had also fallen in the 4 great continents. In the face of such a calamity, no one had much confidence that they could survive it. After giving Qin Yuanbai and the others some pressure, Qin Shujian floated to his original courtyard. Niu Dali was still sleeping outside. When he came in, he did not cause any commotion, so he naturally did not wake the other party up. In the courtyard, Qin Shujian put his hands behind his back and looked at everything in front of him. In the end, he did not take it away. There are some thoughts in using the courtyard. Rather than taking it to the heavenly palace, it is better to leave it here and avoid so much trouble. He shook his head. There was no need to take the courtyard away. He might as well leave it here. It might be of some use in the future. Subsequently, Qin Shujian's divine sense moved slightly, and soon someone came over. Disciple greets master. Nyingbo bowed. Qin Shujian looked at the disciple in front of him and said, "How is your cultivation of the Guiyuan ancestral canon? It has been completely transformed. It should not be long before I can enter the middle stage of the divine martial realm." Nyingbo replied truthfully. He walked the path of deriving heaven and earth. Therefore, he transformed his original cultivation technique into the Guiyuan ancestral canon. In a few months, He had completed the transformation of the cultivation technique and was able to improve on the original foundation. Such talent could already be described as outstanding. Qin Shujian nodded slightly. Divine martial realm is just the beginning. After you enter the heavenly realm, the effects of the Guiyuan ancestral canon will gradually manifest. With your current realm, there is no need to stay in the Qian Yuan realm. You can travel around and search for enough heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Because after breaking through to the heavenly realm, every small breakthrough will require a huge amount of resources. Disciple will remember Master's teachings. In addition, Red Lotus of Purgation, how is your cultivation? Qin Shujian asked. He gave her the complete version of the Guiyuan ancestral canon. Naturally, it included the Red Lotus of Purgation. Nyingbo said, the Red Lotus of Purgation is almost completed. The Red Lotus of Purgation can refine everything in the world, but there is one thing you need to pay attention to. For the time being, you can't use it on the mutants. In addition, you can't use it on the humans. As for the outsiders, you need to pay attention to your actions. Don't leave any evidence behind. Qin Shujian looked at him and said meaningfully, Disciple understands. Nyingbo's heart skipped a beat. He immediately lowered his head and said, how could he not understand his master's meaning when he had already spoken to this extent? Outsiders could refine it. But the premise was that no one knew. Or rather, even if others knew, no evidence would be left behind. His master was now the Emperor of Heaven, an existence that ruled all races. Similarly, in some matters, he couldn't be too biased. If he couldn't treat everyone equally, how could he be qualified to become the Emperor of Heaven that ruled all races? Even if he treated everyone equally on the surface. It was also necessary. However, after cultivating the Red Lotus of Purgation, Nyingbo had never used it, so he didn't know much about this method. I will live in the heavenly palace in the future. If there is anything, you can send a message. I'm too lazy to take this courtyard away. Just leave it here. When you have time, come back and clean it up. Don't let it be stained with dust. As for the things inside, you can do whatever you want with them. Qin Shujian said calmly. If he didn't take the courtyard away, then someone needed to take care of it. No matter what, Nyingbo was his only disciple, so he had to leave something for him. Otherwise, after being apprenticed for so many years, not only did he not give him any guidance, he didn't even give him a few treasures. It couldn't be justified. So, Qin Shujian simply left the courtyard to Nyingbo. After saying that, Qin Shujian walked out of the courtyard and gently kicked Niu Dali with his horn. Finally, the sleeping green bull woke up. Qin, Emperor of Heaven. Niu Dali instinctively wanted to say Emperor Qin, but immediately realized something and hurriedly changed his words. Qin Shujian sat sideways on the bull's back and gently tapped the bull's head with his folding fan. Go to the Vermilion Bird Tribe's territory. Yes. Niu Dali didn't say much and stepped into the air to leave. The Vermilion Bird Tribe's territory. It was in the human territory. After breaking through to the 9th level of the celestial being, Niu Dali's flying speed had increased. In just a short while, he arrived in the sky above the Vermilion Bird Tribe's territory. Qin Shujian said indifferently, Fire Sage, come quickly. His voice was ethereal. Without alerting the other Vermilion Bird Tribe cultivators, it directly entered Fire Sage's ears. Fire Sage, who was in seclusion, was suddenly awakened. Soon, she realized what had happened and immediately left her seclusion and appeared in front of Qin Shujian. Greetings, Emperor of Heaven. Take care of the Vermilion Bird Tribe's affairs, then follow me to the Heavenly Palace. Yes. Fire Sage nodded excitedly. Soon, she sent a message to the elders of the Vermilion Bird Tribe. After briefly explaining the matter, she followed Qin Shujian to the Heavenly Palace. To be able to go to the Heavenly Palace. For Fire Sage, it was an unparalleled opportunity. The current Qin Shujian was no longer as simple as the human emperor of the past. He was the Emperor of Heaven who ruled all races. The other party's strength. He could be called the #1 person of all races. In comparison, Fire Sage herself was still in the 8th level of the celestial being realm. She was far from the Emperor of Heaven in front of her. She couldn't believe it no matter what. A few years ago, she had fought with Qin Shujian and didn't die. Now that she was able to enter the Heavenly Palace and follow the Emperor of Heaven, the opportunity she had was unimaginable. In the dark, Fire Sage also had some premonitions. Entering the Heavenly Palace this time might bring her a great turnaround. So, that was the reason why the Vermilion Bird Clan's clan chief had followed him without hesitation. Because in her heart, there was no thought of refusing at all. Green Nyo was flying in the air. Fire Sage followed behind. When they came close to the astral wind layer, Qin Shujian opened the original human Emperor fan, which had now been renamed the Emperor of Heaven fan, and waved it forward. Boom! The astral wind layer was torn apart. Nyo Dali understood and directly flew into the air. The astral wind layer. Fire Sage saw the crack in the sky, and her pretty face turned pale. She never expected. The Heavenly Palace existed in the astral wind layer. In the Vermilion Bird Tribe's inheritance, it had already recorded the terror of the astral wind layer. It was a dangerous place for cultivators below the true immortal realm. Without condensing an immortal body, one didn't have the qualifications to enter the astral wind layer. Because once one entered it, they would be torn apart by the astral wind. Fire Sage herself was only in the 8th level of the celestial being realm. There was still a long way to go before she could become a true immortal. Although she didn't enter it. But just from the opening, she could already feel a terrifying threat. Just as Holofire was hesitating, Green Nyo had already entered it. Seeing this, Fire Sage gritted her teeth and could only harden her heart and barge in. She couldn't decide. She would definitely be in chaos. Since she had already come here, there was no reason to retreat midway. If she couldn't enter the astral wind layer, even if she could save her life, she would definitely lose a great opportunity. Since that was the case, it was better to take a gamble. After making up her mind, Fire Sage had already followed closely behind Qin Shujian and headed towards the astral wind layer. Just as they entered the astral wind layer, the temperature suddenly rose a lot. In the sky above their heads, there was a big sun hanging in the sky. The scorching true fire of the sun made the entire astral wind layer seem to be in flames. It was just that this temperature, it didn't make Fire Sage feel threatened. Instead, there was a kind of warm comfort. Even the power contained in her body was aroused a little. The danger she had expected did not come. At this time, Fire Sage finally had the time to look around. What entered her eyes? She saw that the palaces were scattered everywhere. All the palaces seemed to be held up by an invisible hand. They stopped there steadily and did not fall to the ground below. The palaces were big and small. However, each of the palaces emitted a powerful aura. And in the center of all the palaces, there was a huge palace. The moment she saw the palace, Fire Sage felt an endless pressure. Heavenly Palace. A name naturally appeared in her mind. This was the Heavenly Palace, the place where the Heavenly Court was located. Then, Fire Sage looked outside the palace. There was a heaven and earth astral wind raging there. Wind. It should have been invisible and colorless. But here, the heaven and earth astral wind had color. She didn't take a closer look. Fire Sage immediately followed behind Qin Shujian and entered the Heavenly Palace. Very big. Very big. This was Fire Sage's first feeling after entering the Heavenly Palace. Originally, from the outside, the Heavenly Palace was already not small. However, when she really walked in, she realized that the Heavenly Palace was many times larger than she had expected. With her knowledge, she also knew that this was because of the spatial array inside the Heavenly Palace. The Heavenly Palace is divided into the outer palace and the inner palace. You two stay here in the outer palace. Also, don't wander around. This place is covered by the array, so we don't need to fear the power of the sun and moon, as well as the heaven and earth astral wind. However, if you leave the range of the array, you will be in danger of dying. Qin Shujian had already dismounted from the ox's back. He looked at the two calmly. At this time, Dali also withdrew his true form and turned into a big man with 2 horns on his head. Also, Qin Shujian paused, then looked at Fire Sage and said, aside from the depths of the Sea of Death, this is the place closest to the sun. The Vermilion Bird clan has an innate divine fire and should be a powerful clan. However, you haven't completely mastered your innate divine fire and can't use much of its power. Now that you're in the Heavenly Palace, you can take this opportunity to cultivate your innate divine fire. The main purpose of bringing Fire Sage into the Heavenly Palace. Qin Shujian wanted her to cultivate her innate divine fire. This was a type of divine fire that was on par with the true fire of the sun, and one of the 2 most powerful divine fires in the world. Although not every vermilion bird could cultivate the carnate divine fire, it was still a rare opportunity. Still, as the leader of the Vermilion Bird clan, Fire Sage was their last hope. To a certain extent, the true fire of the sun shared the same origin as the innate divine fire. Therefore, if Fire Sage cultivated here, there was a very high chance that he would be able to master his innate divine fire. Fire Sage shed tears of gratitude. Your subordinate will definitely cultivate my innate divine fire and not disappoint the Emperor of Heaven. Millimeter. Go on. Qin Shujian waved his hand, then entered the inner palace. As for Dali and Fire Sage, he didn't pay them any more attention. All he needed to do was bring them into the Heavenly Palace. As for everything else, he'd let them deal with it themselves. The Heavenly Palace was so large, after all. Raising a vermilion bird and a cow wouldn't take up much space. After entering the inner palace, the scenery was completely different from the outer palace. The so-called outer palace was actually the equivalent of an open-air plaza. From there, one could directly see the skies. As for what was inside the inner palace, there were 8 pillars that supported the entire palace. Apart from that, the palace was extremely spacious. There was only a row of white jade stairs in the middle, and at the end of the white jade stairs was a golden table and chair. He steadily walked up the white jade stairs. Qin Shujian sat down on the chair. Then, he took out the investiture of the gods from his sea of consciousness, as well as the imperial jade seal formed by the fate of all races. The investiture of the gods was placed on the left side of the table. The imperial jade seal was placed on the right side of the table. The moment the imperial jade seal fell, the entire Heavenly Palace shook violently a few times, causing Dali and Fire Sage's expressions to change drastically. They almost thought that there was a problem with the array. Then, they saw a rich fate spread out from the imperial jade seal. Like yellow clouds, the fate overflowed from the inner palace and quickly occupied the entire Heavenly Palace. The astral wind layer that originally only existed in white was now filled with other colors. The yellow clouds were embellished. It made the many palaces look even more sacred. Inside the inner palace, after Qin Shujian put down the things, he placed his hands on the armrests on both sides. He looked at the empty palace below with a faint smile on his face. Although it's a lot worse, it still looks a little like it. The Heavenly Palace in front of him, it was built based on the Heavenly Palace in the memory of the Third Era. The difference was, in the past, there were gods in the Heavenly Palace. Now, only he, the Emperor of Heaven, was here in the Heavenly Palace. There was also a cow and a vermilion bird outside. Was the Heavenly Palace of the ancient times like this? Qin Shujian asked. After that, Godslayer, who had been silent for a long time in his sea of consciousness, also answered at this time, the Heavenly Palace of the ancient times did not exist in the astral wind layer. It only existed in the void. As for the investiture of gods like the Emperor of Heaven, it has never appeared before. It was also the Heavenly Palace. In Godslayer's eyes, the Heavenly Palace in front of him was much more imposing than the Heavenly Palace of the ancient times. If there was a difference, it was probably that there was no breath of life in the Heavenly Palace now, and it seemed too lonely. Apart from that, there were no other problems. As for the investiture of gods, to be honest, Godslayer had never heard of it at all. Until a while ago, when Qin Shujian really made a move to investiture of gods, he saw that mysterious method. To put it bluntly, if the Emperor of Heaven in the ancient times had the method to investiture of gods, the strength of the heavenly palace would definitely have increased greatly. When facing the great calamity of the demon abyss, it might not have failed. However, there were no ifs in anything. The heavenly palace of the ancient times had been defeated. However, in Godslayer's view, now that the heavenly palace was under the control of Qin Shujian, there was a great chance that it could contend against the demon abyss. The method to investiture of gods has always existed, it's just that you don't know about it. Qin Shujian shook his head slightly. He looked at the empty hall and said with a faint smile, "The heaven and earth astral wind layer is the closest place to the specific world, and also the beginning of the projection of the stars in the outer realm into the vast thousand realms. Cultivating here will be faster than in other places. And because the heaven and earth astral wind layer is considered one of the ends of the world, the power of the rules here is the most obvious. As the existence that rules over the tens of thousands of races, the heavenly palace should exist in such a place. In Qin Shujian's memory, the heavenly palace of any era existed in such a place. Not only did it indicate the supreme status of the heavenly palace, but also because one could draw on the power of the stars to cultivate here, which was much faster than simply absorbing spirit qi to cultivate. In the ancient times, it was wrong for the heavenly palace to not be in the heaven and earth astral wind layer. Regarding this, Qin Shujian didn't care too much. After all, the ancient emperor of heaven was only a half-step Dao fruit. How much could he know? Senior, how far are you from the tribulation? The tribulation he was talking about was Zhu Bing's tribulation. Godslayer pondered for a moment and said, "The Emperor of Heaven killed many perfected immortals before. In addition to my foundation over the years, I've reached the peak of the four tribulation Zhu Bing. If I kill a few more perfected immortals, I'll be able to transcend the tribulation naturally. Even now, I can take the initiative to draw the thunder tribulation down, but the chance of transcending the tribulation is not high. The more power he accumulated, the higher the chance of successfully transcending the tribulation. If he forcefully transcended the tribulation without accumulating enough power, the possibility of failure was very high. Even though Godslayer had existed for millions of years, he didn't dare to take the risk. Because of Zhu Bing's thunder tribulation. It was really too powerful. Killing a few more perfected immortals will be troublesome. Qin Shujian frowned slightly. Now that the four continents had been unified, although there were many perfected immortals, it was impossible to randomly pick a few out to kill. However, if Zhu Bing didn't transcend the tribulation, when the time came, he would start to transcend the tribulation after killing a few perfected immortal void demons. It would be disadvantageous to the battle. Godslayer said, "The Emperor of Heaven doesn't know that there are perfected immortal dire beasts in the Sea of Death. If I can enter it, I'll be able to accumulate enough power to transcend the tribulation. However, perfected immortal dire beasts mostly live in the depths of the Sea of Death. If I recklessly enter, I'm afraid I'll be in great danger. The things in the depths of the Sea of Death are indeed troublesome." Qin Shujian nodded. Half-step Dao fruit was troublesome enough. At least with his current strength, he was still far from being able to deal with them. But as Xiao Chengfeng said, the Sea of Death is a seal. Even if his a half-step Dao fruit existence, he can't possibly break the seal. There's no need to worry too much. Before obtaining the memories of the Third Era, Qin Shujian didn't know much about the Sea of Death. However, after obtaining the memories, when he looked at the Sea of Death again, he could see many things. It was just as Xiao Chengfeng had said. The Sea of Death was actually a huge seal. The moment he became the Emperor of Heaven, Qin Shujian's spiritual force had actually merged with heaven and earth for a short time. That moment of merging allowed him to have a panoramic view of the entire major chiliocosm. In the depths of the Sea of Death, in the depths of the heaven abyss, there were universal chains that imprisoned and sealed the half-step Dao fruit existences inside. This was also the reason why they had been unable to leave the two perilous lands. Universal chains. This was a force formed by the heaven-earth law and the most powerful technique of heaven and earth. It was different from the True Dominion's universal skylock. The True Dominion's universal skylock was merely a weak manifestation of the nomological force. However, the universal chains in the two places were the true manifestation of the nomological force. Without reaching the Dao fruit realm, it was impossible to break free from the seal. When the time comes, I will naturally bring you to the sea of death. At that time, you will be able to find the opportunity to undergo the heavenly tribulation. Although 4 tribulation ancestral armaments are very powerful, they will not be enough for the later heavenly tribulations. Qin Shujian said. Then, he picked up the investiture of the gods on the table and sent out the corresponding message. Middle Prefecture Imperial City, Shi Yang was cultivating. In his sea of consciousness, a square seal suddenly vibrated. It was something formed by the power of the investiture of the gods after he had become the Ju-Tian constellation. That seal, it symbolized the status of the Ju-Tian constellation. Similarly, it was also a bridge to communicate with the investiture of the gods. Now that the seal was vibrating, Shi Yang immediately knew what had happened. After walking out of seclusion, he did not head to the heavenly court immediately. Instead, he went to Emperor Zhao's palace. Father, the Emperor of Heaven has summoned the Ju-Tian constellation to the heavenly court. Have you received the news? Shi Yang went straight to the point the moment he saw Emperor Zhao. Summon the Ju-Tian constellation to the heavenly court. Emperor Zhao shook his head and said calmly, Benhuang did not receive the news. Since the Emperor of Heaven has already sent a message, you can go over. Then I will take my leave first. Shi Yang cupped his hands slightly and turned to leave. The Zhao Emperor looked at his departing figure and frowned slightly. As for the location of the heavenly court, as Emperor Zhongyuan, he had never been there personally. Although Emperor Zhao could know where the heavenly court was through the investiture of the gods, he could not go there without Qin Shujian's summons. At this time, the heavenly court suddenly sent a message and summoned the Ju-Tian constellation. It was inevitable that people would think too much. Not long after, Emperor Zhao got rid of the distracting thoughts in his heart. The heavenly court had been established. There were many things that he could not think about anymore. To put it bluntly, he was only the human emperor. When the heavenly court did not exist, the human emperor's position was naturally supreme. The emperors of the other races could at most be on equal footing with the human emperor's position. There was no possibility of them being superior. But it was different now. With the heavenly court, the emperors of the other races had to be lowered. Especially after the investiture of the gods. It also established the supreme position of the Emperor of Heaven. So, Emperor Zhao no longer referred to himself as emperor. Instead, he referred to himself as Benhuang. When Shi Yang was heading to the heavenly court, in the other races, all the emperors who were listed in the Ju-Tian constellation deity position were heading towards the heavenly court at this time. Soon, Shi Yang arrived below the heaven and earth astral wind layer. Before he could do anything, the seal floating in his mind had already flown out and opened a passage under the heaven and earth astral wind layer. Seeing this, Shi Yang reached out and grabbed the seal, then stepped into the passage. In an instant, the surrounding scene changed. This is the heavenly court. Looking at the many palaces floating in the air in front of him and thousands of yellow clouds hanging down, Shi Yang's heart trembled slightly. As one of the gods of the heavenly court, he knew. What he saw in front of him was the location of the heavenly court. It was also at this time, another passage opened up. Soon after, the emperors walked out from inside. Brother Yang. So it's the Black Emperor. Seeing the person who came, Shi Yang smiled and cupped his hands. He knew the Black Emperor. The Black Emperor naturally knew him too. At this moment, the Black Emperor had already broken through to the true immortal realm. Although he was on the same level as the Zhao Emperor, he was also on the same level as Shi Yang. Because they were both true immortals, there was no such thing as seniority. At most, they would talk about their own things. The Black Emperor smiled and said, "The Emperor of Heaven has summoned us here this time. I wonder why. Brother Yang is also from the human clan. Do you have any news?" "No, I'm the same as the Black Emperor. I rushed over after receiving the message." Shi Yang shook his head. He was also confused. Now that we have arrived at the heavenly court and the heavenly palace is right in front of us, we will go in and meet the Emperor of Heaven. Naturally, we will know everything. That's true. The Black Emperor nodded and said with a smile. Then, the two of them went together. The entire heavenly court. There were many palaces. Each palace did not seem to be connected to the other palaces. However, between the palaces, there was a faint yellow cloud paving the way. Walking on it was no different from walking on flat ground. Benhuang has never seen such a scene before in his life. The Black Emperor sighed. He had never seen what the ancient heavenly court looked like, but the heavenly court in front of him was already filled with surprise. Shi Yang did not say anything at the side. But from the expression on his face, it was not much different. He had never thought about it before. There would be someone who dared to open up a realm in the heaven and earth astral wind layer. Moreover, they would not be afraid of the invasion of the heaven and earth astral wind layer, nor would they be afraid of the influence of the great yin and great yang energies. Shi Yang raised his head and looked up. In the past, the sun was only the size of a fist from below. Now, it almost occupied his entire line of sight. But even so close, he wasn't affected too much either. The two of them stepped on the yellow clouds and arrived in front of the heavenly palace in the middle. A green ox was crawling and sleeping soundly in front of the outer hall. Fornyo Dali. It was the same no matter where he slept. Even if there was a very big sun in the sky above his head, it would not affect him at all. Until Shi Yang and the Black Emperor stepped into the heavenly palace. The green ox's snoring stopped for a moment, and then slowly opened its eyes. P.S. I beg for monthly votes. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,